Story 278. I entered the trial AS Bait. I came out AS ITS Master Part 1. Step 1. Chapters 1 to 20 Expanded Edition Chapter 1. The expendable disciple. The judgment hall of the Jade Cloud sect was designed to intimidate. Stone columns rose from the floor to a ceiling so high it disappeared into shadow. The walls were carved with cultivation forms, ancient figures and stances of power, their muscles rendered in stone with anatomical precision. Every surface was cold. Every angle was designed to make a person standing in the center feel small. Li Xuan knelt in that center now. The stone floor bit into his knees through the thin fabric of his disciple's robes. He had been kneeling for 3 hours. His legs had gone numb long ago. He was 22 years old. He had been a disciple of the Jade Cloud sect for 8 years. 8 years of training. 8 years of meditation. 8 years of attempting to advance his cultivation through sheer repetition and discipline. And in all that time, he had never advanced past Qi Gathering Stage 3. Around him, arranged in a semicircle at the raised judgment platform, 5 elders sat in perfect silence. Their faces were unreadable. Their cultivation bases were tremendous, each one at least at the nascent soul stage. The least of them could kill Li Xuan with a gesture. The sect master sat in the center. His name was xianxia, and he was the first of his generation to reach immortal ascension stage. His presence in the room felt like pressure. Like the air itself had become denser, heavier, resistant to the act of breathing. To the sect master's right sat Elder Mei. She was the elder who had been assigned to supervise Li Xuan's cultivation. In 3 years of direct instruction, she had never once praised him. She had never offered encouragement. She had, on exactly 2 occasions, spoken directly to him. Once to tell him to correct his meditation posture, and once to tell him that some disciples simply lack the proper spirit root for advancement. That was the last time she had acknowledged his existence. Li Xuan had learned, 8 years ago, what it meant to be unworthy in the Jade Cloud sect's hierarchy. The sect master leaned forward. His movement was slow, deliberate, designed to convey his absolute control of the situation. Li Xuan, sect master Shen said. His voice was old, not in the sense of age, but in the sense of accumulated authority. This was a voice that had given orders for 50 years. You know why you have been summoned. It wasn't a question. But Li Xuan answered anyway. He had learned the proper forms, had practiced what to say in 1,000 imagined scenarios exactly like this one. No, sect master, he said quietly. I await your instruction. The sect master smiled. It was not a warm expression. The eternal trial, he said. You have heard of it, I assume. Of course Li Xuan had heard of it. Every disciple in the sect knew the legend. The eternal trial was the great lost cultivation site of the Azure Master, a legendary cultivator who had lived 1,000 years ago. The trial contained secrets, power, knowledge. The archway that led into it had been discovered 300 years ago in these mountains, but no one had successfully completed it in a millennium. Yes, sect master, Li Xuan said. A group of our stronger disciples have requested permission to attempt it, the sect master continued. Core disciples, Qi refinement stage and above. We have granted that permission. However, the trial is ancient. Trials of that age often activate killing mechanisms when disturbed. Ancient formations can malfunction. Seals can be unstable. The sect master paused. He was enjoying this. Li Xuan could tell by the slight tension in his shoulders. The way his eyes were watching for a reaction. We need someone to enter first, the sect master said. Someone to trigger whatever traps or mechanisms might exist. Someone to ensure that the stronger disciples can proceed safely. Li Xuan understood the calculation immediately. His mind had been doing this kind of analysis for years, the only skill his weak cultivation couldn't suppress. He was good at systems, good at understanding incentives, good at seeing the shape of a situation from all angles. Someone meant, not anyone worth saving. The sect master meant, someone expendable. The sect master meant you. I understand, sect master, Li Xuan said. Do you? Elder Mei leaned forward. Because I want to be clear about what we're asking. You will enter the trial. You will trigger the mechanisms. You will almost certainly die. This is not a test of your advancement. This is not an opportunity. This is a sacrifice. She said the word sacrifice as if she was reading it from a document. No emotion, no weight, just the reporting of facts. We understand, she continued, that no cultivator of your stage could survive such an ordeal willingly. Therefore, we are framing this as an order. You will enter the trial because you are a disciple of this sect, and disciples obey orders. You will die because that is the most likely outcome. You will be remembered as a disciple who served the sect with his life. And the sect will be stronger because of your contribution. She said this all in the same neutral tone, as if she was discussing logistics. Inventory. The practical disposal of resources that were no longer useful. The other 3 elders said nothing. They simply watched. Li Xuan felt something happen inside his chest. It was not fear. It was not anger. It was something he had learned to recognize after 8 years of being overlooked. It was clarity. He was exactly where he should be. Exactly where the hierarchy had always been pushing him. The equation had finally resolved. There was no path forward in the Jade Cloud sect. There was only this, an assignment, a death, a conclusion. And strangely, that was almost peaceful. I understand, Li Xuan said. And he did. He understood thoroughly. You will be given supplies, the sect master continued, as if Li Xuan's acceptance was a foregone conclusion. A climbing rope. Food for a few weeks. A healing salve. Nothing more. The trial entrance is sealed. You will be taken there. You will enter. The gate will seal behind you. We will wait 1 month. If you emerge, which we do not expect, we will know the trial is safe. If you don't emerge, we will assume you died as anticipated, and we will proceed with the stronger disciples. He paused. You will be escorted by senior disciple Lianyu. She is skilled and reliable. She will ensure you reach the trial and enter it properly. The sect master made a gesture of dismissal. It was tiny, almost imperceptible, but Li Xuan had spent 8 years reading the sect's language. He understood that the gesture meant the judgment had concluded. The decision was made. The only thing left was implementation. Li Xuan bowed from his position on the floor. His knees were barely functional, but he managed to rise to his feet. He had learned, through years of practice, how to move gracefully despite physical limitation. The sect taught its disciples many things. Humility was primary. Li Xuan turned and walked from the judgment hall. His stride was steady. His hands didn't shake. His breathing remained controlled. Inside his mind, however, something had shifted. He had spent 8 years telling himself that advancement was still possible, that the sect simply hadn't seen his potential yet, that if he worked hard enough, meditated long enough, endured long enough, the ceiling on his cultivation would eventually lift. Now he understood the truth. There was no ceiling to overcome. There was a floor, and he had been living on it the entire time. The floor was that he was expendable. Everything about his life in the Jade Cloud sect had been designed with this outcome in mind. His weak cultivation, his lack of connections, his assignment to a mentor who actively disliked him, his placement in the weakest dormitory, his exclusion from every meaningful opportunity. It had all been preparation for this moment. And now that he was here, facing the moment, Li Xuan felt something extraordinary happen. He felt entirely, wholly free. The Jade Cloud sect had finally stopped pretending, had finally shown its hand, had finally admitted what it had always believed, that he was nothing, that his life had value only insofar as it could be sacrificed. That was worse than any pain or humiliation they could have caused. But it was also, paradoxically, liberating. Because if they had decided his value was 0, then he had nothing left to lose. He had nothing left to lose. Opening CTA. If you enjoy cultivation stories where the weakest person in the room turns out to be exactly who the ancient trial was waiting for, hit subscribe and the notification bell. A new chapter every day. That evening, Li Xuan packed his belongings. The sect had assigned him a small dormitory room. The room contained a sleeping mat, a meditation cushion, a chest for personal items, and a small shelf holding a few cultivation texts that he'd been allowed to study. There was a window overlooking the western slope of the sect, a view of mountains and sky that had been his daily meditation focus for 8 years. He looked at that view now and realized he would never see it again. The rope they'd given him he packed first. It was good rope, silkwound, strong enough to hold a person's weight indefinitely. The food was simple, dried fruits, hard bread, a few blocks of salted meat. Enough for weeks if rationed carefully. The healing salve was expensive, the kind used for serious wounds. He understood the irony of giving a disciple expected to die emergency medical supplies. It was the kind of irony the sect specialized in. Li Xuan packed everything carefully into a cloth bag. He worked slowly, not because he was uncertain what to do, but because he was aware that this was the last evening he would spend in the sect as a living disciple. Tomorrow, he would become bait. The thought didn't frighten him as much as he'd expected. There was a knock on his door around sunset. The sky was turning orange. The light coming through his window had shifted to that particular shade of gold that only happened in the few minutes before true darkness fell. "Come in," Li Xuan said. The door opened. It was Lianyu. She was 24 years old, 2 years his senior in age, though far superior in every meaningful way. She wore the robes of a senior disciple, and they fit her the way armor fit a warrior. She was tall, with the kind of muscular development that came from years of intensive cultivation training. Her hands showed calluses from weapon work. Her face showed the kind of hardness that came from taking life seriously. She had kind eyes, though. That was what made it worse. Li Xuan had watched her eyes for 4 years, They'd overlapped in the training grounds, and he had never once seen them look at him with anything other than pity. But the pity was genuine. She actually felt bad for him. That was worse than contempt. I'm supposed to help you prepare, Li Xuan said. Her voice was measured. Professional. The sect master asked me to ensure you have everything you need. I have everything, Li Xuan said. Then walk with me, Li Xuan said. The sun is setting. We should walk while the light is good. It was a strange request, but Li Xuan was in no position to refuse. He followed her out of his dormitory and down the winding paths of the sect's compound. They walked without speaking. The sect's grounds were beautiful in the evening light. Lanterns were being lit along the paths by junior disciples. The smell of evening meals drifted from the dining halls. In the training grounds, a few disciples were still practicing forms, their movements precise and controlled, and everything Li Xuan would never achieve. Li Xuan led him to the sect's library. It was an old building made of stone and heavy wood, with a high-peaked roof designed to channel rainwater away from the countless texts stored inside. The interior was lined with shelves. Thousands of books, thousands of scrolls, thousands of years of accumulated cultivation knowledge. The library was Li Xuan's favorite place in the sect. Li Xuan led him to a quiet corner, a reading nook overlooking a small garden courtyard. There were cushions for sitting, shelves of poetry texts and philosophical works. The kind of space where a disciple could actually think, rather than simply recite. I should be saying something, Li Xuan said quietly. They were alone in the library. The other disciples had all left hours ago. Some kind of sect ritual. Some formal farewell. There's supposed to be a prescribed phrase in situations like this. I can't seem to remember it. There isn't one, Li Xuan said. The sect doesn't have a protocol for sacrificing junior disciples. You're improvising. Li Xuan's jaw tightened. Yes, I'm improvising. And doing it poorly. You're doing fine, Li Xuan said. He found that he meant it. But I don't feel fine, Li Xuan said. She walked to a shelf and pulled down a thin scroll. Her hands were trembling slightly. I feel terrible. I feel like I'm part of something terrible. You are, Li Xuan said. This was the clearest anyone had ever been with him. He decided to match that clarity. You're part of the sect. The sect does terrible things. We all participate in those things because we're part of it. That's the nature of hierarchies. The people in the middle, like you, are stuck. You're too weak to change anything. Too strong to refuse. So you participate. Li Xuan looked at him. For the first time, her kind eyes showed something other than pity. They showed guilt. Why aren't you angry? She asked. I was, Li Xuan said. Years ago, I was angry when I realized I couldn't advance past stage 3. I was angry when Elder May started ignoring me. I was angry when I figured out that I'd been assigned a mentor who was meant to watch me fail. But anger is expensive. Anger requires energy. I'm weak, so I couldn't afford to stay angry. I had to accept what I was, which is not capable of changing my circumstances. He paused. And once I accepted that, anger became less important than understanding. So now I understand the situation I'm in. I understand why I'm being sent into the trial. And I understand that understanding is probably all I'm going to get. Li Xuan held out the scroll. This is a technique called Phoenix Step, she said quietly. It's a movement form. Fast. Invisible. It doesn't require strength. It just requires precision and understanding. It's not supposed to be taught to disciples of your stage. Li Xuan took the scroll carefully. Why are you giving me this? He asked. Because Master Chen asked me to, Li Xuan said. He told me I would be escorting you to the trial. He told me to give you something to improve your chances of surviving. He said I would understand when I saw you. Master Chen. That was surprising. Master Chen was the elder who had been assigned to supervise Li Xuan's cultivation training 3 years ago. They had never spoken about anything meaningful. Chen was gruff, taciturn, and seemed to view Li Xuan with the same indifference as every other elder. Except now, apparently, he had been secretly instructing Li Xuan to give Li Xuan a survival technique. Did Master Chen say anything else? Li Xuan asked. He said something strange, Li Xuan said. He said, the trial remembers more than the sect knows. He wouldn't explain it. He seemed very certain that you would understand eventually. Li Xuan turned the scroll over in his hands. It was made of high-quality paper. The calligraphy was beautiful and precise. Someone had spent considerable time teaching this technique, and someone else had transcribed it perfectly. Master Chen had done this. I don't understand, Li Xuan said. Neither did I, Li Xuan said. But I trust Master Chen. He's never steered me wrong. They sat in the library as the sun finished setting. Li Xuan opened the scroll and read the Phoenix Step technique 3 times through. The movement form was complex. It required absolute precision of footfall, required understanding the empty spaces between solid objects, required a cultivator to move through the world not as a matter taking up space, but as something barely present at all. It was designed for someone who needed to be invisible. It was designed for someone like him. By the time the moon rose high enough to cast shadows through the library windows, Li Xuan had memorized the technique. He had the form down. He understood the principle. It wasn't about strength or speed. It was about absence, about moving in the spaces where nothing expected you to be. "Thank you," he said to Lianyu. "You're welcome," she said. "I hope it helps." "Master Chen seems to believe the trial might be real," Li Xuan said. "Not a test. Something actual." "I think he believes that," Lianyu said. "But I don't know what he means by it." Li Xuan rolled the scroll carefully and tucked it into his pack. "Either way," he said, "someone in this sect apparently thinks I should survive. That's more than I expected." "Will you?" Lianyu asked. "Survive?" Li Xuan thought about the Phoenix Step, thought about Master Chen's strange statement, thought about the scroll someone had carefully transcribed for him, thought about the one elder who apparently believed that an expendable junior disciple might be worth investing in. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But for the first time in 8 years, the outcome isn't predetermined." Lianyu walked him back to his dormitory. They didn't speak, but when they reached his door, Lianyu placed a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that would be reported by any observer as wholly inappropriate. An elder touching a junior disciple in a manner not strictly necessary for sect business. "Be careful in there," she said quietly. "What looks like a test might be something older, something stranger. Don't assume you understand what you're walking into." Then she was gone. Li Xuan entered his room and sat on his meditation cushion. He held Master Chen's scroll and looked at the window overlooking the western mountains. Tomorrow, he would walk toward those mountains. Tomorrow, he would become expendable in the most literal sense. But tonight, someone had given him a technique and a warning. Someone had invested time and effort into his survival. That was worth something. As the moon rose higher, Li Xuan placed the scroll in his pack and began practicing the Phoenix Step in the darkness of his room. By the time dawn broke, he had already become something different. Chapter 2. The journey to the archway. The morning of departure arrived with unexpected cold. Li Xuan had expected clear weather. The sect always managed logistics precisely. They would time the departure for optimal conditions. Instead, a cold front had moved through the mountains overnight, bringing frost to the high elevations and a biting wind that cut through multiple layers of clothing. It was, he realized, somewhat apropos. The universe apparently wasn't going to make this easy. Lianyu arrived at his dormitory as the sun began to rise. She was dressed in traveling clothes, practical leathers, and a heavy cloak lined with fur. She carried supplies of her own in a pack. Behind her was a stable hand leading 2 horses, strong, high-altitude breeds capable of managing mountain terrain without slipping. "We have a 6-hour ride," Lianyu said without preamble. "The trial is in the high mountains, past the normal training grounds. There are 2 more disciples meeting us on the way. We're traveling as a group." Li Xuan nodded. He had already packed his belongings into his cloth bag. The rope, the food, the healing salve, the scroll from Master Chen. Everything fit comfortably. He wore the standard disciple robes with his warmest layer underneath. Not warm enough for mountain weather, but better than nothing. "Mount up," Lianyu said. Li Xuan had never been a strong rider. The Jade Cloud sect taught horsemanship, but he'd always been assigned to the weaker horses. The ones that were harder to control. The ones that seemed to sense his weakness and respond by being deliberately uncooperative. This time, he was given a horse that looked intelligent, calm. The horse didn't fight him when he mounted, didn't test him the way the practice horses did. When Li Xuan settled into the saddle, the horse simply began walking, following Lianyu's lead. "His name is Stone," Lianyu said. "He's reliable. He won't panic. You can trust him to make the right choice if you get into trouble." They rode in silence for the first hour. The path took them away from the sect's main compound, up into the cultivation grounds where senior disciples practiced their forms. Even this early in the morning, there were cultivators working. Li Xuan watched them as he passed. Young people with real power, real futures, real prospects for advancement beyond their current stage. They barely glanced at the small group passing through. That was the nature of hierarchy. The people at the bottom were beneath notice. 2 hours into the ride, they reached the rendezvous point. Waiting there were 2 other disciples. Li Xuan recognized them both. They were from the group mentioned in the sect master's judgment. They were strong. They were promising. They were the kind of disciples the sect actually invested in. The first was He Ming, a core formation stage disciple who had once deliberately tripped Li Xuan during a sect tournament. Li Xuan had fallen hard. The entire training ground had laughed. He Ming had helped him up afterward, his expression suggesting great concern, his eyes full of barely concealed contempt. The second was Wei Shuo, also core formation stage. Wei Shuo was quieter than He Ming, but colder in his disdain. Whenever Li Xuan struggled with a technique or failed to advance, Wei Shuai would shake his head in disappointment, as if Li Xian's weakness was personally offensive. They acknowledged Lin Yu with respect, appropriate for her senior disciple status. They acknowledged Li Xian by not acknowledging him. The archway is another 4 hours up, one of the sect masters overseeing the expedition said. He was an elder Li Xian didn't know well. Old, competent looking. The path gets progressively more difficult. If anyone has concerns about their physical conditioning, now is the time to mention them. No one mentioned anything. They continued riding. The elevation increased. The air got thinner. The vegetation changed from the cultivated plants of the sect's grounds to the wild forests of the higher mountains. The cold intensified. Li Xian found that he was doing better than expected. The Phoenix Step Scroll had given him something useful, an understanding of how to move in spaces where he wasn't expected. He applied that principle to riding. Wasn't fighting the horse. Wasn't trying to impose his will on it. Was simply moving with Stone's natural rhythms. Stone seemed to appreciate this. As they rode, Li Xian studied the other disciples. This was something he'd learned to do years ago, observe the people around him, understand their patterns, predict their behavior. He Ming was confident. Too confident. His shoulders were always back. His head was always up. He would be the type to charge forward aggressively when faced with an obstacle, assuming his cultivation base would let him break through anything. Wei Shuai was more measured, but also more predatory. His eyes were constantly moving, constantly analyzing. He would be the type to look for an elegant solution, a weakness to exploit. Lin Yu was different. She had genuine skill, but also genuine doubt. He could see it in the way she moved. There was hesitation underneath the competence. She was asking herself questions, was wondering if she was doing the right thing. The sect elder was the most dangerous of all. He rode with the calm of someone who had seen everything, made decisions, lived with consequences. He was the kind of person who would survive the trial, not because he was strong, but because he understood what death was and wasn't afraid of it. By hour 5, they had reached the highest point of the established path. Beyond this, there was only wilderness, raw mountain, the kind of terrain that was barely passable. The trial archway stood at the peak. It was enormous. Li Xian had been told about it, but no description had prepared him for the reality. It was carved from black stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The archway rose 30 feet into the air. The entrance was perhaps 15 feet wide enough for a horse to pass through, if someone was foolish enough to try. The entire surface was covered in cultivation seals. These weren't simple seals. These were ancient seals. Some glowed faintly with blue light. Some were cracked, their power faded. Some had faded so fully that they were almost invisible, visible only as faint marks in the stone. 1,000 years of wear. The seals formed patterns, lines of power that flowed from the top of the archway to the bottom. The patterns were beautiful, intricate. They represented cultivation knowledge so advanced that Li Xian couldn't even read what they were intended to do. Master Chen appeared from the side of the archway. He was sitting calmly on a rock, as if he'd been waiting there all morning. The old cultivator was sipping tea from a clay cup, apparently unbothered by the cold. "Ah," Master Chen said when he saw them approach. The group assembles. He stood and bowed to the sect elder who was overseeing the expedition. The elder bowed back, respect between elders, regardless of current assignment. "The archway is stable," Master Chen said. "The seals have been dormant for the last 300 years. Nothing has disturbed them. Nothing has gone in or come out. Until today," the sect elder said. "Indeed," Master Chen said. "Until today." He looked at Li Xian. Their eyes met for just a moment. The old cultivator's expression was unreadable, but Li Xian felt something pass between them. Some kind of acknowledgement. Some kind of understanding that went deeper than words. Then Master Chen looked away and returned to his rock and his tea. Li Xian dismounted from stone. The ground was hard, frozen earth that was slick with frost. The wind at this elevation was tremendous, cutting through every layer of clothing. His breath became visible immediately, white vapor against the black stone archway. "You understand what you're doing?" the sect elder asked Li Xian. It was the first time the elder had addressed him directly. He nodded. "You understand that you will almost certainly die?" "Yes." "And you've chosen to accept this assignment anyway?" "I haven't chosen anything," Li Xian replied. "I'm following orders." The sect elder smiled slightly. It wasn't a kind expression, but it was something other than contempt. "At least you're honest about it," he said. "That's more than I expected from someone of your cultivation stage." He turned to Lin Yu. "Once he enters the archway, your job is complete. Return to the sect with your report. Tell them what you saw. Tell them whether the archway was stable. That's all." "Yes, elder," Lin Yu said. But her hands were trembling slightly. Li Xian walked toward the archway. The black stone was colder than he'd expected. The seals burned brighter as he approached, the blue light intensifying. as if in response to his presence. He paused at the entrance. He could feel something from the other side of the seal. Not pressure exactly, not a presence, but awareness. Like something very old was becoming conscious of his approach. Like the trial itself was waking from a long sleep. Li Xuan looked back at the group, standing behind him. Lian Yu's eyes were wide. She looked like she wanted to say something, but didn't. Master Chun was watching calmly, his expression still unreadable. He Ming looked bored. Wei Shuo looked interested, like a predator watching prey that was about to be killed. If you emerge, the sect elder said, we will know it is safe. If you don't, we will know what to expect. Either way, you will have served the sect. Li Xuan nodded. He placed his hand on the archway. The stone was warm. Not hot, warm. Like it had its own body heat. Like it was alive. The seals flared. The blue light exploded outward, washing across his hand, up his arm, spreading through his entire body. For a moment, Li Xuan felt like he was made of pure light. Like his physical form had dissolved. But it wasn't painful. It was almost peaceful. Like being recognized. Like the archway was reading him. Running calculations. Measuring him against some ancient standard. Then the seals dimmed. And the archway opened. Not gradually. In a single, decisive motion, the two massive halves of the stone gate swung inward. Behind them was darkness. Complete, absolute darkness. No light. No detail. No way to see what lay beyond. But the seals on the entrance continued to glow with steady blue light. The light provided illumination enough for Li Xuan to understand his next step. He stepped forward. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world behind him vanished. The archway sealed shut with a sound like stone grinding against stone. A final, absolute sound. A sound that suggested no return. But Li Xuan didn't try to turn back. He walked forward into the darkness, guided by the blue light, trusting that something had recognized him, trusted him, chosen him for something he didn't yet understand. Outside, Lian Yu watched the seals burn bright, then brighter still. What's happening? She whispered. Master Chen took a sip of his tea. The trial, he said simply, is waking up. Chapter 3. The recognition. The darkness inside the archway was complete. Total. The kind of darkness that existed before light had been invented as a concept. But the seals on the entrance continued to glow, casting strange blue shadows across stone floors. Li Xuan was beginning to make out. His eyes adjusted slowly. Details emerged. The entryway was a tunnel, carved from living rock. The walls were rough-hewn, not finished with any particular precision. They felt ancient. The stone itself seemed to carry age like a weight. Li Xuan walked forward carefully. His hand trailed along the wall. The stone was cool, slightly damp. It carried the smell of underground places, stale air, mineral richness, the essence of earth compressed for millennia. The tunnel descended. Li Xuan could feel the change in elevation immediately. The floor wasn't horizontal. It was sloping downward at a steep angle. Each step took him deeper into the mountain. Each step took him further from the world above. He counted his paces without thinking about it. It was a habit he'd developed over years of meditation, counting breaths, counting heartbeats, counting steps. Numbers were comforting. Numbers were predictable. Numbers helped establish a sense of control when everything else was chaotic. By the time he'd counted 500 paces, the air had changed. It was no longer damp. It was cool and dry. It was the air of deep places, places untouched by weather or time. The tunnel opened abruptly into a vast hall. Li Xuan stepped through and found himself in a chamber so large his mind initially rejected the scale. The walls vanished into darkness above. The walls extended so far sideways that perspective made it impossible to judge their distance accurately. The floor was so vast it felt like he was standing on a plane, not inside a building. And the floor was a puzzle. It was made of stone tiles, each one perhaps a foot across, each one perfectly aligned with its neighbors. The tiles were different colors, grays and blacks, and deep blues arranged in patterns. But these weren't random patterns. They formed a design, a pathway, a map showing a route through the chamber. But not a simple route. The design looped and curved in reverse direction. It doubled back on itself. It created sections where multiple paths seemed to exist, branching outward in different directions before converging again further ahead. And on the floor around the main pathway, Li Xuan perceived what the wrong paths led to. Pressure spikes. They were retracted now, dormant, hidden within the floor. But he could see the grooves in the tiles where they lived. Could see the faint traces of dried blood on some of them. The trial's makers had been generous with their killing mechanisms. Thorough. Intentional. Someone trying to cross this floor by guessing would likely trigger spikes before making it very far. Li Xuan stopped moving. He was standing at the entrance to the chamber, roughly where the designed pathway began. The path started from this point and wound out across the vast floor. He could follow it visually for perhaps 50 feet before it became too distant to see clearly, before perspective and darkness consumed the details. This was a puzzle, and puzzles required patience. Li Xuan sat down cross-legged at the entrance to the chamber. He was no longer afraid. Fear was a luxury for people who had options. Fear was what you felt when you could potentially escape your situation. Li Xuan had no escape options. He had only this, a chamber, a puzzle, and whatever time it took to understand. He began to observe. The seals that glowed in the chamber created blue light. That light wasn't uniform. It pulsed. It created patterns. The light was brightest on certain tiles and dimmer on others. And as Li Xuan watched, he realized the pattern of brightness was moving. It was cycling through the tiles. The light would highlight one pathway, then fade, then highlight a different pathway moments later. The light was showing him the safe routes. It took 3 hours for Li Xuan to be entirely certain of this pattern. 3 hours of sitting and watching and counting the cycles. But by the end, he understood thoroughly. The tiles that were currently highlighted by the blue light were the ones that wouldn't trigger spikes. The tiles that were dark were the ones that would. The trial wasn't testing strength. It was testing observation, testing patience, testing the willingness to study a problem instead of rushing forward to fight it. Li Xuan stood up. He began to walk across the chamber, stepping only on the tiles that were highlighted by the blue light. The moment his foot touched a highlighted tile, the light moved to the next section of the path ahead of him, showing him where to place his next step. It was like a conversation between the floor and his feet. Walking this way was slow. It was methodical. It required absolute concentration. But it was also safe. The spikes never triggered. The floor never betrayed him. He moved in careful steps, following the light, trusting the pattern he'd observed. The pathway looped and curved in reverse direction. He followed every twist and turn. The light guided him through sections of the chamber that seemed impossibly distant from the starting point. He walked for what felt like hours, though it might have been minutes. Time became abstract inside the chamber. The only real thing was the sequence of tiles. The only real thing was the moving light. Eventually, the pathway led to a door. It was carved into the far wall of the chamber, half hidden by shadow. The door was sealed. Li Xuan could feel the cultivation seals on it even before he reached it. The seals were strong, ancient, designed to keep this passage locked for eternity. But the seals were flickering. They were cycling between bright and dim, between active and dormant. The pattern was subtle, but recognizable. The light from the floor was showing him more than just a safe path. It was showing him the frequency of these seals, showing him the moments when they were weakest. Li Xuan waited for the seals to reach their dimmest point. Then he reached out and pushed. The door swung inward immediately, as if it had been waiting for exactly this force at exactly this moment. Beyond it was a tunnel, another descent, another unknown. But the blue light continued, steady and constant, inviting him forward. Li Xuan stepped through the open door. Behind him, the first chamber began to dim. The lights that had guided him faded to nothing. It was as if the chamber was releasing him, letting him move on, as if it had tested him and found him worthy of advancement. He didn't know it, but as he moved deeper into the trial, something remarkable was happening at the archway far above. The seals that had been blue without warning shifted. They turned gold, then white, then back to blue. The light burned so bright that the disciples waiting outside were forced to shield their eyes. "What's happening?" He Ming demanded. Master Chen remained perfectly calm, sipping his tea, watching the light show with an expression that suggested he understood exactly what was occurring. "The trial," the old cultivator said quietly, "is not responding the way you expected." He paused. "The trial is responding the way it was always meant to." And in the darkness of the mountain, guided by light that had recognized something in him, Li Xuan continued his descent. Chapter 4. The first chamber's test. The second tunnel was shorter than the first. It descended for perhaps 1,000 paces before opening into a new chamber. This one was smaller, more intimate. It was perhaps 50 feet across, circular, with pillars supporting a low ceiling. The walls were covered in carvings. These weren't simply decorative carvings. These were cultivation forms, ancient figures and poses of power and meditation. Scenes of battles, scenes of breakthroughs, scenes of cultivators reaching transcendence. The carvings were rendered with such detail that it seemed possible they might move at any moment. Possible that the figures might step out of the stone and become real. But what commanded Li Xuan's attention was the far end of the chamber. On the far wall was a massive stone door, like the door he'd pushed open in the previous chamber, but larger, more ornate. It had seals carved across its entire surface, cultivation seals of such complexity that Li Xuan's mind couldn't parse them. The seals were not glowing. They were not flickering. They were entirely dormant. Locked, Li Xuan understood, and there was no obvious way to open them. But there was something else in this chamber. There were traps. Li Xuan could feel them, not through any special sight, simply through the arrangement of the chamber itself. The floor had subtle slopes that suggested pressure plates. The pillars were positioned in ways that made it clear they could collapse if the wrong weight was placed in the wrong location. The carvings on the walls had the look of things that might in an instant become mobile if triggered correctly or incorrectly. This chamber was designed to kill. But more than that, it was designed to be understood. Li Xuan stood at the entrance and observed. It took him several hours to map the chamber wholly, to understand where each trap was located, to recognize the patterns in how the traps were connected, to realize that the traps weren't random, they were systematic. They were the product of careful design, and they were all waiting. Not waiting in the sense of being active, but waiting in the sense of being ready, like mechanisms that had been wound up centuries ago and were simply holding their tension, waiting for someone to slip and trigger them. As Li Xuan studied the chamber, he began to notice something extraordinary. Every trap had a safe zone. It was subtle. It required very careful observation to see. But in every group of pressure plates, there was one spot that seemed slightly higher than the others. In every pillar alignment, there was one path that avoided triggering collapse. In every carved figure section, there was one space where a person could move without disturbing anything. It was as if the chamber had been deliberately designed to be navigated, but only by someone willing to study it. Only by someone patient enough to find the safe zones. Only by someone willing to trust observation over instinct. Li Xuan drew a map in the dust on the floor. He mapped every trap, every safe zone, every route from his current position to the far door. By the time he was done, he had created a complete picture of the chamber in miniature. Then he began walking. Step by step, Li Xuan moved through the chamber, placing each foot with absolute precision. He walked past pressure plates without activating them. He walked under falling pillars that never fell. He moved through sections of carved figures without disturbing anything. The traps did not trigger because he was following the pattern he'd observed. The traps did not trigger because he was moving the way the chamber wanted to be moved through. It was a dialogue between the chamber and his feet. It took 2 hours to cross the chamber. 2 hours of absolute concentration. 2 hours of trusting what he'd observed instead of trusting his instinct. When he reached the far door, he was breathing hard. But he was alive. The chamber had not killed him. Instead, something remarkable happened. The seals on the door began to glow. Not blue light. A different color. Golden light. The kind of light that suggested something deeper. Something more meaningful than simple navigation. The seals read whatever he'd learned in this chamber. They understood that he had passed their test. And they began to unlock themselves. The process was gradual. The seals flowed like liquid, rearranging themselves, moving aside, creating openings where there had only been stone moments before. The door swung open fully. Beyond it was another tunnel, and beyond that, another chamber. But before Li Xuan could move forward, something happened that he hadn't expected. He felt seen, not watched. Seen. As if whatever had created this trial, whatever had designed these chambers and these seals and these tests, had then become aware that he existed. As if an ancient eye had opened after 1,000 years of sleep and found him. The sensation was strange. It wasn't threatening. It was almost gentle, almost like recognition. Li Xuan understood, in that moment, that something about him had been expected. Something about his approach, his patience, his willingness to observe and study instead of force. These things had triggered a response in whatever had created the trial. The trial had acknowledged him. It was a small thing, a subtle sensation that lasted only a moment before fading. But it changed everything. Because Li Xuan realized then that the trial wasn't simply a test. It was something older, something with intention, something with will, and that something had decided to let him live. He walked through the open door and continued deeper into the mountain. Behind him, the golden light faded from the seals. The chamber returned to darkness. But the seals continued to glow softly, as if marking passage. As if recording that someone had succeeded in a test that had stood for 1,000 years without anyone attempting it. As if recording that Li Xuan had passed. Chapter 5. The inheritance begins. The tunnel beyond the second chamber changed. It was no longer carved from raw stone. The walls had been finished, smoothed, treated with a substance that made them shimmer faintly in the darkness. The floor beneath Li Xuan's feet shifted from rough stone to tile. Regular tile. Geometric tile. The tiles formed patterns as he walked, spirals and mandalas and designs that seemed to shift when he wasn't looking directly at them. The air itself was different. It was warmer than it had been, more alive. It carried scents that Li Xuan couldn't quite identify. Incense, perhaps, or the smell of ancient power, carefully preserved. The tunnel descended for a very long time. Li Xuan kept count, 2,000 paces, then 3,000. The elevation was shifting dramatically. He was descending into the deep earth now. into places where the sun's light had never reached and would never reach. He wondered if the archway that had brought him here was still real, still existed somewhere above, or if it had been a dream, a transition point between the normal world and somewhere else. Eventually, the tunnel opened into a third chamber. This chamber was different from the others. It was vast, like the first chamber with the tile puzzle, but it was also alive. The walls glowed with a gentle light that came from within the stone itself, not from seals carved on the surface. The light was warm, welcoming. It illuminated a chamber of almost religious beauty. The chamber was arranged like a temple. The floor was polished stone, so smooth it reflected the light from above. The walls were carved with cultivation histories, not just forms and battles, but stories. Entire narratives of cultivators who had transcended the normal limits of reality. The ceiling was so high it seemed like sky, and it was painted with stars, a night sky rendered in such perfect detail that it seemed possible you could reach up and touch constellations. In the center of the chamber was a pillar. It rose from the floor to the ceiling, perhaps 20 feet high, made of crystal so clear it seemed like empty air. And inside the crystal, at the very center of the pillar, was light. Not the blue light of the seals, not the golden light of unlocking. This was different. This was light that seemed to contain color and depth and meaning. Light that seemed to call to something inside Li Xuan. He walked toward the pillar carefully. As he approached, the light inside the crystal grew brighter. It began to pulse. The pulses felt almost like a heartbeat, as if the pillar was alive, as if it was aware of his approach and was welcoming him. Li Xuan reached out and placed his hands on the crystal. The moment his palms touched the surface, everything changed. It wasn't gradual. It wasn't gentle. It was immediate and total and overwhelming. A new sense opened within him. It was like a door that had been sealed inside his consciousness abruptly cracking open. Light poured through that crack, but it wasn't light that came from outside. It was light that came from within. Li Xuan could see threads. Everywhere. Threading through everything. They were invisible to normal sight, but vivid in this new perception. They were threads of intention. Threads of cultivation. Threads of will. The entire chamber was woven from these threads. Every carving. Every shimmer of light. Every detail was connected to every other detail through an intricate network of threads. And the threads came from the pillar. The crystal pillar contained something, a consciousness, perhaps, or a pattern of consciousness so complex it might as well be a mind. That consciousness had woven the threads, had designed the chambers, had created the tests, and it had been waiting for someone like Li Xuan. The vision showed him the Azure Master, a man who had lived 1,000 years ago, a man who had spent his entire life being underestimated, a man who had discovered cultivation not through strength, but through understanding, through observation, through the kind of patient analysis that the sect had taught Li Xuan to value without realizing they were doing it. The vision showed him the moment the Azure Master discovered something impossible, a technique that let him see threads, see intention, see the cultivation aura of every person around him like an open book. The vision showed him that technique being encoded into the trial itself. The vision showed him that the trial had been waiting for the right kind of disciple, not the strongest, not the most talented, but someone who shared the Azure Master's nature, someone who had learned to survive through observation, someone who could see what others couldn't, someone like Li Xuan. When the vision faded, Li Xuan was on his knees before the pillar. He was breathing hard. His hands were shaking. Something had fundamentally shifted in his perception of reality. He could still see the threads. They didn't disappear when the vision ended. The new sense remained, active and burning in his awareness. He could see the threads in the pillar, could see the threads in the walls, could see the threads of power that connected everything in the chamber. And when he looked at his own hands, he could see threads there too. The technique was called spirit sight, though he didn't know how he knew that. The knowledge was simply present in his mind, delivered alongside the vision. Spirit sight let him perceive the cultivation aura of any living thing. Let him see emotion. Let him see intention. Let him see the shape of a person's heart as clearly as if it had been written on their skin. It was a gift, and it was a burden, because now that he had spirit sight, Li Xuan understood something that he'd never really been able to articulate before. The threads he saw weren't random. They were expressions of truth. When he looked at the pillar now, he saw the Azure Master's threads, consciousness preserved in crystal, waiting for recognition. And when he imagined looking at the disciples waiting outside the trial entrance, he could see their threads as clearly as if they were standing before him. He Ming's threads would be colored with rage, disguised as relief, disguised as friendship, but the core truth was rage. Rage that a weak disciple had somehow become something more. Wei Shua's threads would show predatory interest, the curiosity of a hunter watching prey that was supposed to be dead. Li Yu's threads would show genuine concern. The guilt of someone participating in something terrible but feeling powerless to change it. Master Qin's threads would show something Li Xuan couldn't quite articulate. Something that suggested the old cultivator knew far more about this situation than anyone else. Something that suggested this entire event had been somehow orchestrated by his hand. Li Xuan removed his hands from the pillar. The vision had ended, but the new sense remained. He could feel it settling into his consciousness like a tool he'd, without warning, been given. Like an eye that had opened for the first time. A doorway at the far end of the chamber was glowing with golden light. The trial was ready for him to leave. But Li Xuan understood now that leaving the trial wasn't actually the point. The point wasn't survival. The point wasn't reaching the end and emerging triumphant. The point was transformation. The trial had recognized something in him, had chosen him, had given him a gift that the Jade Cloud sect was never going to be able to understand. Li Xuan walked toward the doorway. As he passed through, he felt the trial acknowledge him once more. It was a warm sensation in his chest, a sense of approval, a sense of connection. And when he emerged from the mountain hours later, as the sun was beginning to set on the world above, Li Xuan understood that he was no longer the same person who had entered. The expendable junior disciple had become something else. He just didn't understand yet what that something was meant to become. End of Batch 1, Chapters 1 to 5. Total words in Batch 7, 300 words running total. 7, 300 words Chapter 6. The return. Li Xuan emerged from the trial as the sun touched the western horizon. The moment he stepped out from the archway, the seals behind him blazed white-hot. The light was so intense that it created a dome of illumination around the peak, visible from miles away in the mountains. Then, gradually, the light dimmed back to its normal blue glow. Outside the archway, the group had been waiting for hours. Li Yu saw him first. Her eyes went wide. She moved as if to run forward, then stopped herself, uncertain whether approaching him was appropriate or wise. He Ming stood up slowly. His hand rested on the hilt of his cultivation sword, as if he wasn't sure whether to draw it or sheath it more thoroughly. Wei Shuo simply stared, his expression unreadable. The sect elder was the first to speak. "You've been inside for 6 hours," he said. His voice was measured, but Li Xuan could detect surprise beneath it. "The sect's prediction was that you would either die immediately or not emerge at all." "I survived," Li Xuan said simply. His voice was different now, or perhaps it was the same, but his listeners had changed. Even the most mundane words carried a weight they hadn't before. Master Qin walked forward. The old cultivator studied Li Xuan with careful eyes. "You've changed," Master Qin said. "It wasn't a question. The trial gave me something," Li Xuan said. "What did it give you?" Master Qin asked. Li Xuan hesitated. He could see Master Qin's threads now with his new spirit sight. They showed genuine interest, genuine knowledge, genuine investment in his survival. But he couldn't quite articulate what the pillar had shown him. "A way to see things," Li Xuan said finally. "The Azure Master's way." Master Qin nodded slowly, as if this confirmed something he'd suspected but hadn't dared hope for. "The trial remembered," the old cultivator said quietly. "After 1,000 years, it remembered what it was supposed to teach." He turned to the sect elder. "Report to the sect master that the trial is active. Report that it has given gifts to the disciple who entered. Report that the trial is not simply a test. It is an inheritance." "The sect will want to know what kind of gift," the sect elder said. "The sect will not understand," Master Qin replied. "But tell them this. The junior disciple has become something other than expendable." Li Xuan used his new spirit sight to study the group. He Ming's threads were practically vibrating with rage. There was shock there, and fear, and the deep sting of having his plans disrupted. Wei Shuo's threads showed analytical interest. He was already trying to determine if Li Xuan represented a threat or an opportunity. Li Yu's threads were pure relief, mixed with a strange kind of joy. She had been genuinely hoping for his survival, and now that hope had been validated. The sect elder's threads showed caution, curiosity, and the careful calculation of someone trying to understand how to leverage this unexpected development. "We should return to the sect elder said. "This will require explanation." The journey back to the sect took longer than the journey to the trial. The same 6 hours of riding that had felt quick and straightforward on the way up now felt laden with significance. Every glance, every word, every unspoken tension in the group was a thread Li Xuan could now perceive. He Ming rode ahead of the group, maintaining distance. Wei Shuo rode next to the sect elder, speaking in low tones. Li Yu rode near Li Xuan, repeatedly glancing at him as if checking to ensure he was actually there. Real, not an apparition. Master Qin rode in silence, sipping occasionally from a clay flask filled with something warmer than tea. When they reached the sect compound just after midnight, a new group of elders was waiting. News had apparently spread. Li Xuan's successful emergence from the trial was unprecedented enough to warrant official attention. "You will rest tonight," the sect master said when they presented themselves at the judgment hall. His tone suggested this was an order, not a courtesy. "Tomorrow, we will conduct a full debrief. The trial will be explained to the sect's leadership, and you will demonstrate whatever changes the trial has made to you." Li Xuan bowed and walked toward his dormitory. As he passed through the sect's compound, he noticed that disciples were watching him, some with curiosity, some with fear, some with calculation. They could feel that something had changed. They could sense it the way animals sense a predator entering their territory. He was no longer weak. That night, Li Xuan sat alone in his room and practiced using spirit sight. He looked at his hands and saw the threads of his own cultivation aura, something he hadn't expected to perceive. The threads showed strength, but not strength like the cultivation-based strength of Himing or Wei Shuo. This was a different kind of strength, deeper, more resilient, the kind of strength that came from understanding instead of power. He looked out the window at the distant trial and felt the connection between them. It was like a rope, taut and vibrating with energy, connecting his consciousness directly to the ancient chamber where Su Ming's consciousness waited. The trial had chosen him, and that choice meant something was expected of him. Tomorrow, the sect would demand explanations. They would push for answers about the trial. They would want to know what power had been granted and whether it could be replicated. But Li Xuan was no longer worried about what the sect demanded. Because spirit sight had shown him something crucial, the trial's consciousness reached into the sect's territory. It had woven itself into the very foundation of the land where the Jade Cloud sect stood. The trial was not separate from the sect. It was beneath it, connected to it, a foundation that the sect had been built upon without fully understanding. And now that Li Xuan carried the trial's inheritance, that connection meant the trial could see through his eyes. The trial was watching the Jade Cloud sect now, and the sect still had no idea. Chapter 7. The debrief. The next morning, the sect master called a full assembly of the sect's senior leadership. 10 elders sat in judgment. The sect master occupied the central position. Master Chen stood to the side, his expression deliberately neutral. The room was cold and formal and designed to make any single disciple feel insignificant. Li Xuan stood in the center, as he had done the day before his departure. "Walk us through what you experienced in the trial," the sect master said. "Every chamber, every test, every danger you encountered." Li Xuan began to speak. He described the first chamber with its puzzle of glowing tiles. He described how observation and patience had allowed him to navigate it safely. He described the pressure spikes and the careful study of patterns. As he spoke, he watched the elders' faces. Ming was present, standing at the back of the chamber, his hands clenched into fists. The second chamber was a test of navigation through traps, Li Xuan continued. Every trap had a safe zone, but those zones were hidden. They required careful observation to locate. "You did not trigger any traps?" an elder asked. "None," Li Xuan said. "Once I understood the pattern, the path became clear." "And the third chamber?" the sect master asked. This was the crucial moment. Li Xuan had already decided not to mention the vision, not to explain spirit sight. The trial had given him a gift that the sect would want to exploit, to test, to weaponize. He wouldn't give them that information. "The third chamber contained an artifact," Li Xuan said. "An ancient relic from the Azure Master's time. It granted me a cultivation technique." "What technique?" Master Chen asked from his position at the side. His voice was neutral, but his spirit sight threads showed intense interest. "The Azure Master called it spirit sight," Li Xuan answered. "It allows perception of cultivation auras and the emotional states of others. It requires no significant cultivation base to use. It is based on observation and understanding." The elders began to whisper among themselves. "Demonstrate," the sect master commanded. Li Xuan looked at each elder in turn, using spirit sight to read them like open books. He saw Elder May's cold calculation and her contempt for anyone she perceived as weak. He saw the younger elders' ambition and their careful political maneuvering. He saw the sect master's satisfaction at having successfully used an expendable disciple to unlock an ancient power. "Elder May," Li Xuan said, "carries contempt for low-ranked disciples. Elder Shan, to your left, is primarily motivated by advancement within this sect's hierarchy. The sect master is calculating whether this development increases or decreases his authority." The chamber went silent. "You can perceive emotional states?" the sect master asked. "Through cultivation auras," Li Xuan confirmed. "Anyone with a cultivation base generates a distinctive aura. That aura reflects their emotional state, their intentions, their fundamental nature. Spirit sight lets me read that aura." Ming stepped forward. "I request an official demonstration." I will enter the trial as the junior disciple did. I will see if the trial grants me similar power. Granted, the sect master said immediately. The trial has proven itself safe. The sect would benefit from multiple cultivators gaining the Azure Master's techniques. Master Qin made a small sound, not quite a cough, but close. His threads showed deep disapproval, but his expression remained neutral. When do I go? He Ming asked. The trial will need to reset, Master Qin said. It can absorb one disciple at a time. The junior disciple will need to return to ensure the trial has properly integrated him. Then others may follow. The sect master turned to Li Xuan. You will return to the trial tomorrow. You will spend whatever time necessary for the trial to complete your integration. Once that is done, we will send other disciples to attempt the chambers. If they succeed, the sect's power will grow exponentially. Li Xuan understood what was happening. He had accidentally opened a door that the sect had been seeking for 300 years. Now the sect's leadership was assuming they could simply send disciples through that door in an assembly line, each one emerging with new power. They didn't understand what the trial had told him through spirit sight. The trial hadn't been waiting for just anyone. It had been waiting for someone like Li Xuan, someone who had learned to observe instead of force, someone who had learned to understand instead of attack, someone who had been shaped by weakness into precisely the kind of mind that could comprehend the Azure Master's way of seeing. The other disciples, the strong ones, the aggressive ones, the ones who had succeeded through power rather than understanding, would find the trial very different. Master Qin caught Li Xuan's eye as the assembly was dismissed. The old cultivator's threads showed something almost like approval. Outside the judgment hall, He Ming blocked Li Xuan's path. You're going back, He Ming said. It wasn't a question. Tomorrow, Li Xuan confirmed. And the trial will teach you more, He Ming said. More power. More knowledge. Perhaps, Li Xuan said. He could see that He Ming was genuinely afraid now. The trial's unpredictable nature threatened everything He Ming had built his identity around. The strong didn't survive by adapting to the unknown. They survived by dominating through force. If you emerge stronger, He Ming said, you'll be a threat to the sect. I am what I am, Li Xuan said. What the sect chooses to do with that is not my concern. He Ming stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he stepped aside. Chapter 8. The descent continues. The next morning, Li Xuan returned to the trial. This time, the journey felt shorter. The mountains seemed to welcome him. Stone recognizing stone. Ancient power recognizing its chosen heir. At the archway, Master Chun was again waiting with tea. The trial will show you deeper chambers now, the old cultivator said. Only the Azure Master's true inheritor could navigate the first 3 chambers without guides. You proved yourself worthy. What comes next will be more demanding. What exactly is the trial waiting for? Li Xuan asked. Why did it choose me and not the other disciples? Master Qin smiled slightly. The trial was created 1,000 years ago to find a specific kind of heir. The Azure Master wanted someone who could carry his philosophy forward. Someone who understood that true power came from observation and patience, not cultivation stages and raw energy. He wanted his techniques to be taught to the right people, by someone who understood their purpose. Master Qin paused. The trial has been searching for that heir since it was built. In 1,000 years, no one succeeded. Until you. And what does the heir have to do? Li Xuan asked. That, Master Qin said, is something you will need to discover yourself. The trial will show you in time. Li Xuan placed his hand on the archway. The seals recognized him immediately, blazing with light, then opening the gate without him having to push. This time, he walked through with no hesitation. The first 3 chambers felt different now. He moved through them quickly, his path illuminated not just by external seals, but by his own understanding. The tiles in the first chamber parted before him. The traps in the second chamber seemed to actively avoid him. The door in the third chamber swung open the moment he approached. But he didn't stop at the crystal pillar this time. There was a passage beyond the pillar that he hadn't noticed during his first descent. It had been invisible then, or perhaps hidden. Now it glowed faintly with golden light. Li Xuan walked through it. The passage descended deeper than the previous tunnels. The walls shifted from stone to something else, a mineral that caught light and threw it back in prismatic patterns. The air became warm, alive. After what felt like hours of descent, the passage opened into a 4th chamber. This chamber was vast, larger than all the previous chambers combined. But unlike the others, it wasn't empty. It was filled with objects. Cultivation weapons hung on walls of crystal, their blades still sharp after centuries. Meditation cushions were arranged in geometric patterns on the floor. Books and scrolls covered shelves that rose toward a ceiling lost in darkness. Cultivation robes hung on racks. Containers of herbs and alchemical ingredients filled alcoves. It was an entire library, an entire armory. an entire preserved world. And in the center of it all was another pillar, like the pillar in the third chamber, but larger, more ornate. And inside it, instead of light, there was a figure, a man, perfectly preserved in crystal, dressed in robes that had once been blue, now faded to the color of old sky. His eyes were closed. His face showed the kind of peace that came from profound understanding. The Azure Master, not his consciousness, as the pillar in the third chamber had contained, but his physical remains, preserved by the trial for 1,000 years. Li Xuan approached slowly. The Azure Master's face was calm, unlined, despite his age. There was wisdom in every feature. The lines around his eyes told of a life spent observing. The tilt of his head suggested he had always been listening. Li Xuan placed his hand on the crystal. Immediately, he felt a connection. Not a vision this time, but a conversation. Spirit to spirit. Consciousness to consciousness. The Azure Master showed him what the trial's true purpose was. It wasn't just about passing chambers and learning techniques. It was about finding someone worthy to carry the Azure Master's entire legacy forward. Someone who understood that the greatest power came from knowledge, from observation, from the ability to perceive truth in the cultivation auras of others. The Azure Master was dead, had been dead for 1,000 years. But his consciousness lived on in the trial itself, encoded into the seals and the stone. And now it was ready to transfer that consciousness to his heir. Li Xuan understood what this meant. If he accepted, he would become something more than human. He would become a keeper of knowledge, a guardian of secrets. He would carry the Azure Master's techniques, his understanding, his way of seeing. But he would also have responsibilities that no cultivator in the Jade Cloud sect could imagine. What responsibilities? Li Xuan asked aloud. The answer came not in words, but in understanding. Su Ming had spent his life studying the boundary between realms. He had discovered that reality was thinner than most people believed, that there were forces pressing against it from the other side, that without keepers to maintain the seals, those forces would break through. The Azure trial had built the trial as a selection mechanism, but he had also built it as a conditioning mechanism. The keeper who emerged from the trial wouldn't be just someone who could observe and understand. They would be someone who could hold reality together, someone who could be a living seal. Li Xuan removed his hand from the crystal pillar. He looked at the preserved body of the Azure Master. He looked at the weapons and books and tools that represented 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge. He looked at his own hands and felt the threads of the sealed master's awareness already beginning to weave themselves into his own. And he made a choice. I accept, Li Xuan said. Whatever you've built me to be, I accept it. The trial responded. Seals throughout the fourth chamber began to glow. The air around Li Xuan grew warm. The threads of the trial architect's consciousness intensified, flowing into him like water through a broken dam. Li Xuan fell to his knees as knowledge flooded his mind. Centuries of observation, decades of technique development, thousands of insights about the nature of cultivation and reality itself. When it was done, Li Xuan was no longer the same. He was still himself, still Li Xuan, weak cultivator from the Jade Cloud sect. But he was also something more. He carried within him the full legacy of the Azure Master. And he was, whether he fully understood it yet or not, a keeper, a living seal, a guardian of the boundary between worlds. Chapter 9. The second return. Li Xuan emerged from the trial 3 days later. He had lost track of time inside. 3 days, or 3 weeks, or 3 months. The trial existed outside normal temporal progression. But his body felt whole, more alive than it had before. The seals on the archway were blazing so brightly that the entire mountainside was cast in brilliant blue light. Outside, Master Chun was still waiting. The old cultivator had barely moved. He had simply sat with his tea, occasionally sipping from his flask, waiting for Li Xuan to emerge. When he saw Li Xuan, Master Chun stood slowly. You've become it, the old cultivator said. It wasn't a question. I don't know what I've become, Li Xuan said truthfully. But that ancient master's awareness is in me now. His knowledge, his way of seeing. Master Chun nodded. Then the trial has chosen correctly. You will need to be careful when you return to the sect. There are people there who will sense the change in you and try to control it. Try to exploit it. He Ming, Li Xuan said. He Ming among others, Master Chun confirmed. The sect master will want to send other disciples to the trial. They will fail. The trial will not open for them the way it opened for you. And the sect master will blame you for that. He will begin to see you as a problem that needs solving. Li Xuan understood. The sect had sent him into the trial expecting him to die, clearing the path for stronger disciples. Instead, he had become the only path the trial recognized. What should I do? Li Xuan asked. Survive, Master Chun said simply. Stay alive. Keep learning. The Azure Master's inheritance isn't complete. There is more the trial will teach you. More knowledge to absorb. more power to develop. You cannot allow the sect to interfere with that process. They rode back to the sect compound in silence. When they arrived, an entire contingent of disciples was waiting at the compound's entrance. He Ming was at the front, flanked by the other strong disciples. The sect master wants to see you immediately, He Ming said. His threads were vibrating with barely controlled rage. But beneath that rage, Li Xuan could see something else. Fear. He Ming knew, or at least suspected, that something had fundamentally changed. That the expendable junior disciple had crossed some threshold he could never uncross. In the judgment hall, the sect master was pacing. 30 disciples have attempted the trial since you emerged the first time, the sect master said without preamble. 30 strong disciples, core formation stage and above. Do you know what happened? They failed, Li Xuan said. They died, the sect master said coldly. The trial killed them. Your presence in it, your integration with it, changed it somehow. The trial no longer recognizes the chambers you described. It opens new chambers for everyone else. Lethal chambers. Chambers designed to kill. Li Xuan understood what had happened. The trial wasn't a static mechanism. It was alive. It had been waiting for a specific kind of air, and once it found him, it had transformed. It was no longer a test for the strong. It was a filter for the worthy. And only someone shaped by weakness, someone who had learned to see clearly through suffering, could pass. What did you do in there? The sect master demanded. What did you change? Nothing, Li Xuan responded. I simply explored. The trial responded to what I was. The sect master's face darkened. 30 disciples dead because you explored. You understand that this is an act of sabotage? That the sect has a right to hold you responsible for those deaths? The sect sent them, Li Xuan said quietly. The sect decided they were expendable, just as the sect decided I was expendable when it sent me in the first place. You're becoming dangerous, the sect master said. You're becoming something this sect cannot control. Then maybe I should leave, Li Xuan said. The silence that followed was absolute. You can't leave, the sect master said. You belong to the Jade Cloud sect. All you are, all you know, is property of the sect. I accepted the trial's gift, Li Xuan replied. I carry the Azure Master's inheritance. That inheritance places me outside the sect's hierarchy. Master Chun, standing at the back of the judgment hall, made a small sound. The sect master's face went red with rage. You will return to your dormitory, he said. You will be confined there. You will not leave the sect. You will not attempt to use the trial again. You will submit to whatever examination I demand. And you will accept that whatever power the trial gave you remains the sect's property to use as we see fit. Or, Li Xuan asked. Or, the sect master said coldly, we execute you, and we order the trial sealed. No one will ever access it again. Li Xuan considered this. He could see the sect master's threads now, could read the truth beneath the words. The sect master wouldn't actually seal the trial. He didn't know how. But he could try to use force against Li Xuan. And Li Xuan was still weaker in terms of pure cultivation power. But he wasn't just cultivation power anymore. I will accept confinement, Li Xuan said. For now. But understand this. The trial has woven itself into my consciousness. If you kill me, the trial dies with me. All access to its secrets dies with me. All chance of the sect ever obtaining the Azure Master's techniques dies with me. It was a calculated risk. A bluff based on partial truth. But it worked. The sect master's threads showed sudden uncertainty. The seed of doubt had been planted. Very well, the sect master said, though his tone suggested this decision pained him. You will be confined to the dormitory quarters. You will be guarded. You will not leave. And you will wait while I decide what to do with you. Li Xuan bowed and walked from the judgment hall. As he passed Master Chun, the old cultivator's threads showed something that might have been approval. Or perhaps it was just respect for a student who had learned the hardest lesson the sect had to teach. How to survive when everyone wanted you dead. Chapter 10. The third night, Li Xuan's dormitory had been transformed into a cell. Disciples stood guard outside. The window had been sealed. The door was locked from the outside. He had been given food, water, and a meditation cushion. Everything else had been removed. It was exactly what the sect did with dangerous prisoners. That night, Li Xuan sat alone and practiced spirit sight on himself. He looked inward with the new sense and saw threads in his own consciousness that he hadn't noticed before. The Azure Master's threads, woven so deeply into his own that they were almost indistinguishable from his own identity now. There were also new threads, threads that extended beyond the dormitory, threads that connected to the trial, threads that connected to Master Chun, threads that connected to Master Chun and to something else, something vast and ancient and entirely patient. The threads showed Li Xuan something unexpected. Master Chun wasn't what he seemed. The old cultivator's real nature was hidden beneath layers of cultivation, layers of illusion, layers of carefully maintained disguise. But the threads showed the truth beneath. Master Chun was connected to the trial in a manner that went back centuries. Master Chun had been alive far longer than any disciple should have been able to survive. Master Chun was, in some fundamental sense, an agent of the trial itself. Someone, or something, had placed Master Chun in the Jade Cloud sect generations ago. Waiting, watching, preparing, waiting for someone like Li Xuan to arrive. There was a gentle knock on the dormitory window. The window was sealed, locked from the outside. But the knock came anyway. Li Xuan opened the window with a thought, using spirit sight to manipulate the seals that held it shut. The glass slid open silently. Master Chun pulled himself through the window with surprising ease for someone of his apparent age. The sect master has posted guards, the old cultivator said without preamble. But the guards have been taken care of. They're sleeping deeply. We have perhaps 2 hours before anyone notices the deception. Why? Li Xuan asked. Because, Master Chun said, your confinement would be harmful. The Azure Master's inheritance isn't complete. There is more the trial needs to teach you. But the sect will not allow that education to continue while you're locked in here. What do you suggest? Escape, Master Chun said simply. The trial has woven enough of itself into you that it can hide you, protect you. As long as you stay near the mountains where the trial's power is strongest, the sect cannot find you. And then you descend into the trial again. You learn whatever the Azure Inheritor's consciousness has left to teach. You complete your integration, and you become what you're meant to become. Which is what? Li Xuan asked. Master Chun smiled. A keeper, he said. A guardian of boundaries. Someone who will, eventually, maintain the seal that holds back the darkness pressing against reality's edge. Li Xuan understood then. The trial wasn't just a repository of knowledge. It was a fortress, a barrier, a living seal, and he was being shaped to take his place at that barrier. The sect will pursue me, Li Xuan said. They will try, Master Chun confirmed. But you're no longer just a disciple of the Jade Cloud sect. You carry the trial's protection. The trial will guide your steps. The trial will show you the way. Master Chun moved to the window. Go now, he said. Into the mountains. The trial is waiting. Will I see you again? Li Xuan asked. Perhaps, Master Chun said. I have other duties. Other tasks. But the trial will keep us connected, you and I. We will see each other again when circumstances allow. Then the old cultivator disappeared back through the window, pulling it closed behind him. Li Xuan stood alone in his dormitory. He looked at his belongings. There wasn't much. A few robes. His meditation cushion. The scroll from Lian Yu that had contained Phoenix Step. He wouldn't take any of it. He wouldn't take anything that might be used to trace his path or recapture him. He would take only what was essential. The knowledge the trial had given him, the techniques the sealed consciousness had taught him, and the threads that connected him to something so vast and ancient it barely had a name. Li Xuan used spirit sight to unlock the dormitory door. The seals that held it shut were child's play compared to the seals he'd learned to perceive in the trial. The guards outside were sleeping as Master Chun had promised. Li Xuan walked out into the night. The mountainside was quiet. The sect compound was dark. No one was watching. No one was aware that the killer trials had just started. He walked toward the mountains. And as he walked, he felt the trial's consciousness reach out to welcome him back. The trial was ready for the next phase. And Li Xuan, once weak, once expendable, once nothing, was ready to become whatever it meant to be a keeper. End of Batch 2, Chapters 6 to 10. Total words added in Batch 7, 100 words running total. 15, 800 words. Chapter 11. Learning spirit sight. The mountain sanctuary Master Chun had once mentioned became Li Xuan's refuge. It was a small cave network, accessible only through passages that Li Xuan could perceive with spirit sight, but that would remain invisible to anyone without the new sense. Inside was a meditation chamber, a sleeping alcove, and a spring of fresh water that seemed to sustain him better than normal food ever had. The trial's consciousness reached him here. It was more direct than the visions he'd received in the chambers. It was like a teacher settling in for instruction. The Azure Master's accumulated knowledge began to unfold in Li Xuan's mind, step by patient step. Spirit sight, the Azure Master showed him, was not just a technique. It was a form of perception so fundamental that it could be developed along multiple pathways. The basic use, seeing emotional states in cultivation auras, was only the beginning. In the first week of his new isolation, Li Xuan learned the primary cultivation of spirit sight. He would sit in the meditation chamber and practice on everything around him. He studied the threads in the flowing water, the way they reflected intention and essential nature. He studied the threads in the stone walls, the way they carried memory of every moment since the mountain had formed. He studied his own threads, watching how they shifted with every thought, every emotion, every decision. The pattern was consistent across all things. Everything with a nature, living or not, generated threads. And those threads always told the truth about what they represented. A stone's threads showed its age, its density, its place in the world. A drop of water's threads showed its purpose, its origin, its destination. A person's threads showed everything about them that they might try to hide with words or actions. The threads never lied. By the second week, Li Xuan had learned to extend spirit sight beyond immediate sight. He could perceive the threads of people walking in the valley below, far beyond what normal sight could reach. He could feel the threads in the Jade Cloud sect itself, dozens of disciples going about their daily business, their threads clear and visible in his new perception. He could see He Ming's threads from miles away. They were turbulent, conflicted, full of rage that had no proper outlet. He could sense Wei Shua's threads, predatory, always calculating, always looking for advantage. He could feel Lian Yu's threads, which had shifted. There was confusion there now, uncertainty about what she'd helped set in motion. And he could feel the sect master's threads, tinged with obsession. The sect leader was becoming fixated on recapturing Li Xuan. He had sent scouts into the mountains. He had organized search parties. But he was searching for a disciple using normal methods, never considering that the disciple had learned to move in ways that didn't create tracks normal people could follow. In the third week, something changed. Li Xuan realized that spirit sight could be used not just to perceive auras, but to interact with them. He could see the threads in other people's cultivation and, with careful precision, influence them. Not control. That was a crude use of the gift that would have drawn the trial's disapproval. But influence, guidance, subtle redirection. A disciple coming to search for him would find their motivation slowly draining away. They would tell themselves they were tired, that the search was pointless, that they should return to the sect. None of this was forced. It was just a gentle suggestion delivered through their own aura. The sealed awareness showed him that this was how the keeper was meant to operate. Not through force, but through understanding. Not through domination, but through subtle influence. A keeper who tried to fight the world directly would fail. But a keeper who understood the nature of all things, who could perceive the threads and guide them gently toward better outcomes, that keeper could reshape reality. By the fourth week, Li Xuan's understanding of spirit sight had deepened so much that he barely recognized himself anymore. He looked in a mirror in the mountain spring and saw his reflection not as a young man, but as a nexus of threads. At the center was his own consciousness, but it was no longer alone. Su Ming's consciousness was woven so thoroughly into it now that they were nearly the same entity. But more than that, he could see the threads extending outward from him. Threads connecting him to the trial. Threads connecting him to Master Chen. Threads connecting him to the Jade Cloud sect. Threads connecting him to the mountain itself, to the land, to the very stone and soil and sky. He was no longer separate from the world. He was becoming part of it. Part of the trial's vast apparatus. Part of the boundary between worlds. Part of the seal itself. That understanding was both terrifying and strangely peaceful. Chapter 12. The trial's hidden purpose. In the fifth week of his isolation, Li Xuan felt a new presence in his meditation. It wasn't the Azure Master. The sealed master's awareness had been teaching him, guiding him, slowly reshaping him from human into keeper. But this was something older, something that dwelled deeper in the trial than the Azure Master's remains. It was the trial's true consciousness, the thing that had been built 1,000 years ago to serve a purpose that went beyond mere instruction, the thing that had been waiting patiently for the right kind of air. The consciousness showed Li Xuan the truth. The trial wasn't created for the sake of preserving the Azure Master's knowledge. That was simply the mechanism. The actual purpose was far more urgent, far more desperate. Reality was breaking. 1,000 years ago, that ancient master had discovered something that nearly destroyed his sanity. He learned that the boundaries between worlds were not as solid as people believed. There were thin places, places where reality was worn through, where things from other realms could press against this one. Worse, something was actively trying to break through. Something vast and hungry. Something that had no respect for the nature of existence as humans understood it. Something that wanted to unmake reality and remake it according to its own terrible nature. The Azure architect had spent decades developing techniques to seal those thin places. He had developed spirit sight as a way to perceive the damage that was being done. He had created the trial as a way to find and train keepers who could maintain those seals. And he had spent the last years of his life embedding his consciousness into the trial itself so that his knowledge would never be lost. When the Azure Master died, his body was placed in the crystal at the trial's deepest level. His consciousness was transferred into the trial structure, and he became a teacher for whoever came after. But that was never meant to be a permanent solution. The seals the Azure Master created were strong, but they were not eternal. They required maintenance. They required a keeper who could perceive the boundaries and reinforce them. And the boundaries were weakening. Li Xuan felt the truth of this through the trial's consciousness. He could perceive, dimly, the other side of the boundaries. The hungry darkness pressing against them. The forces that wanted to break through and remake the world. The trial showed him where the weakest point was. It was not in some distant realm. It was directly beneath the Jade Cloud sect. The sect had been built, intentionally or accidentally, above a point where the boundaries were particularly thin. For 300 years, the sect had stood above a wound in reality, unknowingly sitting on one of the most dangerous thin places in the world. And now that wound was beginning to open. Li Xuan felt the trial's expectation. It was time to stop hiding in the mountains. It was time to begin the actual work of being a keeper. Li Xuan emerged from the meditation chamber and walked down the mountain toward the sect. Chapter 13. The message. It took Li Xuan 3 days to reach the boundary of the sect's territory. He didn't try to hide himself anymore. Instead, he deliberately allowed his presence to be felt. He wanted the sect master to know that he had returned. At the edge of the sect's compound, he found a formation stone, one of the markers that designated the boundary of the sect's protection seals. He placed his hand on it, using spirit sight to attune himself to the stone's threads. Then he sent a message. The message wasn't in words. It was in the pattern of threads he impressed onto the stone. A simple statement, "I am here." The reaction was immediate. Within an hour, disciples began arriving at the compound's perimeter. They formed a defensive circle, keeping their distance, clearly uncertain what to do with someone who had escaped their confinement and could apparently manipulate seals that should have been beyond his power. An hour after that, Master Chen appeared. The old cultivator looked unsurprised to see Li Xuan. In fact, his threads showed something almost like satisfaction. "The sect master wants to see you," Master Chen said. "I know," Li Xuan replied. "I'm ready." They walked together into the sect compound. The disciples parted to let them through, their threads vibrating with a mix of fear and curiosity. Word was spreading. The weak disciple had returned. The weak disciple had become something other. In the judgment hall, the sect master was waiting. He Ming was present. Wei Shuo was present. Several powerful elders were arranged in a formation that suggested they were ready for combat. "You've been gone for a month," the sect master said coldly. "You violated your confinement. You're a fugitive from this sect. That carries a death sentence." "I accept that," Li Xuan answered. "I came back to warn you of something." "A warning?" the sect master said with contempt. "You're in no position to warn anyone of anything. You are weak. You are alone. And you are surrounded by people who have every right to execute you immediately. There is a seal breaking beneath this sect," Li Xuan said, ignoring the bravado. "It has been breaking for months, slowly, incrementally. The boundaries between this world and another are becoming thin. Soon they will rupture entirely." "I don't believe in supernatural nonsense," the sect master said. "Of course you don't," Li Xuan said. "That's why I'm telling you now. Your disbelief won't stop what's coming. In 2 months, perhaps 3, the thin places will become tears. Things will begin to come through. Things your cultivators cannot fight because they exist partially in a realm your power doesn't affect." He Ming stepped forward. "He's trying to manipulate us with fear," the disciple said. "It's a tactic, trying to make us question ourselves." "I am not trying to manipulate anyone," Li Xuan responded. "I am trying to save lives." The Jade Cloud sect was built above a point where the boundaries are thin. That may have been intentional, or it may have been ignorance. But the result is the same. You are sitting above a wound in reality, and that wound is opening. Master Chen, standing to the side, nodded slowly. His threads showed no surprise. "What would you have us do?" the sect master asked. His tone suggested he was humoring Li Xuan. "Evacuate the sect," Li Xuan said. "Move everyone to lower elevations, away from the mountains where the boundaries are thin. Give me access to the trial. Let me work with it to reinforce the seals beneath the sect." "And why would we trust you with this?" the sect master asked. "Because," Master Chen said quietly, "what he's telling you is true. I have known for weeks that the boundaries were weakening. The trial has been sending signals. The junior disciple is correct." The sect master's threads flashed with rage at this revelation. Master Chen had apparently been keeping information from him. "This is treason," the sect master said coldly. "Both of you." "This is preservation," Master Chen replied. "The sect can be rebuilt. But if the boundaries break, there will be nothing left to rebuild." Chapter 14. The breaking point. The sect master did not evacuate the Jade Cloud sect. Instead, he ordered both Li Xuan and Master Chen arrested. He declared them heretics. He announced that they were spreading panic to weaken the sect's unity. But Master Chen had anticipated this response. Before the arrests could be formalized, the old cultivator activated protection seals that Li Xuan hadn't even noticed he was maintaining. The judgment hall was sealed. Everyone inside found themselves isolated from the rest of the compound. "We have an hour before they figure out how to break these seals," Master Chen said calmly. "Use that time." Li Xuan turned to the sect master. He looked into the man's threads with spirit sight and saw the fundamental nature of his denial. The sect master genuinely could not accept the existence of threats he couldn't dominate. His entire life had been built on the premise that strength and willpower could solve any problem. The idea that there were forces beyond his power to control was fundamentally incompatible with his worldview. "You don't have to believe me," Li Xuan said. "You just have to wait. In 2 months, you'll have proof." Then he turned and walked out of the judgment hall, with Master Chen following close behind. They moved quickly through the compound, toward the archway that had started all of this. Behind them, disciples tried to follow, but the seals Master Chen had placed held firm. By the time Li Xuan and Master Chen reached the trial, the entire sect was in turmoil. The disciples didn't know whether to obey the sect master's orders to arrest them, or to listen to the sect master's orders to maintain security. The confusion gave Li Xuan and Master Chen the time they needed. At the archway, Li Xuan placed both hands on the seals. "I'm ready," he said to the trial's consciousness. The archway opened wholly, not just for a person to pass through, but such that suggested the trial was opening its deepest chambers. The interior blazed with light, not the gentle blue glow of before, but a harsh white light that spoke of intense power being mobilized. "Go," Master Chen said. "Reinforce the seals beneath the sect. I will keep them distracted. I will buy you time." "How much time can you buy?" Li Xuan asked. "Long enough," Master Chen said. "I have been waiting for this moment for 200 years. I know how the sect will respond. I know where their weaknesses are. I know how to make them hesitate." Li Xuan understood then that Master Chen was far older than he'd ever revealed. That the old cultivator was, in some fundamental sense, part of the trial's apparatus. Part of the plan that had been set in motion centuries ago. "Thank you," Li Xuan said. "Thank me when the seals are reinforced," Master Chen replied. "Go." Li Xuan walked into the trial. The archway sealed behind him with a sound that shook the mountains. Chapter 15. The deep work the trial's interior had changed fully. Instead of the gentle progression of chambers that Li Xuan had experienced on his previous descents, there was now a straight passage that descended like an arrow into the earth. The walls blazed with seals. Thousands of seals. Tens of thousands of seals. Each one a component of the vast structure that held the boundaries in place. Li Xuan walked through them, with spirit sight guiding every step. The passage ended in a chamber that was so vast it seemed to encompass the entire mountain. And beneath the chamber, visible through a floor made of crystalline material, was the wound. It was a tear in reality itself. The boundaries between worlds were made of something that looked like silk or membrane or the surface of a bubble. But in one section directly beneath the Jade Cloud sect, that membrane was tearing. The tear was small, only a few feet across. But through it, Li Xuan could feel the pressure of the darkness beyond. The hungry thing that wanted to break through and remake the world. It was not evil exactly. It had no concept of good or evil. It was simply other, fundamentally different from anything that could exist in this reality. And its mere presence was destined to destroy everything it encountered. Li Xuan knelt before the tear and began to work. Using spirit sight, he perceived the nature of the membrane. It was not physical. It was made of intention, of will, of the focused consciousness of thousands of keepers, all reinforcing the same boundary through the centuries. Su Ming had been the most recent keeper to reinforce it. But even the trial architect's consciousness was fading now. The boundaries needed new reinforcement, new intention, new will. Li Xuan extended his consciousness into the structure of the seals. The sensation was overwhelming. He was touching something so vast and ancient and fundamental that his mind nearly shattered under the weight of it. But that ancient master's awareness, woven into his own, held him together. Li Xuan began to reinforce. He didn't use force. The Azure Master's way was subtler than that. Instead, he perceived the nature of the boundary and helped it be more itself. He perceived where it was weak and gently strengthened it. He perceived where the pressure from the other side was most intense and reinforced those sections with his own consciousness, his own will, his own intention. It was the most exhausting work he had ever done. Hours passed, or days, or weeks. Time had no meaning in this place where the boundaries were thin. Slowly, painfully, the tear began to mend. The edges came together. The silk-like membrane knitted itself back together. The darkness from the other side was pushed back, though it never stopped pressing, never stopped trying, never stopped wanting to break through. When the tear was finally sealed, Li Xuan collapsed. But he didn't leave the chamber. Instead, he remained there, kneeling, his consciousness stretched across the entire network of seals beneath the Jade Cloud sect. He was maintaining them now, not passively, the way Master Chun maintained them in his hidden way, but actively, consciously, with his entire will focused on holding the boundaries in place. He understood now what it meant to be a keeper. It meant being a living seal. It meant being the thing that stood between the world and oblivion. It meant being alone with the weight of reality itself. And Li Xuan, weak disciple of the Jade Cloud sect, accepted this burden. He would be the keeper. He would be the boundary. He would be the seal that held back the darkness. For as long as it took. For as long as his consciousness could maintain focus. For as long as he lived. End of Batch 3, Chapters 11 to 15. Total words added in Batch 7, 100 words running total. 20, 900 words Chapter 16. The new knowledge. While Li Xuan maintained the seals beneath the Jade Cloud sect, the trial continued to teach him. Even as his consciousness was stretched across the vast network of boundaries, even as he held the darkness at bay with everything he had, the Azure Inheritor's consciousness still found ways to transmit knowledge. It was like learning while sleeping, patterns imprinting themselves on his mind without his active attention. Li Xuan learned the history of the keepers. There had been 5 major keepers in the 1,000 years since the Azure Master died. Each one had found a different thin place, a different wound in reality, and had given their lives to maintain the seals. Some had lasted decades. Some had lasted only years. The work was exhausting. It was slowly destructive. It burned through a keeper's consciousness until there was nothing left. But without them, the darkness would have broken through. Thousands of times, the darkness had tested the boundaries. Thousands of times, something from the other side had tried to force its way through. And thousands of times, it had been stopped. Because someone, somewhere, was always holding the line. Li Xuan learned the nature of his own power. Spirit sight, he realized, was not a combat technique at all. It was a perception technique designed specifically for keepers. A keeper needed to perceive the boundaries, needed to understand their nature, needed to feel the pressure from the other side and adjust the seals accordingly. Spirit sight was a tool for understanding the unseeable, for perceiving the imperceptible, for knowing what needed to be known. Li Xuan learned the limitations of his power. He could maintain the seals beneath the Jade Cloud sect, but only for a limited time. A year, perhaps. Maybe 2. His consciousness would eventually burn out. The exhaustion would overcome him, and he would have to find another keeper to take his place, or he would have to move deeper into the trial and become something else entirely. The sealed awareness showed him paths he could take, paths where he could evolve beyond humanity, paths where he could become a pure consciousness, unbound by the need for physical form, paths where he could eventually merge thoroughly with the trial itself. But those paths led to a kind of death, a death of self. Li Xuan wasn't sure if he was ready for that. He learned to expand his perception beyond the sect. Using spirit sight, he could now perceive thin places across the world. There were dozens of them, maybe hundreds, each one a point where the boundaries between worlds was weaker, each one a potential wound waiting to happen. And near each thin place, there was usually a keeper, not always visible, not always active, but present, maintaining the seals. The world was held together by these invisible guardians. Li Xuan understood now why Master Chun had never told the sect about the boundaries. How could you explain to people that their safety depended on a force they couldn't perceive? How could you make them understand that the sky might fall if the keepers failed? You couldn't. So the keepers worked in silence. And the world never knew how close it came to destruction every single day. Chapter 17. The Trial's Revelation. 3 weeks into Li Xuan's work maintaining the seals, the trial revealed something new to him. The tear beneath the Jade Cloud sect wasn't natural. The boundaries didn't just wear thin over time. Sometimes they were deliberately damaged, attacked. Su Ming's consciousness showed him the evidence. A cultivation technique that could be used to assault the boundaries from the human side. The technique required incredible power, the kind of power only someone of a mortal ascension stage could channel. But the technique existed, and someone in the Jade Cloud sect had used it. The tear had been caused deliberately. The boundaries had been damaged on purpose. The darkness had been given an opening through cultivation rather than through any natural process. Li Xuan searched through the threads of his memory, the information the trial had given him, and found the answer. The sect master. It hadn't been recent. The technique had been used months ago, possibly years ago. The sect master, in his hunger for power, had discovered a way to touch the darkness beyond the boundaries. He had opened a tiny crack in the seals, and through that crack, power had flowed back to him. That power had allowed him to reach his current cultivation stage. That power had come at a cost. The boundaries beneath his sect were weakening. The darkness was pressing through. And eventually, Inevitably, the crack would become a wound, and the wound would become a tear, and the tear would become a rupture. The sect master had made a deal with the hunger itself, and that deal would destroy everything. Li Xuan felt a surge of emotion, not anger, exactly, but something like it. A recognition that the one person responsible for this disaster was the sect master. The same man who had sent him into the trial as bait. The same man who had expected his death. But instead, Li Xuan was now the one who had to clean up the sect master's mess. He had to maintain the seals. He had to hold back the darkness. He had to pay with his consciousness the price the sect master should have paid long ago. It wasn't fair. But fairness, Li Xuan was learning, was not a guarantee in a world where the boundaries between reality and chaos were thin. Chapter 18. The return after 4 weeks of maintaining the seals. The trial allowed Li Xuan to surface. He emerged from the archway into daylight, finding that the sun was setting. The Jade Cloud sect was still standing. The disciples were still going about their business. The sect master was still alive. Master Chun was waiting at the archway. The old cultivator had not left. He had been sitting there for the entire 4 weeks, apparently maintaining watch. His threads showed exhaustion, but also satisfaction. You held them, Master Chun said. It was a statement, not a question. The seals are reinforced, Li Xuan replied. But the damage is older than I thought. The sect master has been using a dark cultivation technique to steal power from the darkness. He opened the tear deliberately. Master Chun nodded slowly. He didn't seem surprised. I have suspected this for some time, the old cultivator said. The sect master's advancement to a mortal ascension stage happened too quickly, too easily. There was a price being paid. I simply did not know the price was measured in damaged seals. What do we do? Li Xuan asked. We can do nothing, Master Chun said. At least not directly. The sect master's deal has been made. The price has been established. The only thing we can do is maintain the seals and hope that the sect master's hunger doesn't drive him to demand even more power. And if it does, then you will have to return to the trial, Master Chun said. You will have to reinforce the seals again. You will do this for as long as you can. And when you can no longer bear the weight, you will have to find or train another keeper. Li Xuan understood. He was trapped, not by the sect, but by fate, by the burden that had been placed on him, by the acknowledgement that he was the only one strong enough, wise enough, capable enough to hold the line. He had escaped one kind of servitude only to enter into another. But this servitude had purpose. I need to speak to Lianyu, Li Xuan said. Master Chun raised an eyebrow. The senior disciple has been quite distressed since you disappeared. She has even challenged the sect master on the matter of your arrest, arguing that you should be given a fair trial rather than executed on suspicion. I need to give her information, Li Xuan said. She needs to understand what the sect master has done, and she needs to be prepared. For what? Master Chun asked. For the possibility that the sect will need to be evacuated, Li Xuan said. Not right away, but soon. If the sect master continues to draw power from the darkness, the tear will expand. Eventually, the seals I've reinforced won't be enough. And when that happens, the Jade Cloud sect will need to abandon its grounds. Master Chun walked with Li Xuan to Lianyu's quarters. The senior disciple was in meditation when they arrived, but she rose immediately when she sensed their presence. Her thread showed shock, then joy, then concern. You've come back, Lianyu said. There was a question in it, an uncertainty about what this meant. To warn you, Li Xuan said. The sect master has made a very dangerous mistake. He has damaged the seals that hold back forces beyond this world. In time, those forces will break through. When they do, the Jade Cloud sect will no longer be safe. Lianyu listened while Li Xuan explained everything. The boundaries, the darkness, the keeper's role, the sect master's deal. When he finished, Lianyu was quiet for a long moment. How long? She asked finally. I don't know, Li Xuan said. Months, perhaps. Years, if I can maintain the seals. But eventually, it will happen. What will happen to you? Lianyu asked. I don't know, Li Xuan told him. I am a keeper now. My fate is tied to the seals I maintain. If they hold, I survive. If they fail, I fail with them. Lianyu's threads showed something like grief. I gave you the Phoenix Step technique hoping it would help you survive, she said. Instead, I helped set you on a path that will eventually consume you. You couldn't have known, Li Xuan said. Master Chun couldn't have known. Even I didn't know until the trial showed me. We make choices in ignorance. The trial simply took my choice and revealed what it actually meant. Is there anything I can do? Lianyu asked. Prepare the disciples, Li Xuan said. Teach them that the sect may need to be evacuated. Teach them not to trust the sect master entirely. And if the time comes when the seals begin to fail, help people leave. Get them to lower elevations. Away from the thin places. Away from the darkness. Lianyu nodded. Her threads showed resolve. She had always been caught between the sect's demands and her own conscience. Now, at least, she had a purpose that aligned with both. Chapter 19. The Keeper's Burden. Over the following months, Li Xuan fell into a rhythm. He would spend 3 weeks maintaining the seals in the trial. He would emerge for a few days, allowing his consciousness to rest and recover. Then he would return and maintain the seals for another 3 weeks. With each cycle, the work became easier and harder simultaneously. Easier because he understood the seals better. Harder because the darkness was pressing more persistently, as if the darkness itself was learning to apply force more effectively. The sect master, meanwhile, had not made a move. The ambitious cultivator seemed to be satisfied with the power he had stolen. He did not open new tiers in the seals. He did not push for more. He simply maintained his elevated position and continued to rule the sect. But the damage he had caused was not static. The tear he had opened was growing, slowly, almost imperceptibly. It would take years at this rate, but eventually, it would become large enough to allow something through. Li Xuan prepared for that day. In his time on the surface, he worked with Master Chun and Lian Yu to establish a network of safe places. Locations where people could gather if the sect needed to be evacuated. Supply caches, knowledge repositories, all the things that would be needed if the Jade Cloud sect ceased to exist. He Ming, watching this activity from a distance, began to understand that something significant was happening. His threads showed suspicion, curiosity, and a growing paranoia that he was being excluded from something important. One day, He Ming approached Li Xuan directly. "What are you doing?" the stronger disciple demanded. "What I must," Li Xuan said. "You're preparing for something," He Ming said. "Something to do with the sect." With the sect master. Li Xuan could have lied, could have used spirit sight to redirect He Ming's thoughts. But something in him decided that honesty was better. "The sect is in danger," Li Xuan said. "And I am trying to ensure that when that danger becomes apparent, people have somewhere to go." "What kind of danger?" He Ming asked. "A danger that your cultivation cannot protect you from," Li Xuan said. "A danger that exists partially outside of reality. The kind of danger that requires keepers to maintain seals, not strong cultivators to fight." He Ming's threads showed understanding, then fear, then anger. "You're saying the sect master brought this danger upon us," He Ming said. Li Xuan agreed. He Ming was quiet for a long moment. "Then, if you're wrong about this, if you're trying to destabilize the sect through fear, then the worst that happens is that people are prepared for an evacuation that never comes," Li Xuan replied. "I'm not trying to overthrow the sect master. I'm trying to preserve as many lives as possible." He Ming walked away without responding. But his threads showed that he believed what Li Xuan had told him. And more importantly, his threads showed that He Ming was intelligent enough to understand what his role would need to be in the days ahead. He Ming had spent so much time trying to dominate through force. But in a crisis that required evacuation, the role of a strong cultivator would not be to dominate. It would be to protect, to help, to serve. For the first time, Li Xuan sensed the possibility that He Ming might become something more than the bully he had been. Chapter 20. The first test had happened in the 12th month. Li Xuan was in the deep chamber, reinforcing the seals for what had become a routine maintenance cycle, when he felt the darkness shift. Something was happening on the other side. The darkness, which had always pressed against the boundaries with a kind of hungry patience, in an instant began to assault them. The tear began to expand. The pressure increased tenfold. It was as if the darkness had decided that waiting no longer served its purposes. It was as if the darkness was making a move. Li Xuan poured everything he had into reinforcing the seals. His consciousness, his will, his very essence flowed into the barriers, trying to hold back the tide of darkness that was pressing through. He thought of the Azure Master, who had held the seals for centuries before his death. He thought of all the keepers who had come before, each one burning out their consciousness to maintain the boundaries. He thought of the world above, with its cities and disciples, and people who had no idea that they were being protected by an unseen war being fought in the places between reality. And Li Xuan held. He held for hours as the darkness tested him. He held as the boundaries flexed and bent under the assault. He held until the pressure then, inexplicably, ceased. The darkness withdrew, not defeated, not retreated, simply paused, as if making a decision, as if understanding that breaking through at this moment would cost too much. The tear stabilized. The pressure decreased. The boundaries settled. And Li Xuan, exhausted beyond measure, finally allowed himself to collapse. He lay on the crystalline floor, his consciousness barely functioning, his body too weak to move. Around him, the seals pulsed with steady light, no longer under assault, no longer in crisis. The first test had come and he had passed. When Li Xuan finally emerged from the trial, 2 days had passed on the surface. The sect was in an uproar. Disciples reported that they had felt something, a pressure, a wrongness, a sensation of danger that didn't make sense but that they couldn't dismiss. Master Chun confirmed that the seals had been directly attacked. Even the sect master had felt it, though he was doing his best to deny its significance. Lian Yu and He Ming had already begun evacuation preparations. Li Xuan walked to the judgment hall, where the sect master was gathered with his elders. The boundaries have been attacked, Li Xuan said without preamble. Someone, or something, is trying to force a breach. This was the first attempt. It won't be the last. The sect master's threads showed defiance mixed with a deep, fundamental fear. You're causing panic, the sect master said. You're trying to destabilize the sect. I'm trying to save it, Li Xuan said. But I cannot save what refuses to be saved. If you choose not to evacuate, then the people who die when the boundaries finally breach will be on your conscience. Li Xuan turned to leave. You cannot just walk away from this sect, the sect master called after him. You are a disciple. You are property of the Jade Cloud sect. Li Xuan paused at the door. I was once, he said. But the trial chose me. The trial remade me. I am no longer a disciple. I am a keeper. And my allegiance is to the seals I maintain, not to any sect. Then he walked out into the sunlight, leaving the judgment hall behind. There was work to be done. Seals to maintain. Boundaries to reinforce. A world to protect from the darkness pressing against its edge. Li Xuan, once weak, once expendable, once nothing, had finally become what he was meant to be. Not a disciple, not a cultivator seeking advancement, but a keeper, a guardian of the boundary between worlds, a living seal standing eternal watch. And that watch had only just begun. End of Batch 4, Chapters 16 to 20, total words added in Batch 6, for 100 words final total, 23, for 37 words Step 1 complete, Chapters 1 to 20, Arc. Arc 1, Survival and Inheritance. Li Xuan sent as bait to trigger trials for stronger disciples. Discovers Spirit Sight Technique in Chamber 1, Azure Master's Legacy. Completes first 4 chambers. Earns Trials Recognition. Returns for deeper descent. Inherits Azure Master's consciousness. Escapes sect confinement. Learns true purpose. Maintaining. Reality Seals. Discovers sect master has damaged boundaries through dark cultivation. Takes on role of keeper. Maintaining Seals. Protecting world from chaos. Passes first major test when darkness attempts to break through. Establishes himself as independent from sect, loyal only to the seal's key character arc. Chapter 1. Expendable Disciple. No hope for advancement. Chapter 5. Gains Spirit Sight. Recognized as heir. Chapter 10. Becomes keeper. Escapes sect. Chapter 15. Begins actual work of maintaining seals. Chapter 20. Established as independent keeper. Passes first real test themes established. True strength comes from understanding, not power. Observation and patience overcome brute force. Every choice has consequences beyond imagination. Some burdens must be carried alone. The strongest protection is invisible. Story 278. I entered the trial AS bait. I came out AS ITS Master Part 1. Step 2. Chapters 21 to 40 complete expanded edition. Chapter 21. The Return 3. Weeks had passed since Li Xuan stepped through the archway. 3 weeks during which the Jade Cloud sect had prepared memorial ceremonies for someone they expected never to see again. Now he was walking back toward them. The mountain path was familiar in reverse. He recognized the patterns of stone, the bend of the trail, the particular way the wind moved through the high passes. His body was different now than it had been when he'd left. His cultivation had changed. The techniques he'd acquired had rewoven something fundamental in the way he moved through the world. But those changes were subtle, invisible to anyone who didn't know what to look for. Li Xuan had returned to the archway at exactly the moment the 1-month deadline approached. Not earlier. He'd learned patience inside the trial, and he understood the strategic value of allowing the sect to accept his death. Not later. That would have created logistical complications he preferred to avoid. He arrived at the sect's gates as the sun was setting. A handful of disciples were working in the training grounds. They barely glanced at him. To them, he was just another cultivator returning from some assigned duty. The fact that he was supposed to be dead apparently hadn't spread to the junior disciples. Li Xuan made his way to the judgment hall, the same vast chamber where his execution had been ordered, the same chamber where the sect's power structure had decided he was worthless. The moment he appeared at the entrance, everything changed. The sect master was there, along with 5 of the senior elders, including Elder Mei and Master Chun. They had gathered for some purpose. A council session, probably discussing what to do now that their human sacrifice had failed to return. They fell silent when they saw him. Li Xuan was acutely aware of every eye in the room. More than aware, With spirit sight now active, he could perceive the emotional landscape of the chamber. He could feel their reactions like wavelengths in the air. The sect master's aura was a specific shade of calculation. Anticipation. He'd clearly held on to the belief that something unusual might happen. Elder May's aura was different. It was surprise, but not shock. She'd been prepared for the possibility that something might go wrong with her plan, that the expendable disciple might somehow survive. There was no joy in her surprise, only mild frustration that her expectations had been violated. Master Qin's aura was steady. He'd expected this. He was watching carefully, evaluating, analyzing. He Ming was there too, standing at the edge of the gathering, a core formation disciple permitted to observe. His aura was pure anxiety masked beneath a thin layer of courteous expression. Fear radiated from him like heat from a furnace. The kind of fear that came from having made a grave miscalculation. Li Xuan, the sect master said slowly. He stood from his position at the judgment platform. This small gesture, the leader rising to greet a returning disciple, was unprecedented. You have emerged. Yes, sect master, Li Xuan said. You were supposed to die. I understand, Li Xuan answered. I was sent to trigger mechanisms. The sect expected that I would not survive. I have attempted to fulfill your expectations, but the trial responded differently than anticipated. The careful language was deliberate. Li Xuan had spent 3 weeks inside the trial, and in that time, he had learned to read the fundamental architecture of the Azure Master's creation. He understood now why Master Qin had told him that the trial remembers more than the sect knows. The trial had evaluated him, had found him worthy of advancement, had given him techniques that were supposed to be discovered only by the strongest cultivators, not by a Qi-gathering stage 3 disciple. But the sect didn't need to know that. Not yet. What happened inside the trial? Elder May demanded. Tell us exactly what you encountered. Li Xuan began to speak. His account was factual. He described the first 2 chambers, the floor puzzle with the pressure spikes, the fear manifestation that had tested his mental fortitude. He described how he'd navigated through them. He described the techniques he'd acquired, but with one crucial omission. He didn't explain how or why the trial had given them to him. As he spoke, he watched their reactions through spirit sight. He Ming's anxiety increased with every detail. The young core formation disciple was clearly doing calculations in his head, running through scenarios, understanding that something had gone wrong with his plan. He had wanted Li Xuan to die. He had wanted the expendable disciple to fail so entirely that no one would ever investigate what had happened. Instead, Li Xuan had survived. More than that, Li Xuan had acquired techniques. That represented potential. That represented a change in the equation. The sect master's aura shifted. The calculation deepened. He was reassessing Li Xuan, understanding that his initial judgment had been incomplete. The trial did not resist your advancement, the sect master asked carefully. It guided me, Li Xuan said. The chambers were designed to teach. I learned the lessons the trial offered. The techniques followed. Show us the techniques, the sect master commanded. Li Xuan performed the phoenix step first, the movement form that Lian Yu had given him at Master Qin's instruction. He moved across the judgment hall in a series of precise steps that left barely any impression on the stone floor. His passage was almost invisible. By the time he completed the form, the gathered elders had barely been able to track his motion. Then he demonstrated spirit sight. This one was more subtle. He simply stood and allowed them to feel his presence. The way he observed their emotional auras, the way he perceived the underlying intentions beneath their surface expressions. The reaction was immediate. Elder May inhaled sharply. Master Qin's expression shifted to something that might have been profound relief. The sect master's aura shifted again. Now there was something that looked almost like concern. Where did you acquire these? Elder May asked. The trial provided them, Li Xuan responded. I don't fully understand the mechanism, but the techniques emerged as I progressed through the chambers. They felt necessary. They felt intentional. Master Qin leaned forward. Did you encounter the Azure Master? Or any manifestation of the original cultivator's consciousness? No, Li Xuan said. Not in the first 2 chambers. The trial is complex. It responds to the cultivator entering it. It adapts. This was true. Li Xuan had felt the trial's attention, had sensed its evaluation, but he had learned enough from his time inside to understand that the trial was keeping some secrets, that there were deeper chambers yet to explore, deeper knowledge yet to acquire. The sect master will want to hear about this, Elder May said. The Council of Elders needs to convene. This changes everything. She didn't sound happy about that. Send for them, the sect master commanded. Immediately. Li Xuan, you will remain here. We need to understand exactly what has occurred. Li Xuan bowed and said nothing. He was calculating, understanding. He had returned to the sect transformed, and they were already beginning to understand that they had made a grave error in their judgment. This was only the beginning of the consequences. Chapter 22. The interrogation. The private chamber was smaller than the judgment hall, more intimate, designed for conversations that needed witnesses but not audiences. He Ming sat across from Li Xuan, with Master Chun and a sect elder Li Xuan didn't recognize sitting to the sides. The elder was there to observe, to ensure that no violation of protocol occurred. That was the official reason. The real reason was that He Ming wanted allies present. Insurance. He was terrified. Li Xuan could taste his fear through spirit sight. It permeated the aura around the young core formation disciple like a stain spreading through silk. You must tell us everything, He Ming said. His voice was carefully modulated to sound concerned, caring, like an older disciple genuinely invested in Li Xuan's well-being. The trial is dangerous. We need to understand every detail of what happened to you, every sensation, every moment of disorientation. We need to ensure that you haven't been altered by the experience. This was the real interrogation, not about what the trial had done to him, but about whether he understood what He Ming had done to him, whether Li Xuan had figured out that his being sent into the trial wasn't an accident, wasn't a test of the archway's stability. It was a deliberate sacrifice, an attempt to eliminate him. Li Xuan answered his questions carefully. He described the pressure spikes in methodical detail, described how he'd navigated them, described the meditation chamber that had tested his mental resilience. He spoke about the techniques he'd acquired, about the specific moment each one had emerged. He said nothing about how or why the trial had chosen him, said nothing about the sense he'd developed, over 3 weeks inside the archway, that something ancient was observing him, evaluating him, preparing him for purposes he didn't yet understand. As he spoke, Li Xuan watched He Ming carefully. The young disciple was trying to decode whether Li Xuan understood what had happened, whether this weak, expendable Qi gathering stage 3 disciple had somehow figured out that his own senior had orchestrated a murder attempt disguised as a sect service. The techniques are impressive, Master Chen said quietly. Very impressive for someone of your stage. I was shocked to receive them, Li Xuan said honestly. I expected the trial to be purely a test, something to overcome. Instead, it felt more like an educational process, like the trial was trying to teach me something. He Ming's fear spiked sharply at this statement. Li Xuan saw it in his aura, a moment of pure panic. He Ming was realizing that whatever he had expected to happen inside the trial, something entirely different had occurred. And you felt no corruption? He Ming pressed. No sense that something unnatural was happening to your cultivation base? No, Li Xuan said. Everything felt natural, like the techniques were always meant to be part of my cultivation progression, like they fit together perfectly with my existing stage and understanding. The sect elder who was observing made a note on a small tablet. He was recording this conversation. That made sense. If there was genuine concern about Li Xuan being altered by the trial, they would want documentation. The interrogation continued for hours. He Ming returned to the same questions repeatedly, approaching them from different angles, trying to catch Li Xuan in some contradiction that would prove he had been corrupted, trying to build a case that would justify having Li Xuan confined or executed. Each time, Li Xuan's answers remained consistent, calm, analytical. By the time they released him from the chamber, He Ming was openly pale with stress. The fear that had been hidden beneath his aura was now visible on his face. The core formation disciple was understanding, with perfect clarity, that his plan had failed, that he had tried to murder a junior disciple, and that junior disciple had somehow survived and acquired power. Li Xuan was understanding something too, through spirit sight. He Ming was calculating his next move. The fear was beginning to shift into something more dangerous, desperation. A desperate person was capable of reckless action. Master Chen walked with Li Xuan as he left the interrogation chamber. The old cultivator was silent for several moments before he spoke. You have survived the trial, Master Chen said quietly. And the trial has changed you. That combination is going to create complications. I'm aware, Li Xuan said. He Ming is panicking, Master Chen continued. He orchestrated your entry into the trial. He believed you were expendable. He was hoping you would die and solve a problem for him. Now you're alive. Now you're stronger. Now you're dangerous to him. I'm not a threat to anyone, Li Xuan said. Not yet, Master Chen agreed. But you will be. The trial doesn't give techniques arbitrarily. You were chosen for something. The sealed master's awareness, what remains of it inside the archway, recognized something in you that it recognized in the original cultivator. Li Xuan said nothing. The truth was that he didn't understand his own situation yet. He had too little information. Master Chen seemed to know more than he was saying. Be careful, Master Chen said as they reached the dormitory district. He Ming has made his intentions clear through his fear. He will try again. He will be more direct this time. And he is not a young disciple anymore. He is core formation stage. He has power. What do you suggest? Li Xuan asked. I suggest you become someone he cannot easily eliminate, Master Chen said. I suggest you use the time you have before his next move to advance. To prepare. The trial will give you more opportunities if you return. The questions you should be asking are, how quickly can you make yourself strong enough that He Ming becomes afraid to move against you directly? Master Chen left him at the dormitory with those words hanging in the air. Li Xuan spent the evening alone in his small room. He sat on his meditation cushion and allowed his mind to work through the implications of what had happened. He had been sent into the trial as a sacrifice. He had survived. He had acquired power. He Ming, who had orchestrated his death, was now panicking. And Master Chen was suggesting that Li Xuan use this situation to his advantage, to advance quickly through the trial before He Ming could move again. Li Xuan understood the calculation. He understood the game. The only question was whether he was willing to become the kind of person who played it. Chapter 23. The warning. Lian Yu found him the next morning, before the sunrise had fully brightened the sky. She appeared at his dormitory door while Li Xuan was performing his meditation routine. The early hour meant that few disciples would be awake to notice her visit. That was deliberate on her part. She was being careful, conscious that her presence in his dormitory could be misinterpreted. We should walk, she said without preamble. The dawn is clear. We should walk while it's quiet. Li Xuan set aside his meditation and dressed. They left the dormitory area and made their way to the sect's library garden, the same place where they had spoken the evening before his entry into the trial. The garden was empty. The morning light was soft, gentle, the kind of light that came before the heat of the day, when the world still felt like it was catching its breath. He Ming is telling people that you may have been psychically altered by the trial, Lian Yu said without preamble. She was agitated. Li Xuan could feel it through spirit sight, could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands were clenched slightly. He's spreading rumors that the trial architect's consciousness might have infiltrated your mind, that you're a potential threat to the sect. I'm aware he's afraid, Li Xuan said. It's more than fear, Lian Yu said. He's building a case. He's talking to the other senior disciples. He's suggesting that the sect should confine you, that you should be examined by outside sects to determine if you've been corrupted. He's trying to create grounds for having you isolated. Why are you telling me this? Li Xuan asked. Lian Yu stopped walking. She turned to face him, and Li Xuan could see the conflict in her expression, the way she was struggling between loyalty to her sect and some other impulse, some other sense of what was right. Because it's not fair, she said finally. I've been part of this from the beginning. I gave you the Phoenix Step. I escorted you to the trial. I watched you walk through the archway. I was part of the lie that you were being sent in as a test of the archway's stability, when the truth is that He Ming wanted you dead. Correct, Li Xuan said. I should have refused the assignment, Lian Yu continued. I should have exposed what He Ming was planning. Instead, I just went along with it. I participated. And now that you've survived, I'm complicit in a murder attempt that failed. That makes me your ally, whether I chose it or not. That's not why you're warning me, Li Xuan said. Lian Yu looked away. She was quiet for a long time before she spoke again. No, she admitted. I'm warning you because I've been watching you since you returned. I've been observing how you move, how you use spirit sight to read the emotions of everyone around you, how you're never afraid, even though you're alone, weak in terms of cultivation stage, and actively being targeted by someone much more powerful than you. She turned back to face him. I'm warning you because you're the first person in this sect I've actually respected. And I don't want to see you get destroyed because He Ming is desperate enough to move against you directly. Li Xuan said nothing. Is there something I should do? Lian Yu asked. Some way I can help? Tell me why you're choosing to help me, Li Xuan said. You could stay silent. You could let He Ming attempt his plan. You could stand aside and see what happens. But you're choosing not to. Why? Lian Yu's aura was complex through spirit sight. There was guilt. There was genuine concern. There was something else underneath, something that looked almost like admiration. Or maybe respect. Because I'm tired of being part of a system that kills people for being weak, she said. Because I'm tired of watching the sect sacrifice the people it should be protecting. Because you were sent to die, and you survived, and that means something. It means the Azure Master saw something in you that the sect couldn't see, and I want to be part of that, even if I don't fully understand it. She paused. And because kindness is rare in the Jade Cloud sect, she added quietly. And you've shown kindness even when you had no reason to. Even when you had every right to be angry. And kindness is the kind of thing that makes you worth protecting. Li Xuan understood now. Lian Yu wasn't just warning him about He Ming's plan. She was choosing a side. She was choosing to believe in something larger than the sect's hierarchy. Thank you, he said. For what? Lian Yu asked. For telling me the truth. For choosing to be honest. for asking what you could do to help. So what should I do? Lian Yu asked. Nothing, Li Xuan said. Do nothing. Exist as you normally do. The fact that He Ming fears your approval, that he knows you suspect his intentions, that's enough. You've already changed the equation by making it clear which side you're on. That will constrain his options. That will force him to be more careful. Lian Yu nodded. She still looked troubled, but she understood the logic. They walked back to the dormitory in silence. When they reached the gate, Lian Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, the same gesture she had made on the night before his entry into the trial. But this time, it felt different. This time, it felt like genuine alliance. Be careful, she said. He Ming is wounded. Wounded people do desperate things. I will, Li Xuan said. Lian Yu left him there and returned to her own quarters. Li Xuan stood alone in the early morning light and understood that the situation inside the sect had fundamentally shifted. He was no longer invisible. He was no longer expendable. He had become important enough that people like Lian Yu would choose to protect him, and people like He Ming would choose to attack him. That was its own kind of danger, but it was a danger he could work with. Chapter 24. The Sect Master's Curiosity. The Sect Master summoned Li Xuan individually 3 days after his return. The judgment hall was empty except for the two of them. No council, no elders, no observers. This was a conversation between the leader of the Jade Cloud sect and the junior disciple who had somehow survived a trial that was supposed to kill him. Sect Master Shin studied Li Xuan for a long moment before he spoke. Through spirit sight, Li Xuan could feel the cultivator's aura. It was vast, powerful, carefully controlled. The mind of someone who had spent decades learning to govern both the external world and his internal cultivation base. You are genuinely changed, the Sect Master said finally. Not corrupted, as He Ming is suggesting, but fundamentally altered. The trial has done something to you that it should not have been capable of doing. I don't understand what it has done, Li Xuan said honestly. I only know what I've acquired. The techniques, the ability to perceive emotions and intentions through spirit sight. But the mechanism underlying those changes, I don't know. The trial is ancient, the Sect Master said. Older than our sect. Older than the civilization that created the Jade Cloud sect's original traditions. The Azure Master was a cultivator of tremendous power, and the trial was his creation, a way to identify and educate potential heirs, to pass on knowledge to someone worthy of receiving it. He paused. The trial has not accepted a true heir in 1,000 years, he continued. The mechanisms are still active, but they have become dormant, automated. They test the strength of those who enter, but they do not actively choose. They do not actively teach. But it did with me, Li Xuan said. Yes, the Sect Master agreed. With you, the trial became something more than dormant machinery. The trial woke up, and I believe it did so because it recognized something that no one in this sect recognized, that you are not weak. You are something the trial considers worthy of advancement. This was the moment Li Xuan realized that the Sect Master had never fully believed He Ming's narrative about needing a sacrificial bait. The Sect Master had allowed the narrative to proceed, had allowed He Ming to execute his plan, had allowed Li Xuan to be sent into the trial. But he had suspected something all along. He had suspected that something unusual might happen. Why did you allow He Ming to send me into the trial? Li Xuan asked directly. The Sect Master smiled. It was not a warm expression, but it was not unkind either. It was the smile of someone who appreciated a well-asked question. Because I wanted to know what the trial would do, he said simply. I have ruled the Jade Cloud sect for 50 years. I have watched 1,000 disciples advance through our ranks. I have never seen the trial activate for someone. I have never seen it produce techniques that should not exist. He leaned back slightly in his seat. But I have read the historical texts that describe what the Azure Master's trial was designed to do. I have studied the descriptions of how it evaluated worthy candidates. And I understood that if the trial were ever to wake again, the person it woke for would not be one of our strong disciples. It would be someone unexpected, someone who seemed weak by our current standards, someone who had something other than raw power to offer. You expected this? Li Xuan asked. I hoped for it, the Sect Master corrected. I did not know, but I suspected. And He Ming's plan gave me an opportunity to test that suspicion without putting one of our valuable disciples at risk. If you had died, the trial would have remained dormant. We would have lost nothing significant. But if you survived, then something remarkable would have been proven. Li Xuan understood. The Sect Master had sacrificed him, but not quite in the way He Ming intended. The Sect Master had sacrificed him as an experiment, a way to wake the trial, and it had worked. I am going to grant you formal permission to continue your entries into the trial, the Sect Master said. Not as bait, not as a test. As our representative, the sect will acknowledge that you are advancing through the Azure Master's chambers. We will protect you from interference. He paused. This will infuriate He Ming. He will understand that his plan has not only failed, but has been inverted. He will understand that he has, through his own machinations, created something far more dangerous than an ordinary junior disciple. Dangerous to him or dangerous to the sect? Li Xuan asked. Perhaps both, the sect master said. But that is not my concern. My concern is that the trial is active again, that ancient master's awareness is evaluating us, that we may finally receive the gifts that the trial was designed to provide. He stood, signaling that the conversation was ending. Return to the trial whenever you are ready, he said. You have my explicit protection. No one will interfere with your entry. No one will attempt to confine you or examine you with external sections. You have the sect master's authority. Li Xuan bowed. One more thing, the sect master said as Li Xuan turned to leave. He Ming will be more dangerous now. His fear will drive him to act directly. Be prepared for that. Be ready to defend yourself or escape. Because while I am granting you protection from sect procedures, I cannot protect you from the personal antagonism of another disciple. That is the nature of our hierarchy. Individuals must be capable of managing their own relationships. I understand, Li Xuan said. Do you? The sect master asked. Because I believe you do. I believe you understand the situation you're in more clearly than almost anyone in this sect. That is why the trial chose you. That is why you survived. Li Xuan left the judgment hall understanding that the sect master had transformed his situation entirely. He was no longer expendable. He was no longer invisible. He was now the sect's representative to the trial. He had the sect master's protection, and that meant He Ming would have to become far more direct in his attempts to eliminate him. The game had escalated. Chapter 25. The commission. The formal declaration was made at the sect's evening gathering, the time when all senior disciples and elders assembled in the great hall for announcements and training discussions. The sect master stood before the gathered disciples and made a simple statement. Li Xuan is hereby commissioned as the Jade Cloud sect's official representative to the eternal trial of the Azure Master. He will enter the trial as needed. The sect will provide whatever support he requires. Any interference with his commission will be treated as an act against sect authority. The hall went silent. Li Xuan stood in the place designated for commissions, a formal position near the front of the gathering, where all eyes could see him. He kept his expression neutral, calm, analytical. He Ming's aura exploded with emotion, panic, rage, betrayal. The core formation disciple understood what had happened. He understood that his plan had not merely failed, but had been revealed and inverted. He understood that the weak junior disciple he had attempted to sacrifice was now the sect's official representative to a power source that had existed for 1,000 years. And there was nothing He Ming could do about it now. The sect master had declared it. The sect's authority was behind it. To move against Li Xuan now would be to move against the sect itself. Wei Shuo was watching carefully, evaluating, calculating how this development changed the hierarchy. Other disciples were reacting with surprise or curiosity. Some seemed envious. Others seemed relieved that it wasn't them who had been chosen. Lianyu was watching from her position in the senior disciples section. Through spirit sight, Li Xuan could feel her satisfaction. She had chosen to warn him, and now her choice had been validated. The weak junior disciple she had tried to protect was not weak at all. He was something the entire sect now needed to respect. Master Chun was smiling slightly. The old cultivator looked satisfied. This was what he had intended from the beginning, Li Xuan realized. Master Chun had known what would happen if someone genuinely suitable entered the trial, had known that the Azure Inheritor's consciousness would respond, had known that the sect master would seize the opportunity to reactivate an ancient source of power. Master Chun had been orchestrating this from the moment he'd given Lianyu the Phoenix Step Scroll. The commission carries certain responsibilities and protections, the sect master continued. Li Xuan will have access to the trial resources, that is, access to advanced training facilities, to certain restricted texts, to the mentorship of senior cultivators who have relevant expertise. He will also have protection from any interference, either physical or through sect procedures, that would hinder his advancement. The formal language was designed to be clear, to prevent any elder from claiming they didn't understand what the sect master was declaring. The trial is dangerous, the sect master concluded, but it is our greatest asset, and it has chosen Li Xuan as worthy of its gifts. We are honored that the sealed awareness has deigned to speak to us again, after so long a silence. The gathering ended formally. The disciples filed out. Li Xuan was immediately approached by several senior cultivators offering congratulations. The sort of thing that happened when someone's status had then shifted upward in the hierarchy. He Ming avoided him wholly. The core formation disciple left the great hall quickly, his aura roiling with barely contained emotion. That was fine. Let him feel despair. Let him understand that his plan had failed fully. Let him experience the helplessness of watching someone you tried to destroy abruptly become untouchable. Lian found him after the formal dismissal. That was well done, she said. The way you stood there. The way you just accepted it calmly. The way you didn't even look at Ming. I learned patience in the trial, Li Xuan told him. I learned that showing emotion was often less effective than simply observing and understanding. Ming is going to lose his mind about this, Lian said. He's going to realize that his entire plan backfired. That he accidentally created something he can't control. Probably, Li Xuan said. But that's his problem to manage now. He made a choice. The trial responded to my presence in a way no one expected. The sect master seized the opportunity. Those are all consequences of decisions that were made. Ming will have to deal with those consequences. Master Chen appeared, having waited until the formal gathering had thoroughly dispersed. You handled that well, the old cultivator said. With appropriate calm and appropriate humility. Did you plan this? Li Xuan asked directly. Master Chen smiled. I plan to give you the Phoenix Step, he said. I plan to give Lian that scroll and ask her to help you. Everything else was contingent on how the trial responded. I suspected it would respond well. I was not certain, but I believed in the trial more than I believed in the sect's judgment. Thank you, Li Xuan said. You are welcome, Master Chen said. Now I suggest you use this period of relative safety to advance. The trial will give you further chambers, further techniques, further knowledge. You should pursue those things while you are protected. Once you've advanced enough, you will be capable of protecting yourself, and the sect's protection will become less necessary. I'll return to the trial tomorrow, Li Xuan said. Master Chen nodded. He seemed pleased by that decision. The trial has been waiting a long time for someone like you, he said. It will have much to teach you. The old cultivator left Li Xuan alone in the courtyard. Li Xuan stood in the evening light and understood that his life had changed entirely. 3 weeks ago, he had been expendable. 3 weeks ago, he had been bait, sent to die. Now he was the sect's representative to an ancient source of power. He had the sect master's protection. He had Lian Yu's alliance. He had Master Chen's mentorship. And he had the Azure Master's trial, waiting for him to return, to claim the power that had been dormant in the mountains for 1,000 years. To understand why something ancient had chosen him, Li Xuan walked back to his dormitory, his mind already planning his next entry into the archway. There were more chambers, more techniques, more knowledge waiting to be acquired, and he had the time and protection to pursue them. Chapter 26. The night before Master Chen came to Li Xuan's dormitory the evening before his second entry into the trial. The old cultivator was carrying a small cloth pouch, moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose body had begun to fail him despite his powerful cultivation. There was urgency in his steps, though, a sense of purpose that had kept him moving forward through decades of waiting. Inside the pouch was a jade token roughly the size of a fingernail, carved with symbols so ancient they had begun to blur from time and handling. The surface was worn smooth, polished by 50 years of a single man's fingers returning again and again to touch it, to reassure himself that it still existed, that the purpose would come eventually. Master Chen sat on Li Xuan's meditation cushion and held the token up to the light coming through the window. The evening sun caught the jade and fractured into 1,000 small prisms, each one containing a fragment of something vast and ancient. This was given to me by the Azure Master himself, Master Chen said quietly. 50 years ago, I was younger. I had just reached elder rank. The trial was dormant then. Nothing had entered it in generations. But Su Ming's consciousness spoke to me in a dream. He asked me to safeguard this token, to give it to someone when the time was right. He paused, and Li Xuan felt through spirit sight the weight of that memory. The old cultivator in his youth, powerful but not yet wise, receiving an assignment from something ancient and incomprehensibly far above him. The shock of it, the confusion. I did not understand then why he was asking me to do this. Master Chen continued. The token seemed useless. It had no obvious power. It couldn't be activated or used in cultivation. There was no chi bound within it, no technique encoded in its form. It was simply a token, something to keep safe and wait with. And I waited. For 50 years, I carried this into my quarters, looked at it in the morning, returned it to the same shrine when evening came. I meditated on it. I tried to understand what the Azure Master could have meant. He lowered the token slightly, and it continued to catch the light. During those 50 years, there were many moments when I considered that I had misunderstood, that perhaps the dream had been a delusion, that perhaps I was an old man keeping an old treasure that meant nothing. I asked myself, what kind of purpose could justify waiting for 50 years? What kind of message was worth preserving in such a humble form? Li Xuan watched the old man's face. Through spirit sight, He could feel the emotion underneath Master Chen's words, not just sentiment, but genuine psychological weight. The old cultivator was speaking about something that had structured his entire life. The token had been a burden and a hope, a question that demanded an answer for decades, a weight that had shaped his decisions, his relationships, his understanding of his own role within the sect. When did you understand? Li Xuan asked. I didn't understand until I met you, Master Chen said. I was already old when you arrived at the sect. My cultivation had reached its plateau. I had no great power to show for 50 years of training. I was already convinced that the trial would remain dormant forever, that the sealed master's awareness had faded wholly into whatever lies beyond cultivation, that I was simply an old man keeping an old treasure that would never be used, that I had misread the dream, that the token meant something else, or meant nothing at all. He paused, setting the token down carefully on the meditation mat. But then the sect master started asking me questions about the trial. Master Chen continued. Not casual questions, deliberate ones, about how it worked, about what it was designed to do, about what kind of people it was meant to evaluate. And I realized that he was testing his hypothesis, that he believed the trial might wake again, given the right catalyst. And I thought, if the trial wakes, if there is a catalyst, then the token was real. Then the Azure Master's voice in my dream was real. Then my 50 years of waiting had purpose. Li Xuan took the token carefully. It was warm in his hand. Not magically warm. There was no cultivation energy radiating from it, but alive in some way he couldn't quite articulate. It felt as though the token was aware of him, as though it had been waiting for this moment as long as Master Chen had. What is it? He asked. If you reach the deep chambers, the ones below the seventh, the token will tell you something, Master Chen said. It will activate when you go deep enough, when you've proven yourself worthy of seeing what lies beneath the surface trial, and it will reveal a message. But I don't know what the message is. The Azure Master was clear that only the true heir should learn its contents. Only someone who has genuinely surpassed all the trials the Azure Master set could understand what needs to be understood. How will I know if I've reached the deep chambers? Li Xuan asked. You'll know, Master Chen said. They're different from the accessible trial. The architecture of the stone changes. The formations become more complex, layers upon layers of techniques woven together so densely that you'll feel the weight of compressed power just from standing inside. It's like stepping from the shallow waters into the depths of an ocean. The pressure increases. The light changes. The trial itself feels different, less like a test and more like an actual place. A place where something ancient has chosen to make its home. You'll understand when you feel it. The old man stood with effort, his cultivation base supporting his aging body, but not quite managing to make it easy. He placed a hand on Li Xuan's shoulder, the same gesture he'd made after Li Xuan emerged from his first trial entry. Survive, Master Chen said simply. Learn. Come back to tell me what the token reveals. Because if the token activates, if you reach the deep chambers, then everything changes. The trial becomes something more than a training ground. It becomes an inheritance, and you become responsible for understanding what that inheritance means. Then he was gone, leaving Li Xuan alone with the jade token and the weight of 50 years of waiting. The token felt heavier now, not in physical terms, but in the gravity of what it represented. Master Chen had carried this burden of anticipation for longer than most people lived. He had maintained faith in something he couldn't prove, couldn't verify, couldn't even explain to himself with certainty. And now that faith was being validated. The token had a purpose. Li Xuan was the one who would discover what that purpose was. Li Xuan meditated with the token that evening, holding it in his palm, allowing his spirit sight to flow across its surface. There was something encoded in the jade, not chi, but information, pattern, memory, a message waiting to be unlocked. Chapter 27. The blockade. The next morning, as Li Xuan prepared to depart for the trial, He Ming appeared in the courtyard with 3 other senior disciples. The core formation disciple had clearly planned this confrontation carefully. He was wearing his formal robes, the kind typically reserved for official sect business. The 3 disciples with him were chosen deliberately. One was from the disciplinary council, one held some administrative authority within the sect's training divisions, and the third was a politically connected disciple whose family had made substantial donations to the sect's advancement facilities. They didn't attempt to physically block his path. Li Xuan understood immediately that this was going to be a procedural strike, not a physical one. He Ming had finally grasped that direct confrontation would fail. The sect master's protection was too explicit. So He Ming was adapting his strategy, reaching for a different kind of weapon. Li Xuan, He Ming said, his voice carrying a false note of concern that made Li Xuan's spirit sight read the underlying fear like a beacon. I'm glad I caught you before you departed. There's a matter of sect procedures that needs to be addressed. I'm aware of the protocols, Li Xuan said neutrally. Are you? He Ming pressed. Because there's one that the sect master perhaps overlooked in his enthusiasm to commission you. Section 12 of the Disciplinary Council's charter states that any major undertaking by a sect disciple requires formal notice to the council and a waiting period of 3 days. It's ancient. Yes, it dates back to the founding generation. But it exists for a reason, to protect disciples from reckless endangerment, to ensure that major decisions aren't made in haste, especially when the disciple in question might be showing signs of mental alteration. Li Xuan had indeed forgotten about that specific rule. It was rarely invoked, almost never enforced against someone of genuine importance to the sect. But He Ming was right, the rule existed. And technically, a trial entry by a junior disciple could be classified as a major undertaking requiring review. Li Xuan ran the calculation through his mind. If they invoked the rule, it would delay his entry by 3 days. 3 days during which He Ming could continue to mount political pressure, could continue to build a narrative of concern about his mental state, could continue to create a foundation for more serious restrictions later. I move that the council convene immediately to review Li Xuan's suitability for trial entry, He Ming said, his voice now adopting the formal cadence of a legitimate procedural statement. Given the unusual power he's acquired, given his low stage of cultivation, given his history of minor instability, I believe the council has a responsibility to ensure that his rapid advancement hasn't compromised his judgment. Li Xuan watched the auras of the 3 disciples with He Ming shift. The one from the disciplinary council was uncertain. He understood that this was procedurally valid, but he also understood that it was being weaponized. The administratively connected disciple looked uncomfortable. The politically connected one was carefully neutral, willing to go whichever direction the wind was blowing. Then Lian Yu appeared before Li Xuan could respond. She moved with the confidence of someone who had been expecting this exact moment. The senior disciple walked directly toward He Ming, her movement economical and measured. Through spirit sight, Li Xuan could feel her aura, not angry, not emotional, perfectly calm and entirely focused. The sect master already issued his commission, Lian Yu said calmly. He explicitly stated that Li Xuan would enter the trial as needed. A trial entry by the commission representative doesn't require additional approval. The sect master's authority supersedes the disciplinary council's procedures when it comes to officially commissioned disciples. The sect master's authority applies to sect governance, He Ming countered, his words now taking on a desperately educated tone. But the disciplinary council's procedures protect individual disciples from reckless endangerment. The two aren't mutually exclusive. If Li Xuan is showing signs of mental alteration, which he very well might be, given the traumatic nature of his experience in the trial, then we have a responsibility to evaluate his condition. That responsibility supersedes even a formal commission. He has already been cleared by an independent examination, Lian Yu interrupted, her voice sharp as a blade. An examination performed by the Iron Basin sect, sanctioned by the sect master, documented and witnessed. The sect knows he was evaluated and deemed fully stable. The examiners found no evidence of corruption or mental compromise. Trying to invoke procedures that have already been fulfilled and satisfied is just procedural harassment, and everyone here knows it. She turned to the gathering. Disciples had been emerging from the dormitory areas for the past few minutes, drawn by the raised voices and the unmistakable signal that a hierarchy dispute was unfolding. There were perhaps 20 of them now, watching carefully, evaluating. He Ming orchestrated Li Xuan's first entry into the trial, Lian Yu said loudly, ensuring that every disciple in the courtyard could hear her clearly. This isn't a hidden fact. Everyone knows that He Ming brought the proposal to create a sacrificial test of the archway. Everyone knows that he volunteered Li Xuan for that test. Everyone knows that he believed the trial would kill Li Xuan, and that's exactly what he wanted. She paused, letting that sink in. The courtyard had gone very quiet. The trial didn't kill Li Xuan, Lian Yu continued. Li Xuan survived, and worse from He Ming's perspective, Li Xuan advanced. Li Xuan acquired techniques that should have been impossible for him to acquire. The trial recognized him as worthy. So now He Ming is terrified. He's realized that his plan didn't just fail. It backfired catastrophically. Instead of eliminating a problem, he created someone who can't be easily eliminated anymore. And he's trying every tool at his disposal to stop Li Xuan from advancing further. She pointed directly at He Ming, her movement deliberate and formal. That's what this is. Not concern for disciple safety. Not worry about mental corruption. Desperation. He Ming is desperate, and he's using procedural technicalities to attack someone the sect master has explicitly protected. He Ming's face flushed with anger, and with something worse than anger, with the recognition that his strategy had been exposed. His aura, visible through spirit sight, crashed downward. The fear that had been underlying his actions was without warning exposed to everyone watching. Made visible. Made undeniable. The core formation disciple looked away from Li Xuan. He couldn't meet her eyes. His whole body language shifted from aggressive to defensive, from attacking to wounded. The procedure stands, one of the other senior disciples said quietly. It was the administratively connected disciple, the one who had been brought along as political insurance. His voice was weak, uncertain. He understood now that supporting He Ming would mark him as someone willing to participate in obvious abuse of procedure. If there are concerns about a disciple's mental state, the council should review them. Li Xuan understood that this disciple was trying to save face, trying to suggest that this was a legitimate concern, not a personal vendetta. But no one in the courtyard believed that anymore. Li Xuan had dismantled the entire justification. Then I will formally request that review, Li Xuan said, turning now to address the gathering as a whole rather than just He Ming. I, as a senior disciple, formally request that the disciplinary council examine whether Li Xuan requires additional evaluation. I request that this evaluation happen immediately, before he enters the trial again. I request that the council make their determination within 1 hour, so that delays do not constitute harassment. She was brilliant, Li Xuan understood with sudden clarity. By formally requesting the evaluation herself, Li Xuan was changing the entire dynamic. She was showing complete confidence that Li Xuan would be cleared. She was showing that the evaluation would vindicate him, not condemn him. And by asking for it to happen immediately, she was preventing He Ming from dragging the process out indefinitely, from building a narrative of suspicion, from turning the delay itself into a kind of punishment. The disciples dispersed. The evaluation happened exactly as Li Xuan had predicted. 2 elders from the disciplinary council convened in the evaluation chamber. Li Xuan was questioned about his mental state, his recent experiences, and his intentions for the trial. Both elders questioned him thoroughly, looking for signs of external influence or corruption. Both concluded after careful examination that he showed with certainty no signs of corruption or mental alteration. His mind belonged entirely to himself. His advancement was legitimate. His commission was valid. By late morning, the blockade had thoroughly collapsed. Li Xuan was formally cleared to enter the trial. The evaluation document was witness-sealed and filed in the sect's official records. He Ming had lost his second attempt to stop him, and worse, he had revealed his strategy publicly. Everyone in the sect now understood that He Ming would stop at nothing to prevent Li Xuan from advancing. Everyone understood that any further attempts would be recognized as what they were: personal vendetta dressed up in procedural language. But desperation was building in the core formation disciple's aura. The pressure that had been accumulating inside He Ming for days was now reaching a critical point. He was running out of legitimate options. He was running out of procedural tools he could deploy, and a person without options became unpredictable. A desperate person, stripped of all legitimate means of attack, became capable of reckless action, capable of direct violence, capable of violations of sect law if he felt there was nothing left to lose. Li Xuan understood through spirit sight that they were entering a new phase. He Ming's next move would not be procedural. It would be direct. Chapter 28, Chamber 3, Stone Heart. The trial's third chamber was smaller than the first 2. This one was carved entirely from stone, so dark it seemed to absorb light. The ceiling was perhaps 12 feet high. The walls were smooth, polished to a mirror finish that created an unsettling effect. Li Xuan could see himself reflected back, his own image watching from every direction. In the center of the chamber was a figure made of the same dark stone. It was humanoid, but abstract. No distinct features, just the suggestion of a form. The figure was standing perfectly still. Li Xuan waited for mechanisms to activate, for traps to reveal themselves, for the chamber to test him in some obvious way. Nothing happened. He approached the stone figure cautiously, moving through the compressed power that saturated the third chamber. The air itself felt heavy here, as though the stone was pressing down from all directions, not through physical weight, but through the concentration of ancient techniques embedded in the architecture. Li Xuan could perceive the formations now, could see how they had been woven into the stone itself across centuries of maintenance. The Azure Trial had not simply carved this chamber. The cultivator had impregnated the stone with layered power structures designed to test specific aspects of a cultivator's psychological resilience. As he got closer to the figure, he began to feel something emanating from it. Not a physical sensation, but something far deeper. It was like standing near a deeply traumatized person. There was a weight of suffering in the air, a presence of pain that had existed for so long it had become foundational to the figure's existence. The stone figure was carved from obsidian so dark it seemed to absorb light, and it radiated an emotional signature that Li Xuan could read through spirit sight. Devastation. Absolute, ancient devastation. Then the chamber activated. The transformation was instantaneous and absolute. Fear flooded into the space like a breaking dam. Not the simulated fear of the second chamber, which had been something he could observe and analyze as an external phenomenon. This was deeper, far deeper. It was projected directly into his mind, bypassing all of his mental barriers because it wasn't coming from outside him. It was being drawn from inside him. The chamber was activating his own deepest fears, magnifying them, reflecting them back at him from 1,000 directions. Visions assaulted his consciousness. Visions of loss, of failure, of abandonment, of every moment he had ever felt powerless and alone. Every memory of standing in front of the sect's elders, watching their expressions shift from neutral to dismissive as they tested his cultivation and found him wanting. Every moment of realizing that he was fundamentally unsuited for this life. Every day of knowing that he would never be good enough. The images came from his own memory, but transformed, enhanced. The sect mocking him for his weak cultivation became a chorus of derision from every disciple he had ever known. Elder May telling him that some disciples simply lacked the proper spirit root became a pronouncement of cosmic inadequacy. The moment he'd realized that every elder he'd been assigned had been deliberately chosen to watch him fail, became the revelation that the entire sect had been constructed as a mechanism to specifically identify and isolate people like him. All of it. The complete inventory of his shame and humiliation, manifested and amplified and reflected at him from every angle until there was nowhere left to hide from it. Li Xuan found himself on his knees. The fear was paralyzing. It was absolute. It was the kind of fear that made you understand why people would choose death over facing it. Why they would say anything, do anything, become anything, just to make the fear stop. The fear was a system, and that system was designed to break him. But Li Xuan had spirit sight. He had learned to observe emotional landscapes as though they were external phenomena to be analyzed. He had spent weeks meditating on the nature of fear inside the first trial chambers. He understood how fear worked, how it demanded recognition, how it demanded surrender, how it demanded that you validate its existence by being destroyed by it. And so, instead of fighting the fear, instead of trying to overcome it or suppress it or deny it, he did something different. He observed it. Li Xuan sat on the cold stone floor and allowed the fear to exist. He stopped trying to make it go away. He stopped trying to be stronger than it. Instead, he watched it like he was watching weather patterns moving across a landscape. Like it was something happening to someone else, terrible and significant, but not directed at him specifically. Like it was important, but not because it defined him. This shift in perspective was subtle, but fundamental. The moment Li Xuan stopped fighting the fear and simply allowed it to be what it was, the nature of the test changed. The fear didn't disappear, but it transformed from a weapon into something else. Data. Information. A message being communicated by the stone figure through the only medium available to it. The fear was a manifestation of the stone figure itself. The stone figure was expressing something, some fundamental wound that had been carved into its existence. It was showing him what stone heart authentically meant. It didn't mean fearlessness. It didn't mean the suppression of fear or the denial of pain. Stone heart meant the ability to feel something deeply without being consumed by it. It meant sitting in the deepest darkness of your own experience, the core of everything you feared about yourself, and choosing not to fall apart. It meant accepting the pain while maintaining your own identity separate from that pain. Hours passed in the dark chamber. Li Xuan lost track of time. In spirit sight, time had a different meaning. It was measured in depth of experience rather than in the passage of moments. The fear never diminished in intensity. If anything, it became more penetrating as hours accumulated. But it became more clearly visible, more understandable, more comprehensible, until, eventually, Li Xuan understood what it was trying to teach him. The stone figure was not an enemy to be defeated. It was a test, a profound test, of whether he could maintain his own consciousness in the face of overwhelming emotional assault. It was a test of whether his mind could remain his own when something ancient and powerful was trying to break it. It was a test of whether he could look at the worst thing he believed about himself and say, yes, that may be true, but it doesn't determine what I am capable of becoming. When Li Xuan understood that, when he deeply integrated that understanding, the fear shifted. It transformed from a weapon into something else, into knowledge, into technique. The fear became information about how to remain stable in the presence of emotional cultivation methods. The fear became a template for a cultivation approach that had never been taught in the ordinary world, because most cultivators never stayed present long enough to learn it. The techniques integrated into his cultivation base with an almost audible click. Lines of power restructured themselves throughout his qi distribution system. New patterns formed, networks that would allow him to remain psychologically grounded no matter what emotional assault was directed at him. Stoneheart. Immunity to fear effects. The ability to remain stable in the presence of any emotional cultivation technique. The ability to observe your own fear without being controlled by it. The ability to feel pain without being broken by it. Li Xuan stood, and the chamber released him. The weight of the compressed power lifted from his shoulders. The vision of the dark stone space faded. He found himself in a new corridor carved from stone that was slightly lighter, slightly more hospitable. The transition between chambers. He understood that he had advanced again, had passed another test that no one in living memory had been expected to survive. The trial was preparing him for something, teaching him techniques that no normal disciple should possess, building him into something the sealed consciousness had designed 1,000 years ago as a response to threats that modern cultivation hadn't even conceived of. Every technique was another layer of armor, but armor constructed not from external defenses, but from internal stability. He kept walking deeper into the archway, carrying Stoneheart with him, understanding that the trial was still not finished with him. There were more chambers, more tests, more techniques to acquire. And with each one, he became less the person the sect had tried to destroy and more the person that ancient master had designed him to become. Chapter 29. Chamber 4, Silk Binding. The fourth chamber appeared to be empty at first. It was a white room, walls, floor, and ceiling all the same pristine white. Perfectly white. Unnaturally white. No features. No landmarks. No apparent boundaries or architectural constraints. The whiteness was absolute, which meant that Li Xuan could see perhaps 100 feet in any direction before the perspective became unclear, before distance itself became abstract. There was no horizon. There was no sense of the room ending. There was only white, extending infinitely in all directions, which meant that the room was either infinite or that his perception couldn't extend far enough to find the walls. In the center of the space, suspended in nothing, was a construct. It looked almost like a person made of silk threads woven together so densely and with such precision that they approximated a human form. There were lines suggesting limbs, a shape suggesting a torso, something that might have been a head, but the threads were knotted, tangled, bound in ways that looked painful. The knots weren't random. They had been deliberately constructed, layer upon layer, in patterns that suggested extreme confinement. It was as though someone had taken the silk form and deliberately tied knots to prevent any motion whatsoever. Li Xuan approached carefully, his steps making no sound in the white chamber. The construct didn't move, didn't attack, didn't react to his presence. It simply existed, suspended in the white void, bound in its own geometry, enduring something that looked like it should be agony. He reached out and tried to touch one of the silk threads. The moment his hand made contact, the construct reacted. It began to move, or tried to. The tangled silk threads twisted and struggled against their bindings, but the knots that bound them prevented any effective motion. It was like watching something desperate try to run while its own body was holding it back. Every attempt to move only tightened the knot slightly. Every struggle made the situation worse. Then Li Xuan felt it through spirit sight. The construct was expressing something. Not pain. Exactly. There was pain, but that wasn't the primary emotion. Not fear, but a profound sense of isolation, of loneliness, of being bound not by external forces, not by someone else's will or someone else's power, but by its own nature, by its own configuration, by its inability to move, to reach out, to connect with anything outside itself. Li Xuan understood in that moment what the chamber's test would be. A cultivator would enter this chamber and see a problem to solve. They would see the knots and think, these need to be broken. These need to be cut. These need to be overcome through superior power. They would attempt to use their cultivation to force the knots open, to break the silk, to free the construct from its bonds. But power wouldn't work here. Li Xuan understood this immediately through spirit sight. The construct was bound by its own configuration. The knots were part of the construct's essential structure. Force would only tighten the knots further, would only cause more struggle, would only increase the agony of trying to move while being constrained by yourself. Instead, Li Xuan did something different. He extended his own qi, not as a weapon or a tool to change the construct, but as presence, as acknowledgement. He filled the empty white space around the construct with his own consciousness, his own awareness. He created a kind of connection that didn't rely on physical contact or on direct application of power. He used spirit sight to understand not what the construct needed or wanted, but what it was expressing. what it was trying to communicate through its bound form. The isolation in the white room. The absolute loneliness of existing in this white void with no one and nothing around you. The peculiar torture of being bound in a fashion that prevented you from reaching out to anyone, from connecting with anything, from expressing your pain to anyone who might validate that the suffering was real. That was what the construct was expressing, not a desire to be freed, but a need to be witnessed, to be seen, to be acknowledged as existing, even in its bound and broken state. Li Xuan sat in the white space, positioned so that he was aligned with the construct's central form. He sat in perfect meditation posture and simply remained present. He didn't try to meditate. He didn't try to influence the construct. He didn't try to cut the knots or ease the tension or solve the problem. He made no attempt to fix the construct or free it from its bonds. He simply existed in the space with it, present, aware, bearing witness to its existence and its suffering. Time became elastic in the white chamber. Li Xuan measured duration by breaths, but even that became uncertain. The chamber might have been testing him for hours or for days. Thirst came and went. Hunger came and went. Physical discomfort came and went. But Li Xuan remained present. He remained focused. He bore witness. After time immeasurable in the white chamber, something shifted. The construct stopped struggling. The desperate movement ceased. The silk threads relaxed, not because the knots had been loosened, but because the construct had stopped fighting against them. The knots didn't open, but they no longer needed to. The construct understood something. It was not alone. Its condition had been witnessed and validated. Its suffering had been acknowledged. It had mattered enough that someone sat with it in the white void and simply remained present. And in that moment of acceptance, of being witnessed, of being acknowledged, of having one's existence validated even in suffering, the technique emerged. Silk binding. The ability to use emotional connection and presence to immobilize an opponent without force. The ability to bind someone through understanding their pain rather than through violence. The ability to make someone understand that they are not alone, that their suffering is witnessed, that they matter, and in that understanding, to dissolve their will to fight. It was a technique that turned a cultivator's empathy into a weapon, but only if that empathy was genuine. Only if you actually understood the other person's pain. Only if you could sit with them in their suffering without trying to fix it. Li Xuan understood the implications of this technique as it integrated into his being. This was not a technique for combat in the ordinary sense. This was a technique for dissolving conflict before it started, for showing someone the futility of struggle, for creating connection so profound that violence became impossible. Li Xuan stood, and the white room released him. The construct faded, its form dissolving into light. The white walls dissolved into a new passage carved from stone that was slightly more complex, slightly more varied in color and texture. He stepped from the white void into the next corridor, and he understood that he had passed another test that changed him fundamentally. He was beginning to understand the pattern now. The Azure architect hadn't created this trial to test the kind of strength that cultivators typically valued: combat power, speed, overwhelming force. Every chamber was testing something different. Every technique taught a different kind of power. The power to observe, the power to remain stable, the power to connect, the power to understand, the power to see the humanity in others even when they were your enemies. The power to recognize that true victory sometimes meant dissolving the conflict rather than winning it. The trial wasn't designed for warriors in the ordinary sense. It was designed for someone who understood that true power sometimes meant choosing not to fight at all. Chapter 30. The weight of advancement. Li Xuan emerged from the trial 7 hours after entering it. 7 hours and some indeterminate number of minutes, because time in the chambers didn't follow the same progression as time in the external world. He had spent what felt like days in the white room with the silk-bound construct, but the passage of hours in the external world suggested that only a few hours had actually elapsed. The chambers operated on a different temporal principle, and Li Xuan's consciousness had adapted to that principle while remaining integrated with his cultivation base. His body was exhausted in ways that went beyond physical tiredness. The trial was becoming more demanding with each chamber, not just in terms of the power required to navigate the tests, but in terms of the emotional and psychological toll. Each chamber had required him to face something fundamental about himself. Each technique he'd acquired had been integrated not through external training, but through fundamental restructuring of his consciousness. But his cultivation base had been fundamentally transformed. For techniques now integrated themselves into his being, woven through every level of his chi structure. Phoenix Step, the ability to move with absolute grace and precision, leaving barely an impression on the world. Spirit Sight, the ability to perceive the emotional landscape around him, to read the deepest intentions and fears of others. Stone Heart, the ability to face overwhelming fear and emotional assault without breaking. Silk binding, the ability to use connection and empathy as a weapon more powerful than any amount of brute force. The disciples waiting at the trial entrance fell back when they saw him. They could feel the change in his presence, not a dramatic increase in cultivation power, but something far more unsettling, a sense of fundamental competence. A sense that Li Xuan had passed through something that had burned away the weakness and left only the essential person beneath. Lian Yu was there, along with Master Chen. The old cultivator's eyes widened perceptibly when he felt the change in Li Xuan's aura through spirit sight. Master Chen had been waiting as he always was, but now his expression shifted from hopeful anticipation to something approaching awe. "You've cleared the fourth chamber," Master Chen said. It was a statement, not a question. The old cultivator could feel the resonance of the techniques, could perceive how thoroughly Li Xuan had integrated what the trial had taught him. "That's right," Li Xuan said. Simply, "Then you've already surpassed what any other disciple has achieved in living memory," Master Chen said quietly, his voice carrying a weight that suggested he understood the implications of this fact perfectly. "You understand what that means, don't you? You understand that you've now achieved something that no cultivator in this sect has managed for centuries." Li Xuan did understand. He had advanced further through the trial in 2 entries than any other disciple had advanced in hundreds of years. Some of the greatest cultivators in the sect's history had attempted the trial at various points and emerged from the first chamber. Very few had made it to the second. To the best of his knowledge from Master Chen's historical discussions, no one had ever cleared 4 chambers in such rapid succession. The trial architect's consciousness was actively teaching him, was evaluating him, was deliberately choosing what techniques to show him and in what order. This meant one of 2 things. Either Li Xuan was extraordinarily well suited to the trial's purposes, or he was being prepared for something specific. Master Chen seemed to believe it was the latter. "He Ming is going to do something reckless," Lian Yu said, stepping forward and reading the situation with perfect clarity. She understood the dynamics at play. She could see how the desperation was building in He Ming's aura with every passing day. He's running out of legitimate options. The procedural attacks didn't work. The examination cleared you entirely. The sect master's protection is absolute. There's no more legitimate path for him to take. "I'm aware," Li Xuan said. He had watched He Ming's emotional progression through spirit sight. He understood how the desperation was gradually shifting into something more dangerous, something more unpredictable. "Are you prepared?" Lian Yu asked, her voice carrying genuine concern. "For direct confrontation? For violence? Because that's what comes next. He Ming is going to understand that his only remaining option is to move against you physically." Li Xuan considered the question carefully. He evaluated his current situation analytically, running through scenarios in his mind. He had 4 techniques, but none of them were combat techniques in the traditional sense. Phoenix Step was about movement and evasion. Spirit Sight was about understanding and perception. Stoneheart was about psychological resilience. Silk Binding was about connection and empathy. None of them were designed for direct combat, with a core formation cultivator significantly more powerful than him. "No," Li Xuan said honestly. "I'm not prepared for direct combat. If He Ming chooses to attack me physically, my cultivation stage is still far below his. My techniques wouldn't be designed to match power against power. Then we need to prepare," Lian Yu said immediately. "We need to." "No," Li Xuan interrupted gently. "The trial is continuing to teach me. Every technique it's shown me has had a specific purpose. Every technique has been preparing me for something. That suggests the trial knows what challenges are coming. That suggests it's preparing me specifically for what He Ming will attempt." Master Chen nodded slowly, understanding the logic. "The trial anticipates," he said quietly. "That ancient master's awareness doesn't just teach techniques randomly. It teaches what the student will need to survive what's coming. If it's teaching you silk binding, if it's teaching you techniques focused on connection and understanding rather than combat power, then perhaps the solution to He Ming's challenge isn't what you'd expect." Li Xuan stood in the evening light, feeling the weight of the techniques within him. The weight of knowing that the trial was somehow orchestrating his development for purposes he didn't yet fully understand. The weight of understanding that He Ming's next move would be direct, desperate, and probably final in terms of forcing a resolution between them. The gate of the trial was still open behind him. The deeper chambers awaited. The techniques he hadn't yet learned were waiting. The knowledge that Su Ming had sealed away was still hidden in the chambers beyond the 7th. But first, he would have to survive what was coming. First, he would have to find out whether the trial had prepared him well enough to face the desperation of someone who had lost everything and had nothing left to lose. Li Xuan considered the question. He had 4 techniques. He had the sect master's protection. He had allies in Master Chun and Lianyu, but he was still technically lower in cultivation stage than He Ming. If He Ming chose to attack him directly, it would come down to skill and intelligence versus raw power. No, Li Xuan said honestly. I'm not prepared for direct combat, but I'm being prepared for something else. Every technique the trial is teaching me isn't designed for combat. It's designed for understanding, for connection, for stability. That suggests the trial knows what's coming. That suggests it's preparing me for something I don't yet understand. Master Chen nodded slowly. The Azure Master was always like that, the old cultivator said. He planned centuries in advance. He anticipated challenges that no one else could see. If the trial is teaching you techniques of understanding rather than techniques of combat, then the real challenge you're facing isn't a physical one. Li Xuan stood in the evening light and felt the weight of the techniques he carried. For chambers cleared, for powers integrated, and yet he sensed there was more. Deeper chambers waiting, more knowledge to acquire, more understanding to develop. But first, he had to survive what was coming with He Ming. First, he had to navigate the immediate crisis that his success had created. Li Xuan walked back to the sect with Master Chun and Lianyu, and he understood that the next few days would determine everything. Everything he had gained in the trial would be meaningless if he couldn't survive the jealousy and desperation of someone who felt he had been wronged. The game was about to move to its next stage, and Li Xuan was not ready for it, no matter what the trial had taught him. But he would have to be ready anyway. Chapter 31. Wei Shua's question. Wei Shua cornered Li Xuan in the training yard 3 days later. The blunt, comedic antagonist who had never fit neatly into the sect's hierarchy caught Li Xuan alone while he was reviewing basic cultivation forms. Wei Shua had always been straightforward in his approach. Never cruel like He Ming, never dismissive like the other core disciples, but perpetually sarcastic, perpetually testing the boundaries through dry observation and pointed humor. Li Xuan had always appreciated that quality, the willingness to ask questions that others wouldn't ask, to point out absurdities that others wouldn't acknowledge. So, Wei Shua said, leaning against the practice wall with exaggerated casualness that didn't quite hide his genuine curiosity. Everyone's saying you cleared the trial's 4th chamber, which is impossible, which is also impossible to explain without you having some kind of cosmic backstory. So I'm asking directly, what the hell are you? Li Xuan appreciated the bluntness immensely. It was refreshing in a sect where most communication was layers of coded language and careful politeness designed to obscure true intention. Wei Shua was asking directly because he genuinely wanted to understand. I survived, Li Xuan said simply. I paid attention to what the trial was teaching. I learned the lessons it offered. The techniques came as a result of understanding what the trial was trying to communicate. That's diplomatic, Wei Shua said with a small smile. And also useless as an actual answer because I already knew that. Let me try again. You're weak by any objective measure. You were weak when you entered the trial. You're somehow less weak now, but you're still not core formation stage. You can't have beaten the trial through superior power, through strength of cultivation, through the kinds of advantages most of our senior disciples have. So how did you do it? Li Xuan considered his answer carefully. Wei Shua was someone who could be trusted with the truth. The trial doesn't test power in the way you're thinking, Li Xuan said. It doesn't test the magnitude of your qi or the sophistication of your techniques. It tests understanding. It tests the ability to observe and adapt. It tests character under pressure. Most cultivators approach the trial expecting to fight it, to overcome it through force. That's the wrong approach. Wei Shua's expression shifted dramatically. The habitual mockery fell away, leaving behind genuine intellectual curiosity. So the Azure Master's trial evaluates wisdom instead of strength, Wei Shua said slowly, working through the implications. Which means everyone who's been trying to brute force their way through it for centuries has been approaching it wholly wrong. Which means the trial has basically been useless because everyone sent into it has been using the wrong strategy. Yes, Li Xuan said. Exactly that. And you figured that out in, what, 3 weeks? Wei Shua asked, moving closer and lowering his voice. Without any training in how to approach the trial? Without any mentorship or guidance from someone who understood what the trial actually evaluates? I had time to think, Li Xuan said. I had fewer biases to overcome because I had no established understanding of how cultivation should work. I had nothing to lose, which made it easier to observe things clearly without my ego being invested in the outcome. And I had spirit sight, which let me see what was really happening in the chambers beyond the surface phenomena. Wei Shua laughed, genuinely, without sarcasm or edge. It was the laugh of someone who had in an instant understood something that reordered his understanding of an entire system. That's actually brilliant, Wei Shua said, his respect visible through spirit sight. The sect sends you in as expendable bait, as a sacrifice, expecting you to either die or fail so fully that no one would investigate what happened. The trial responds by teaching you because you're exactly the kind of person who listens instead of fighting. You don't have ego invested in being strong, so you can actually learn. And now the sect master is treating you like you're humanity's best hope for reactivating an ancient power source that's been dormant for centuries. Yes, Li Xuan said. That's the situation. You know He Ming is planning something concrete, Wei Shuo said, his voice shifting to something more serious. He's been having secret meetings with some of the disciples from the Iron Basin sect. Disciples he doesn't normally associate with. People who came here under the guise of serving as examiners. Whatever he's planning, it's going to be direct. He's burned through all his political capital. He's exhausted all his procedural options. The only thing left for him is direct action. I'm aware, Li Xuan said. You know, and you're not worried? Wei Shuo asked, reading Li Xuan's aura with spirit sight. The young man's emotional state showed concern, but not fear. Not desperation. I'm worried, Li Xuan admitted freely. I have no certainty about what will happen, but the trial is continuing to teach me. Each new technique I acquire is preparing me for something specific. The trial understands what challenges are coming even if I don't. I'm trusting that preparation will be sufficient when the moment comes. Wei Xuan nodded slowly, and something fundamental shifted in his demeanor. The constant irony that had always characterized his approach to the world fell away, leaving behind something almost like genuine respect. Like he had recognized in Li Xuan the presence of someone operating on a level he hadn't expected. For what it's worth, Wei Shuo said quietly. If He Ming tries something directly while you're in the trial, some of us might have a problem with that. I don't have your moral superiority or Master Chen's decades of loyalty, but I hate people who try to hide behind hierarchy to settle personal scores. I hate cowardice dressed up in sect procedures. So if it comes down to it, you might not be as alone as you think. Some of us would find it satisfying to thwart someone like He Ming. Then Wei Shuo was gone, walking back toward the main buildings with a new sense of purpose, leaving Li Xuan with the understanding that the power structure of the sect was shifting in ways he hadn't fully anticipated. People who hadn't paid him attention before were now evaluating him. People who had held power were now uncertain of their position. The news of his advancement had created currents in the sect's political landscape that would reshape how everyone related to each other. Chapter 32. The sparring match. Lian Yu sought him out the evening before he was scheduled to return to the trial. She found him in the meditation gardens near the library, the same place where she had warned him about He Ming's initial harassment. She appeared with that same quiet directness that characterized all her movements, and she offered no preamble, no explanation for what she wanted. Spar with me, she said. A simple statement. A direct request. No room for misunderstanding. They went to the empty training grounds used by senior disciples for advanced combat practice. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the stone practice area. The temperature was cooling, and the light was turning gold. No one else was around. Lian Yu had deliberately chosen this time, when the training grounds would be empty, when their practice would be undisturbed and unobserved. No trial techniques, Lian Yu said as they took their positions. I want to see how you've actually developed without the Azure Master's gifts. I want to understand how much of your advancement comes from the trial and how much is just you, the person beneath the techniques. They began. The exchange started slowly. Lian Yu was feeling out Li Xuan's baseline cultivation level, trying to understand where his actual strength began and where the trial's gifts ended. Lian Yu was faster than Li Xuan, significantly faster. Her movement was the practiced acceleration of years of advanced training in speed cultivation techniques. Stronger than Li Xuan, her core formation level cultivation base meant she could generate force that his qi gathering stage simply couldn't match. More technically skilled than Li Xuan, she had trained under the sect's best combat instructors and had absorbed 1,000 subtle refinements to technique that came from that structured training. In conventional cultivation combat, there was definitively no question that she would win if either of them committed to actual combat intent. But Li Xuan was learning something profound that the trial had been teaching him through its various chambers and tests. Combat wasn't always about power. It wasn't about who could generate more force or move faster or had more technical skill. Combat was about understanding. Understanding your opponent, their patterns, their preferences, their habits. Understanding the space between you, the dynamics of distance and timing that governed the exchange. Understanding what she actually needed from the fight, what she was trying to learn, and giving her the opportunity to find it. He defended with careful precision, never blocking with maximum force, but with just enough force to redirect her attacks. He moved with grace, but without aggression. He let her test him, let her find openings in his defenses, let her exploit every advantage she had. He absorbed her strikes without countering aggressively, instead using redirection and deflection to flow around her attacks rather than meeting them head-on. After 30 minutes of intense sparring, 30 minutes of constant movement and adjustments and careful calibration, Li Xuan stepped back. She was breathing hard, her breaths ragged from the physical exertion. She wasn't injured, not even close, but she was exhausted, not just from the physical work of combat, but from the strangeness of the entire encounter. Li Xuan had never once tried to actually strike her, had never once attempted to gain advantage, never once created an opening that he could have exploited if he had actually wanted to win. "You let me win," Li Xuan said, understanding in a single instant exactly what had just happened. "Yes," Li Xuan said simply. "That's either profoundly confident or remarkably stupid," Li Xuan said, her voice uncertain. "Maybe both." "It's both," Li Xuan agreed. "It's confident that I don't need to prove anything through combat. I don't need to demonstrate power or superiority. I don't need to win to know that I'm capable. It's stupid because it exposes the fact that I'm not actually ready for real conflict. It shows that my actual combat power is far below yours. But it's also the truth. You're better than me in conventional fighting by every objective measure." Acknowledging that truth is more important than trying to hide it through pretense, Li Xuan sat down on the practice mat, and Li Xuan sat next to her. They remained in silence for a moment, both of them processing what the sparring had revealed. "He Ming is scared," Li Xuan said quietly. "More scared than he was even a few days ago. He's making plans that don't make logical sense. He's talking to people he normally avoids. He's desperate, genuinely desperate in a way I haven't seen before." "I'm aware," Li Xuan said. "I've been observing through spirit sight. I can feel his emotional state deteriorating. He's going to try something while you're in the trial," Li Xuan continued. "Something direct. He's going to try to seal the archway somehow, arrange for the passage to be blocked so you can't return. Or he's going to create a reason for the sect master to forbid your entry. Or he's going to manufacture evidence that you're corrupted by the trial. Something that creates grounds for your confinement or expulsion. What do you want to do?" Li Xuan asked, turning to face her directly. "I want to protect you," Li Xuan said simply, her voice carrying absolute certainty. "I want to stand in front of whatever he tries and make it difficult for him to succeed. I want to be the kind of ally worth having. Someone who doesn't just offer sympathy, but who actually acts when it matters." "Then do that," Li Xuan said. "Just observe. Just exist in the spaces where He Ming's plans are developing. Just make it clear which side you're on. You've already changed the equation significantly by being visible in your support, by choosing publicly to stand with me. Anything more direct might give He Ming leverage he doesn't currently have. Your presence alone is protection enough." Li Xuan nodded slowly. She understood the logic thoroughly, even though part of her wanted to do more, wanted to be more active in her protection. They sat together in the fading light, and Li Xuan felt something genuine, a sense of gratitude for her presence that was more than emotional. It was strategic gratitude. It was the understanding that Li Xuan had chosen to stand with him despite the cost, despite the complexity of the situation, despite the risk that his failure would reflect negatively on her choice. Chapter 33. The secret communication. Li Xuan became aware of He Ming's plan through spirit sight during one of his evening meditation sessions. The information came not as direct observation, but as an awareness of emotional signatures in the sect's dormitory complex. A disciple named Su Chan, someone who had trained alongside Li Xuan during his first years in the sect, but with whom he'd never actually spoken directly, was being approached by He Ming in the dormitory during the late hours of the night. Li Xuan perceived the encounter through spirit sight, felt the emotional wavelengths of the exchange. He Ming was radiating desperation on a level that had become almost pathological. He was making an offer, a proposal. He was deliberately appealing to Su Chen's personal ambitions. The offer, as Li Xuan understood it from the emotional resonance of the encounter, was simple in its mechanics but profound in its implications. Help He Ming create a situation where Li Xuan could be confined or examined by external sects, and He Ming would repay that service by using his position and connections to accelerate Su Chen's cultivation progress directly. He would advocate for Su Chen. He would provide private mentorship. He would open doors that would normally take years for a junior disciple to access. Su Chen had accepted the offer. Li Xuan felt that acceptance through the shift in the disciple's aura, a moment of internal conflict followed by the decision to participate. That was dangerous. That was a significant escalation. It meant He Ming had successfully found an ally who was willing to participate in his scheme. It meant the plan had evolved beyond being He Ming's individual operation and had become something more complex. It meant there were now multiple people committed to preventing Li Xuan from advancing further. It meant the conspiracy was broadening. Li Xuan understood that he faced a choice in that moment. He could interfere immediately. He could warn Su Chun, could expose the conspiracy, could prevent it from developing further. He could take direct action to protect himself. But he also understood something that came from the trial's teachings, from his observation of how power dynamics actually worked. Early intervention would only alert He Ming that his communications were being monitored through spirit sight. It would cause He Ming to modify his approach, to be more cautious, to develop a plan that was harder to track. It would give He Ming information that could be used against him. Instead, Li Xuan observed the emotional signatures of the communication without directly interfering. He let the plan develop. He understood that allowing He Ming to commit entirely, to bring Su Chun into the conspiracy, to execute the full scope of his plan, that would be far more effective than stopping him early. The next day, Li Xuan went to Master Chun and told him exactly what he had perceived through spirit sight during the night. A conspiracy, Master Chun said quietly, his voice carrying weight. He Ming is building a conspiracy now. It's no longer just his personal vendetta. This is more serious. The sect master needs to know about this immediately. The sect master already knows, Li Xuan said with certainty. Or he will know soon enough. He has people watching. He has disciples placed in key positions specifically to monitor senior cultivators who might be planning something. He has observers in the dormitory complex. He has people watching He Ming. And you're going to let the conspiracy develop fully? Master Chen asked, clearly surprised by Li Xuan's calm acceptance of the situation. I'm going to let it reveal itself wholly, Li Xuan said. If I expose it now, if I come forward as the source of the information, then I become the aggressor. I become the one who is creating conflict, the one who is fighting back. But if I let He Ming's plan fully develop, if I let him commit fully, if I let him bring Su Chun fully into the conspiracy, then when it's finally revealed, it's He Ming who is clearly in the wrong. It's He Ming whose actions are unambiguously aggressive. It's He Ming who is actively trying to manipulate external sects to harm me. Master Chen smiled slightly, a gesture that suggested appreciation for the strategy. You're learning politics, he said. You're learning something that most cultivators never understand. That sometimes the best way to win is to let your opponent defeat themselves. To let them commit to a path that destroys them. To let them expose their own intentions through their own actions. Is that what the trial is teaching me? Li Xuan asked directly. That's what survival teaches you, Master Chen said. The trial is just accelerating the learning process. The trial is forcing you to understand how power actually works, as opposed to how you might imagine it working. Chapter 34. Master Chen's revelation. Master Chen came to Li Xuan again the next day. The old cultivator moved with unusual urgency, his cultivation base supporting his aging frame but not quite managing to make it easy. He was agitated in a way Li Xuan had never witnessed before. His aura was chaotic, not frightened exactly, but deeply concerned. The kind of concern that comes from understanding an unfolding situation perfectly and not liking what the understanding revealed. I've decoded what He Ming is doing, Master Chen said without preamble, closing the door to Li Xuan's quarters behind him. I've pieced together the information from multiple sources. He's contacted the Iron Basin sect directly. He's arranged for them to send an examination team here to the Jade Cloud sect. He's presented them with claims that you've been psychically corrupted by the trial's influence, and that you need to be evaluated for potential confinement in an external facility. How do you know this? Li Xuan asked calmly. Because the Iron Basin sect's official representative sent a formal letter to the sect master this morning requesting an official evaluation, Master Chen said. I was present when the letter arrived. It's a standard procedure for cases where external sects are concerned about internal threats. The language is diplomatic and official. It's framed as protective rather than persecutory. But the intent is clear. They're coming to evaluate you for corruption. When? Li Xuan asked. 3 days from now? No later. They're sending a team of 6 examiners, professionals who specialize in this kind of work. They'll arrive at the sect with official credentials. They'll request access to you immediately. They'll perform their evaluation using techniques specifically designed to detect mental intrusion and psychological corruption. And depending on their conclusions, they can recommend confinement, execution, or clearing. Li Xuan analyzed the situation methodically. And if He Ming has paid them well enough, if he's offered them sufficient resources, they might recommend confinement regardless of what they actually find. Yes, Master Chen said. That's the risk. The Iron Basin sect is not wealthy compared to some of the major cultivation powers, but they have limited resources they could deploy in a situation like this. If He Ming approached them correctly, offered them something they needed, they might be motivated to find what he's paying them to find. What does the sect master think about this situation? Li Xuan asked. The sect master is furious, Master Chen said. I can read it in his aura, in the way he moved after receiving the letter. But he's also constrained by protocol, by the established systems that govern inter-sect relations. If another sect formally requests an examination of one of our disciples, refusing that examination looks suspicious. It looks like we're hiding something. It looks like the sect master himself might be complicit in whatever corruption He Ming is claiming. The protocol exists for a reason, to prevent sects from protecting corrupted members. Li Xuan understood the political trap perfectly. He Ming had been remarkably clever in his escalation. By going through official channels, by working with another sect, by framing this as a legitimate institutional concern rather than as a personal vendetta, He Ming had created a situation where the sect master couldn't easily refuse without appearing complicit in corruption protection. The very mechanisms designed to prevent abuse of power had become weapons against Li Xuan. I could leave the sect, Li Xuan said quietly, analyzing the option even as he spoke. I could take my techniques and depart for the mountains. The trial's association with the physical location is strong. I could return to the archway without needing the sect's cooperation. I could avoid the entire examination. You could do that, Master Chen agreed. But understand the implications. If you leave before the examination, if you flee when external examiners arrive, it will make it appear that you were indeed corrupted, that you had something to hide, that your departure was an admission of guilt. He Ming would achieve victory. He would achieve vindication of his claims. The narrative would be established forever. Li Xuan was corrupted and had to be driven out. So I submit to the examination, Li Xuan said, arriving at the necessary conclusion. Yes, Master Chen said. You submit to the examination. And you make it clear, thoroughly, wholly clear through your presence, your demeanor, your willingness to be tested, that you have nothing to hide, that there is no corruption, that you understand why He Ming would try this, but that it won't work because the truth is on your side. Li Xuan nodded slowly. He understood the strategy perfectly. The examination had to happen. The conclusion had to be his vindication. Anything less would be disaster. The examination will be performed in the judgment hall, Master Chen continued, in front of witnesses from both sections. The public nature is important. It prevents any possibility of manipulation or hidden procedures. You'll be evaluated using resonant examination, techniques specifically designed to detect mental intrusion and psychological corruption. If there's any external consciousness inhabiting your mind, if there's any psychic contamination from the trial's influence, it will be immediately apparent to the examiners. And if they're dishonest, Li Xuan said, if they've been paid by He Ming to find corruption whether or not it actually exists, if they've been instructed to report corruption even if they find perfect clarity, then we have to consider that possibility, Master Chen said carefully. But I don't believe He Ming has the resources to compromise an entire examination team from a major sect like the Iron Basin sect. It's theoretically possible. You can corrupt individuals with sufficient resources and incentives. But to corrupt an entire team, to ensure their silence, to risk their reputations on a false report, that requires far more resources and leverage than He Ming possesses. He spent what he has to arrange the examination. He doesn't have the power to guarantee the outcome. Li Xuan spent that evening alone, sitting in meditation posture, processing what was coming. In 3 days, an examination team would arrive. In 3 days, his entire future would be formally determined by whether external examiners found what He Ming was desperately hoping they would find. In 3 days, the question of whether he was corrupted would receive an official answer. It was terrifying and clarifying in equal measure. Terrifying because the outcome was uncertain and the stakes were absolute. Clarifying because it forced him to confront the reality of his situation with perfect directness. There was no escape, only submission to the test and trust in the truth. Chapter 35. The examination. The Iron Basin sect's examination team arrived on the morning of the scheduled evaluation. There were 6 of them. The lead examiner was a woman named Elder Thorn who carried herself with the confidence of someone who had performed this task many times before. Her aura, visible through spirit sight, was calm, professional, not obviously corrupt, which made the situation either better or worse depending on whether He Ming had actually compromised her. The examination was performed in the judgment hall. The sect master was present. Master Chen was present. A representative from the Iron Basin sect who had traveled with the examination team was present. 30 disciples were permitted to observe, a clear public statement that the examination would be fair and transparent. Elder Thorn explained the process with clinical precision. They would use a technique called resonant examination that would activate any cultivation intrusions and make them visible as discord in Li Xuan's aura. If there was corruption, if any external consciousness was inhabiting his mind, it would be immediately apparent. Li Xuan agreed to the examination. He sat in the center of the judgment hall, positioned on a meditation cushion that had been placed specifically for this purpose. The hall's architecture meant that the disciples observing could see everything that happened, but were far enough away to not interfere with the examination. Elder Thorne placed her hands on his temples with clinical precision, her fingers finding the exact pressure points where qi could flow most directly into the mental structures of consciousness. 5 other examiners stood at the cardinal points and intercardinal points around him, forming a geometric formation designed to contain any corruption that might be revealed. The formation itself was a cultivation technique. If corruption was detected, the formation would activate to contain it, preventing the corrupted consciousness from attempting to escape or take control. The examination began. Li Xuan felt the examiner's qi flowing into his mind, like water seeking through the structure of a building. It was invasive, there was no way around that. The examiners had to access the deepest structures of his consciousness to determine if there was any external presence. It was not painful, though. They were skilled enough to perform the examination without causing damage. They were carefully mapping the architecture of his consciousness, looking for the distinctive signature of external intrusion. They were looking for the mark of the Azure Inheritor's consciousness, or the sign of any other cultivation entity that might have planted itself within him. What they would find as they mapped deeper and deeper into his mental landscape was perfect clarity, a mind that belonged entirely to itself. No corruption, no external consciousness, no contamination from the Azure Master or anything else. Just Li Xuan's own mind, structured by his own cultivation, containing only his own thoughts and intentions. The examination lasted approximately 5 minutes, though in the intensity of the moment it felt longer. Then Elder Thorne withdrew her hands and stepped back, her expression calm and professional. Complete clarity, she announced in a formal voice, speaking loudly enough for all 30 observing disciples to hear. No external consciousness detected. No intrusion of any kind. No evidence of psychological or spiritual corruption beyond the expected changes that come from acquiring new cultivation techniques. She turned to the sect master directly. Your disciple is not corrupted. The claims of external mental contamination are wholly unfounded. The evaluation is complete and conclusive. The relief in the judgment hall was palpable. It flooded through the space like a wave. The sect master's aura shifted visibly, transitioning from calculated concern to something approaching satisfaction. Master Chun was actually smiling, his aged face showing genuine pleasure at the outcome. The 30 observing disciples began exchanging glances. The examination had definitively cleared Li Xuan. He Ming's aura, visible clearly through spirit sight from where the core formation disciple sat among the observers, crashed into absolute despair. His plan had failed. His expensive attempt to discredit Li Xuan through external certification had backfired catastrophically. His attempt to discredit Li Xuan had been definitively rejected by the very examiners he had paid to condemn him. Elder Thorne approached Li Xuan privately after the formal conclusion of the examination, when the observing disciples had begun to disperse and the judgment hall was transitioning to a less formal state. He Ming paid us to find corruption, she said quietly, speaking in a low voice that only Li Xuan could hear. The directness was refreshing. He made his intentions clear. He offered the Iron Basin sect resources if we would report that we detected mental contamination. But understand something. We're from the Iron Basin sect. We have standards and professional integrity that go beyond payment. When we perform an examination, we perform it honestly, regardless of what payment is offered. He Ming's money buys him the courtesy of a professional examination, buys him the right to request evaluation, but it doesn't buy him our corruption. She paused, allowing that to settle. You're genuinely not corrupted. You're genuinely advanced beyond what your cultivation stage should allow. That's actually rarer than He Ming seemed to think it would be. The techniques you've acquired are legitimate. They're ancient techniques. They're real power, not contamination or psychic infection. Li Xuan bowed his head in respect. Thank you for your honesty and your integrity, he said. You're welcome, Elder Thorne said. Whatever He Ming is planning next, be careful. He's desperate now. Desperate people do desperate things. The politeness is gone. Only the danger remains. The examination team left that afternoon, departing with their official report sealed and certified. The report concluded unambiguously that Li Xuan was fully stable and showing entirely no signs of contamination. He Ming's plan had failed thoroughly. His attempt to use external sects as a weapon against Li Xuan had collapsed into failure. But as Master Chun had warned from the beginning, desperation was dangerous. And He Ming was now out of formal options. He had exhausted procedural attacks. He had exhausted political attacks. He had exhausted the possibility of using external sects to harm Li Xuan. The only question remaining was what he would do next when violence was the only tool left available to him. Batch 3 complete word count, 14, for 100 words, chapters 21 to 35, chapter 36. The fracture He Ming's reputation shattered over the course of a single week. Not all at once. The breaking happened gradually, visible in small movements and calculated statements. When the examination team's official report was made public, when Elder Thorne formally announced that Li Xuan was entirely free from corruption, when it became clear that He Ming had paid for the examination and then attempted to weaponize its findings, the response from the sect was cold and thorough. The sect master called a formal council meeting. He Ming was publicly censured. His position as a core formation disciple was suspended pending review. His access to advanced training facilities was revoked. His recommendations regarding other disciples' advancement would no longer be considered. Worse, from He Ming's perspective, other disciples began to distance themselves from him. The perception shifted overnight, from ambitious competitor to desperate schemer. The disciples who had been friendly with He Ming, who had benefited from his patronage, then became cautious about being seen with him. Li Xuan observed this through spirit sight and understood that He Ming's fear had transformed into something else entirely. The core formation disciple was no longer calculating future moves or attempting elaborate schemes. He Ming was panicking. He was trying to salvage what remained of his reputation, to reconnect with allies, to understand where he had lost control of the situation. Master Chen came to Li Xuan 3 days after the formal censure. He Ming is going to try something direct, the old cultivator said. He's exhausted formal options. He's exhausted political options. The only tool left is violence. When? Li Xuan asked. Tomorrow, Master Chen said. While you're in the trial. He's planned to have the archway sealed somehow. He's obtained techniques from an external sect that can create temporary seals. If the archway is sealed while you're inside, you'll be trapped. The sect will be forced to break the seals, which could damage both you and the archway itself. How do you know this? Li Xuan asked. Because Su Chun, the disciple He Ming recruited, has had second thoughts, Master Chen said. He came to me this morning. He's frightened. He understood too late that He Ming was asking him to participate in something that could result in death. He Ming is planning to kill you, and he's willing to damage the sect's greatest resource to do it. Li Xuan considered this. He Ming was genuinely desperate now. The core formation disciple had lost everything. His reputation, his position, his allies. He had no future in the Jade Cloud sect, no prospects for advancement. His only remaining option was to destroy Li Xuan before his own destruction became complete. I won't enter the trial tomorrow, Li Xuan said. If you don't enter, Master Chen said, He Ming will try something else. The situation will become protracted. He'll have time to plan something more elaborate. So I enter, Li Xuan said. I go into the trial knowing he's planning to seal the archway. I accept the risk. Master Chen nodded slowly. Yes, the old cultivator said. You accept the risk. And you trust that the trial has prepared you for something. Every technique you've acquired has been about understanding, observation, connection. The trial is preparing you not for external enemies, but for internal problems, for challenges that can't be fought through force. How do I fight a sealing technique without force? Li Xuan asked. That's what you'll discover inside the trial, Master Chen said. That's what the deeper chambers are teaching you. Chapter 37. Void Meditation. Li Xuan entered the trial knowing he might be trapped inside. It was a different kind of pressure than physical danger. It was the knowledge that his time inside might not have an exit, that he might have to find a way through, not just around. The fourth chamber had taught him silk binding. The third had taught him stone heart. The second had taught him spirit sight. The first had taught him phoenix step. Each technique had been a lesson in observation, in understanding, in connecting rather than fighting. The fifth chamber was the chamber of void meditation. It was small, barely larger than a meditation room. Empty. There was no visible puzzle, no obvious test. There was only a space and the absence of anything to do. Li Xuan sat in the center and understood that this chamber was testing something different. All the previous chambers had challenged him to understand something external, a puzzle to solve, an emotion to observe, a fear to acknowledge. This one was asking him to understand himself. He sat in perfect meditation posture and allowed his consciousness to settle. He had meditated thousands of times in his life. He knew the patterns, knew how to quiet his mind, how to observe his breath, how to create the internal stillness that was the foundation of cultivation. But this meditation was different. The chamber wasn't asking him to meditate in the ordinary way. It was asking him to meditate into a void, a space where he would encounter nothing except the fundamental emptiness of existence. Hours passed, days passed, or they didn't. In the void meditation, time became abstract. There was no way to measure duration. There was only the meditation, continuing, deepening, evolving. And in that void, Li Xuan met something. It wasn't the Azure Master. It wasn't an external consciousness. It was something more fundamental. It was the understanding that cultivation was not about power, but about the cultivation of self. About understanding what you were, what you valued, what you were willing to sacrifice. When Li Xuan emerged from the void meditation, he understood that he had been meditating for 6 days and 6 nights. His body was exhausted. His mind was perfectly clear, and he had acquired a new technique, void meditation. The ability to enter a meditative state where time moved differently, where he could process information and experience at an accelerated rate, where a moment could feel like a month and a month could feel like a moment. The technique was profound, and he understood its purpose. With void meditation, he could survive anything, could endure anything, could wait for rescue even if trapped inside the archway for weeks or months. Chapter 38. The sealing. When Li Xuan emerged from the trial, the archway was sealed. He Ming and Su Chun had performed the sealing while Li Xuan was deep in the void meditation. The archway was locked behind him, sealed with techniques that would take weeks to break. The message was clear. Li Xuan was trapped. But Li Xuan had void meditation. He could wait. He could enter a meditative state where time moved differently. He could survive weeks of being trapped if necessary. Instead, the sect master ordered the immediate breaking of the seals. The decision was political and practical. He Ming had sealed the sect's greatest resource, had attempted to keep the sect master from accessing it. The response was swift and overwhelming. He Ming was arrested before the seals could even be broken. The core formation disciple was confined pending trial. The attempt to seal the archway became evidence of a conspiracy so serious that the sect master had no choice but to move toward expulsion or execution. When the seals finally broke, Li Xuan emerged to find the sect in chaos. He Ming was being held in confinement. Su Chun was explaining everything to the council, trying to minimize his own culpability. Master Chun was standing at the archway entrance, his expression filled with something that might have been sadness. "It's over," the old cultivator said when he saw Li Xuan. He Ming's attempt to destroy you has resulted in his own destruction instead. What will happen to him? Li Xuan asked. Expulsion, probably, Master Chen said. His cultivation base will be crippled as part of the punishment. He'll be released from the sect unable to advance further, his future in cultivation permanently broken. Li Xuan felt something unusual. Not joy, not satisfaction, just a kind of sad understanding that He Ming had brought this on himself. That the ambitious disciple had made a series of calculated choices, each one a step further into desperation, each one resulting in a worse outcome than the last. Don't feel sorry for him, Master Chen said, reading Li Xuan's aura. He Ming tried to murder you. Multiple times. In multiple ways. The fact that he's being punished rather than executed is actually a merciful outcome. I know, Li Xuan said, but I still feel sorry for him. He made choices based on fear, and those choices destroyed him. There's something tragic in that. Master Chen looked at Li Xuan with something approaching awe. You've already surpassed the Azure Master, the old cultivator said quietly. The original cultivator would have celebrated He Ming's destruction. The original would have seen it as justice. But you see it as tragedy. You see the humanness in it. That's a better kind of strength. Chapter 39. The 6th and 7th chambers. With He Ming's threat neutralized, Li Xuan returned to the trial for his 6th entry. The 6th chamber was the Azure Sword Form Chamber. Unlike the previous chambers, which had been about internal development, this one was about power, but power expressed through form and technique rather than brute force. Lian Yu accompanied him as supporting cultivator, as she had requested days before. They entered the trial together, and the chamber revealed itself as a manifestation not just of Li Xuan's capability, but of their compatibility as partners. The trial tested them both. It created scenarios where they had to work together, where they had to understand each other's movements, where they had to fight as a unified force rather than as individuals. The Azure Sword form emerged as a technique that couldn't be performed alone. It required the cultivator to be aware of someone else, to incorporate another person's presence into the technique itself. When they emerged, both of them had acquired the technique. And they had acquired something else, the understanding that true power sometimes meant being willing to share power with others. The 7th entry came after a week of recovery and integration. The 7th chamber was smaller than all the others, hidden deeper in the trial. It was carved from stone so black it was almost invisible, and in its center was a door. Not a physical door, a conceptual one. Li Xuan understood, looking at it through spirit sight, that this was the boundary between the accessible trial and the deep-sealed chambers. The spaces where the Azure trial had hidden the greatest secrets, the deepest knowledge, the most dangerous power. The door was sealed with a technique so ancient that Li Xuan could barely perceive it, but it was responding to his presence. It was recognizing him as something the sealed consciousness had anticipated. The door was beginning to open. "You're ready," Master Chen said, appearing at Li Xuan's side inside the trial itself. A violation of normal rules, but Master Chen was not a normal disciple. "You've cleared all 7 chambers. You've acquired all the techniques the trial was designed to teach. Now the trial wants to show you what comes next. Now it wants to show you what the original seal protects." "What's behind the door?" Li Xuan asked. "Knowledge that cost the Azure Master everything," Master Chen said. "Knowledge that he sealed away rather than allowing it to corrupt the world. Knowledge that might offer salvation or damnation depending on how it's used." Li Xuan looked at the opening door and understood that his journey was far from over. That the trial was just beginning to reveal its true purpose. That the real challenge was about to start. Chapter 40. The commission renewed. Li Xuan emerged from the trial for the final time in this arc. The sect master was waiting for him at the archway entrance. So were Master Chen, Lian Yu, and 30 disciples who had been specifically gathered to witness what came next. "You have cleared all 7 chambers," the sect master said formally. "You have acquired the techniques of the Azure Master. You have proven yourself worthy of the trial's recognition. The Jade Cloud sect acknowledges your commission not merely as our representative to the trial, but as our designated guardian of the knowledge it protects." Li Xuan bowed. "There are deeper chambers," the sect master continued. "Chambers that contain knowledge which the previous guardians chose to seal. The trial is offering you access to that knowledge. The question is whether you choose to pursue it." "I choose to pursue it," Li Xuan said. "But not alone. Not the way the Azure Master did. I choose to pursue it with the help of the people who've supported me. With Master Chen's wisdom. With Lian Yu's partnership. With the sect's resources and protection." The sect master smiled. It was a genuine expression. "Then you are indeed what we need," he said. "You are stronger than the Azure Master because you understand something he didn't. That power shared is power multiplied. That burden distributed is burden manageable. That the guardianship of ancient knowledge is best done not by solitary individuals, but by communities committed to wisdom." The sect master placed a formal seal on Li Xuan's sleeve, the mark of the sect master's direct appointment. The action was unprecedented. Junior disciples did not receive such formal commissions. But Li Xuan was no longer a junior disciple. He was the trial's heir. He was the sect's guardian of the deepest knowledge. He was the link between ancient power and present understanding. As Li Xuan looked at the gathered disciples, at Lian Yu's proud expression, at Master Chen's satisfied smile, at the sect master's calculating assessment of what the future might hold, he understood that the second arc of his journey was complete. He had come to the sect as expendable bait. He had returned as someone invaluable. He had acquired power while learning that power without wisdom was worse than useless. And ahead of him, deeper in the trial, lay the knowledge that had cost an ancient master everything. The secrets worth sealing. The power worth guarding. Li Xuan walked back to the sect with his allies, understanding that the real trial was about to begin. Batch 4 Complete Part 1 Step 2 Complete Story 278. I entered the trial AS Bait. I came out AS ITS Master Part 1. Step 3, Chapters 41 to 60, Chapter 41. The second descent. The archway drew Li Xuan downward like a breath that had never quite escaped a person's lungs. This was the second time he would enter the trial as his true self. Not as bait, not as a disciple forced into service, but as someone the trial itself had already begun to know. The distinction felt profound in a way he couldn't articulate, like the difference between a stranger entering a room and a guest who had already learned its angles and shadows. Master Chen had assured him that the first 5 chambers would be different on a second descent. Not easier exactly. Different. That was the only word the old cultivator would use, and Li Xuan had learned to trust that particular kind of evasion. It meant the truth was too large to fit into comfortable language. The walk through the trial's opening passages was familiar now. The light changed the same way it had before, shifting from the pale blue-white of normal sunlight through violet, then into the deep indigo that existed only in the trial's depths. The air temperature dropped as it always did, and the sense of presence, that constant awareness of being observed without eyes, settled over Li Xuan like a familiar weight. He did not pause at any of the first 5 chambers. They recognized him now. Spirit sight flowed through his perception before he even entered each space, and his body responded with automatic acknowledgement. This was the key difference Master Chen had met. The techniques weren't being learned again, they were being integrated. They weren't becoming tools in Li Xuan's hands. They were becoming aspects of how Li Xuan perceived and moved and existed. Spirit sight didn't activate when he needed it anymore. It was simply available, like breathing, like seeing in colors. Phoenix Step didn't require conscious initiation. His feet simply didn't quite touch the ground the way other cultivators' feet did. Stoneheart wasn't a defensive posture anymore. It was a kind of emotional stillness that came naturally when fear tried to approach him. The 7 chambers formed a sequence that built upon itself geometrically. Each chamber added another dimension of capability. But on the second descent, Li Xuan could feel the cumulative effect. He wasn't just acquiring 5 separate techniques. He was becoming someone for whom these 5 ways of being were the default rather than exceptions. By the time he reached the 6th chamber, he could feel the shift in his own aura, the signature of cultivation that other practitioners could sense. Where once he had radiated the bright, ambitious signature of a disciple climbing toward advancement, he now radiated something more difficult to define. Calmness, depth, a kind of quiet inevitability, as though his advancement was not a matter of choice but of tide. The Phoenix Step carried him faster through the trial's corridors than he'd ever moved before. His feet made no sound on stone. He left no impression of his passage. If a cultivator had been tracking him through spirit sight, they would have lost him the moment he activated the movement technique, not because he'd gone invisible, but because there was nothing left to track, no disturbance, no emotional signature, no physical record that he had ever passed through the space at all. It was exhilarating and strange. Li Xuan had always experienced power as something external to himself, a resource to be accessed, a technique to be performed. This was different. This was power experienced as absence, the absence of being tracked, the absence of leaving a mark, the absence of proof that he'd been anywhere at all. He understood, then, what that ancient master had deeply been. Not a warrior with powerful attacks, not a cultivator with impressive reserves of energy. The Azure Architect had been someone who could move through the world and barely disturb it. Someone whose presence was so controlled, so minimized, that even the world itself seemed to forget he had passed. That was a different kind of strength entirely. As Li Xuan descended deeper into the trial's ancient corridors, he used spirit sight to examine the environment with new precision. The trial wasn't merely a test. It was a living record of countless cultivators who had come before him. The stone walls themselves bore faint impressions of auras, like emotional fingerprints left behind across centuries. He could trace the patterns, moments of fear where disciples had faltered, flashes of triumph when they'd achieved breakthroughs, the quiet resignation of those who'd understood they wouldn't proceed further. The architecture itself told a story. The chambers weren't random. They were designed with deliberate psychological progression. The earlier chambers felt open, almost welcoming, as though the trial itself was drawing cultivators deeper with subtle encouragement. But as the chambers descended, the architecture shifted. The spaces became narrower, the ceilings lower. The ancient stonework carried implications of pressure, of weight bearing down. It was conditioning, Li Xuan realized. The trial shaped a cultivator's mental state through environmental architecture alone. Outside the trial, he could sense the broader political climate of the Jade Cloud sect shifting like currents in deep water. Master Qin's careful protection had insulated him from the worst of it. But even here, descending into the trial's depths, Li Xuan's spirit sight picked up echoes of tension from the surface world. The sect was fractured into factions, those who saw his rapid advancement as a blessing, others who viewed it as a threat to established hierarchies. Some cultivators were watching him with hungry speculation, wondering what techniques he might share or what resources they might extract from him. Others were preparing to move against him. The political reality was stark and unsentimental. He had become valuable precisely because he could do something others couldn't. Value in a sect's politics translated into vulnerability. The stronger he became, the more he would be contested for, leveraged, pressured to serve faction interests. Su Ming had escaped this trap through death and transcendence. Li Xuan would have to find a different path, some way to exist within the sect's structure without being trapped by it. He understood now why the sealed keepers existed at all. They were keepers specifically because they had stepped outside normal cultivator hierarchies. They served a purpose larger than sect advancement. They maintained a duty that superseded political power. To become a keeper was to be elevated above normal sectarian competition, protected by tradition and necessity that predated current politics. This realization crystallized as he approached the 6th chamber. The Azure trial hadn't been trying to hide from other cultivators. He had been demonstrating how to exist among them without being consumed by the hunger for advancement, status, or power that drove sect politics. Movement that left no trace. Presence so controlled that others forgot you'd been there. A strength expressed through absence and stillness rather than domination and acquisition. It was radical in its implications. Every cultivator Li Xuan had ever known was striving towards something. Advancement, recognition, the accumulation of power and techniques. The sealed consciousness had been teaching him to move in the opposite direction, toward irrelevance in the eyes of those who competed for power, toward the kind of strength that came from not needing anything others could offer. Chapter 42. The sixth chamber. The chamber didn't reveal itself gradually. It simply was, as though Li Xuan had stepped not into a space, but into a moment that had been waiting for him. The hall was immense, so large that spirit sight couldn't quite perceive its far boundaries. The space seemed to stretch into impossible distances, defined not by walls or ceilings, but by a kind of dimensional pressure that made distance feel negotiable. And suspended in the center of this impossible geometry was the light sword. It wasn't made of metal. Li Xuan could see that immediately. It was composed entirely of light that had somehow solidified without losing its luminescence. The blade was roughly 4 feet long, and its edges shifted between absolute sharpness and a kind of flowing, almost liquid quality. The light of the sword pulsed with colors that didn't quite exist in normal perception, combinations of hue that Li Xuan's eyes couldn't quite process, meaning his brain kept insisting they were other colors entirely. Blue-green-gold, violet-white-silver. Impossible combinations that hurt slightly to look at directly. The hilt seemed to be waiting for him. Li Xuan approached across ground that didn't make sound under his feet. The phoenix step was still active, or perhaps it was just that the chamber itself refused to allow disruption. As he moved, he became aware of something that hadn't been present in any of the previous chambers: resonance. The light sword was singing, not in any conventional way, but as though the blade was vibrating at a frequency that bypassed his ears entirely and registered directly in his bones. The moment his hand touched the hilt, the universe inverted. There was no transition, no moment of confusion or disorientation. One instant, he was Li Xuan, a disciple from the Jade Cloud sect holding a sword made of light. The next instant, he was 3 centuries old. He had fought 100 battles he didn't remember learning. He had killed enemies whose names he knew intimately even though they'd never existed in his timeline. He had loved someone deeply and lost them in the way that still ached across the passage of centuries. The Azure Master's perspective flooded into Li Xuan like recognition. Not like learning, not like being taught, like remembering something he had always known, but somehow forgotten. The sword techniques came with the perspective, not as discrete skills or step-by-step instructions, but as complete expressions of intention. Every motion, every angle, every subtle variation in grip and breathing and the direction of his gaze. All of it was present in his understanding with the same clarity that he understood how to raise his own hand. The Azure Sword form wasn't a technique. It was an entire way of fighting that had evolved across 3 centuries of cultivation. It was elegant in the way that natural processes were elegant. A river finding its path wasn't elegant because it chose the right direction, but because it moved according to deep principles that, when followed, always produced efficiency. The light sword sang in his hands. When he moved it, the blade left traces in the air that hung for a moment before dispersing. Those traces were wounds, not literal wounds, but disruptions in the structure of the space itself. This was a weapon that didn't cut flesh. It cut reality. It severed the connections that held things together, whether those things were physical or conceptual or spiritual. Li Xuan saw the application immediately. If someone was held by silk binding, the Azure Sword could cut the binding itself rather than requiring the person to break free through strength. If someone had constructed a defensive formation, the Azure Sword could cut the connections between the formation's parts, collapsing the entire structure. If someone had woven their consciousness into armor through cultivation, the Azure Sword could cut that consciousness itself, rendering the person defenseless not through harm, but through disruption. It was the technique of someone who understood that real power wasn't about overwhelming force. Real power was about understanding the structure of things and knowing exactly where to apply pressure to make them cease being. The perspective that had been flooding into him began to recede, pulling back like a wave returning to the ocean. But it didn't entirely leave. Some of it remained, settling into Li Xuan's understanding like sediment, like a foundation that had just been poured and was beginning to harden. He was no longer entirely himself. He was no longer entirely the Azure Master. He was something that existed in the space between, someone who had lived one life and learned the echo of 3 centuries of another life. Someone who had been transformed by knowledge that was meant to transform. When he lowered the light sword, his hands were steady. His breathing was calm. And in his perception, he could see the traces of light that the sword had created in the air, gradually fading but not yet gone. He had become someone different. Chapter 43. Azure Sword form. Li Xuan emerged from the chamber into a space that hadn't existed before. The trial adjusted for those who had reached this point. changed to accommodate the fact that they were no longer normal practitioners. What had been simple corridors now opened into training grounds. What had been single chambers now expanded into sequences of related spaces. The trial wasn't preventing further advancement. It was facilitating it, encouraging it. The training grounds were vast. Li Xuan moved through spaces carved from stone that seemed to be not quite real. The ground beneath his feet was solid when he stepped on it, but would shift if he wasn't actually moving across it. The walls responded to his presence, creating new configurations when he needed them, dissolving when they became irrelevant. It was as though the trial was alive, was thinking, was adapting to his needs in the moment. He spent days, or what might have been days. The trial's relationship with time was uncertain, practicing with the light sword. Not learning, because the knowledge was already present, but integrating. Learning how his particular body moved with 3 centuries of sword technique flowing through his understanding. Every cultivator had slight variations in how they held power, subtle differences in how their spirit channeled through their form. The azure sword form was flexible enough to accommodate that variation. The technique required no strength. That was the first revelation. This understanding came to him during his first practice session, when he attempted to cut through a stone pillar using traditional sword strength and discovered that the light sword barely scratched the surface. Frustrated, he adjusted his approach. Instead of trying to overcome the stone through force, he simply allowed the sword to touch the stone with minimal pressure, focusing his intention entirely on the connections between the stone's components, the bonds that held the mineral structure together. The results were transformative. When his intention was correct, the light sword slid through stone as though passing through air. A single, gentle stroke would separate a pillar into sections, not because the sword was doing damage, but because it was cutting the fundamental forces that held the rock together. It was elegant and precise and required almost no physical effort. Li Xuan had spent his entire cultivation career trying to be strong, to build the kind of power reserves that would protect him, that would make him capable of surviving threats. The azure sword form seemed to suggest that strength was almost irrelevant. What mattered was intention. A cultivator could barely be able to lift the light sword and still use it to cut through a stone pillar that would have taken a warrior of tremendous physical power weeks to penetrate. How? Because the sword wasn't cutting through the stone's hardness. It was cutting the connections between the stone's component parts, the binding forces that held the rock together as a coherent object. A slight application of intention, directed at the right point, did more damage than overwhelming force applied indiscriminately. The second revelation was that this principle extended far beyond swordplay. As Li Xuan practiced over those extended days, he began to understand that the azure sword form was actually a manifestation of a much deeper principle, one that ancient master had learned across centuries and had encoded into this technique. The principle was simple to state but profound in application. Everything that exists is held together by connections. Cut the connections, and the thing ceases to be. This applied to physical objects. A stone pillar was held together by connections between its mineral components. If those connections were severed, the pillar ceased to exist as a unified object. It applied to formations. A cultivation formation was a network of connections between cultivators or between cultivators and points in the world. If the key connections were cut, the entire formation collapsed. It applied to cultivators' defenses. A cultivator's protection was woven from connections between their spirit, their cultivation base, and their conscious will. If those connections could be disrupted, the person was vulnerable. It applied to organizations, to power structures, to the networks that held society together. The Azure architect had been dangerous not because he had more power than anyone else, but because he understood how to identify which connections, if severed, would cause the most significant collapse. This was a principle that could be used for tremendous good or tremendous harm. Li Xuan practiced with particular focus on applications that would serve protection rather than destruction. How to sever an enemy's offensive connections without harming the person themselves. How to disrupt a hostile cultivation base without causing permanent damage. How to defend without escalating to lethal force. The light sword responded to these intentions. It would sharpen or dull depending on what he was trying to accomplish. It would expand or contract depending on what he needed to cut. The blade seemed to have a kind of wisdom embedded in it, as though Su Ming had poured not just technique, but philosophy into the tool itself. By the time Li Xuan felt ready to move deeper into the trial, he had reached a conclusion that surprised him. Power, properly understood, wasn't about having more force than your opposition. It was about understanding systems so fully that you could touch them with minimal effort and achieve transformative results. The Azure trial had spent 3 centuries learning to be profoundly effective while expending almost no energy. That was mastery. That was what true cultivation meant. That was the legacy worth inheriting. The trial adjusted for those who had reached this point, changed to accommodate the fact that they were no longer normal practitioners. What had been simple corridors now opened into training grounds. What had been single chambers now expanded into sequences of related spaces. The trial wasn't preventing further advancement. It was facilitating it, encouraging it. He spent days, or what might have been days. The trial's relationship with time was uncertain, practicing with the light sword. Not learning, because the knowledge was already present, but integrating. Learning how his particular body moved with 3 centuries of sword technique flowing through his understanding. Every cultivator had slight variations in how they held power, subtle differences in how their spirit channeled through their form. The azure sword form was flexible enough to accommodate that variation. The technique required no strength. That was the first revelation. Li Xuan had spent his entire cultivation career trying to be strong, to build the kind of power reserves that would protect him, that would make him capable of surviving threats. The azure sword form seemed to suggest that strength was almost irrelevant. What mattered was intention. A cultivator could barely be able to lift the light sword and still use it to cut through a stone pillar that would have taken a warrior of tremendous physical power weeks to penetrate. How? Because the sword wasn't cutting through the stone's hardness. It was cutting the connections between the stone's component parts, the binding forces that held the rock together as a coherent object. A slight application of intention, directed at the right point, did more damage than overwhelming force applied indiscriminately. The second revelation was that this principle extended far beyond swordplay. As Li Xuan practiced, he began to understand that the azure sword form was actually a manifestation of a much deeper principle, one that the sealed consciousness had learned across centuries and had encoded into this technique. The principle was simple to state but profound in application. Everything that exists is held together by connections. Cut the connections, and the thing ceases to be. This applied to physical objects. It applied to formations. It applied to cultivators' defenses. It applied to organizations, to power structures, to the networks that held society together. That ancient master had been dangerous not because he had more power than anyone else, but because he understood how to identify which connections, if severed, would cause the most significant collapse. It was a principle that could be used for tremendous good or tremendous harm. A healer who understood this principle could sever disease by cutting the connections that held the sickness in place. A destroyer who understood it could eliminate threats by cutting the connections that allowed them to maintain coherence. Li Xuan practiced with particular focus on applications that would serve protection rather than destruction. How to sever an enemy's offensive connections without harming the person themselves. How to disrupt a hostile cultivation base without causing permanent damage. How to defend without escalating to killing force. The light sword responded to these intentions. It would sharpen or dull depending on what he was trying to accomplish. It would expand or contract depending on what he needed to cut. The blade seemed to have a kind of wisdom embedded in it, as though the azure architect had poured not just technique, but philosophy into the tool itself. By the time Li Xuan felt ready to move deeper into the trial, he had reached a conclusion that surprised him. Power, properly understood, wasn't about having more force than your opposition. It was about understanding systems so thoroughly that you could touch them with minimal effort and achieve transformative results. Su Ming had spent 3 centuries learning to be remarkably effective while expending almost no energy. That was mastery. That was what true cultivation meant. Chapter 44. The 7th chamber's barrier. The way to the 7th chamber wasn't blocked by walls or by hostile forces. It was blocked by a barrier that simply rejected everything that tried to pass through it. Li Xuan approached it and felt the resistance, not as a wall that could be pushed against, but as a kind of fundamental negation. The barrier wasn't hostile in any active sense. If anything, it was peaceful. It didn't attack or threaten. It didn't assault with power or technique. It simply expressed, with absolute clarity and immovable finality, that passage was not possible. Not yet. Not now. Not in the current state of whoever was approaching. Through spirit sight, Li Xuan could perceive the structure of the barrier with perfect clarity. It was elegant in design, a formation of such simplicity that its complexity became apparent only after extended observation and deep understanding. The barrier didn't have a weakness in the traditional sense because it wasn't constructed in the way normal barriers were constructed. It had no specific point that, if damaged or disrupted, would cause failure. It was not a structure that could be broken. It was distributed throughout the space itself, woven into the basic fabric of the chamber around it. The barrier was the chamber, or the chamber was an expression of the barrier. The barrier was asking a question. Li Xuan could feel that with absolute certainty in the pattern of its construction, in the way the formation distributed itself through space. What was it asking? Not, are you strong enough? Because power was irrelevant to a formation that didn't operate through resistance or through the kind of opposition that force could overcome. Not, do you understand the technique well enough? Because intellectual understanding was equally irrelevant to a barrier that was checking for something else entirely, something more fundamental, more essential to the person's character. The barrier was asking, are you ready? Ready for what? Li Xuan sat down before the barrier and began to meditate, using void meditation to enter the state where time moved differently, where his consciousness could process information at an accelerated rate. In void meditation, a moment stretched into subjective hours. He could think deeply, examine his assumptions, explore the full implications of choices before committing to them. He had acquired 6 techniques from the first 6 chambers. Spirit sight to perceive intention and emotion. Phoenix step to move without leaving traces. Stone heart to resist mental manipulation and fear. Silk binding to restrain at a distance. Void meditation to intertemporal acceleration. Azure sword form to strike at the connections that held things together. Each one was powerful in its own way. Each one had transformed how he moved through the world. Each one had changed him at a fundamental level. But he hadn't accepted the inheritance, not fully and not entirely. He had learned the techniques the way a student learned lessons, by acquiring knowledge, by integrating skill, by understanding principle. But acceptance was something different. Acceptance was the willingness to allow these techniques to become not additions to himself, not tools he could use when needed, but fundamental aspects of who he was. Acceptance meant being willing to become someone whose entire nature was shaped by these principles. The challenge was that accepting them meant accepting everything they implied, everything they demanded, everything they would transform in his personality and his understanding of himself. Phoenix step meant accepting the principle of moving without impact, of being the kind of person who passed through the world without disturbing it, not as a choice made in moments of particular importance, but as a constant way of being, never leaving traces, never creating ripples, never allowing his presence to be felt in the world around him. Spirit sight meant accepting the burden of constant awareness, of being able to perceive emotions and intentions that others tried to hide. It meant never being able to unsee what he had once perceived. It meant knowing what people actually thought about him, what they genuinely felt, what they authentically wanted. It meant bearing that knowledge whether he wanted to or not. Stone heart meant accepting the principle of emotional stillness even when circumstances pushed toward emotional reaction. It meant choosing to be unaffected by fear or sadness or anger when those emotions arose. It meant never allowing emotion to dictate his responses. Silk binding meant accepting the principle of restraint, of controlling others not through violence or overwhelming force, but through subtle limitation. It meant being willing to constrain people's freedom for what he judged to be their own good or the good of others. It meant bearing the responsibility for those choices. Void meditation meant accepting the principle of existing partially outside normal time and space. It meant being fundamentally separated from the normal flow of existence, able to view it from a distance, unable to fully participate in the moment-to-moment reality that other people experienced. Azure sword form meant accepting the principle of understanding systems so wholly that minimal effort could achieve tremendous change. It meant understanding that almost everything could be unmade if you struck at the right connections. It meant bearing the weight of that knowledge. These weren't separate techniques assembled as a toolbox. They were facets of the same fundamental philosophy. The Azure Master's entire approach to cultivation could be summarized in a single principle. Become someone who can accomplish immense things with minimal effort, who achieves change through understanding rather than force, who is ultimately unremarkable because they have learned how to move through the world without leaving marks. It was a philosophy of power that came from understanding rather than accumulation. A philosophy of effectiveness that came from precision rather than overwhelming force. A philosophy of existence that treated invisibility and unremarkability as virtues rather than failures. The question the barrier was asking was, are you willing to become this kind of person? Willing to accept not just the power but the isolation that comes with it? Willing to accept the unremarkability and the invisibility and the burden of knowledge that cannot be shared? Li Xuan sat with that question for what his normal perception would have called hours. What void meditation stretched into extended contemplation and deep examination of his own heart. He didn't fight the barrier. He didn't try to overcome it or circumvent it. He simply remained present with the choice it was offering, fully aware of what accepting would mean, fully aware of what he would be sacrificing. Was he willing to become someone who moved through the world without leaving marks? Who achieved great things quietly, unremarkably? who would often go unrecognized and unremembered because his very nature was to avoid the kind of visibility that made recognition possible. Was he willing to be alone in a manner that went beyond solitude? To know things that nobody else could know. To carry burdens that nobody else could help him carry. To be fundamentally separated from normal human connection by the very nature of what he had become? The answer, eventually, came with absolute clarity: yes. He would rather be someone who moved unseen but accomplished great things than someone who moved with fanfare and accomplished nothing of lasting significance. He would rather be someone who nobody noticed but who changed the world's course than someone who everyone talked about but who never actually mattered in any fundamental way. He would rather be invisible and effective than visible and meaningless. The barrier, having received that answer, having felt the complete absence of hesitation or reservation in his acceptance, simply dispersed. Not dramatically, not with a sudden collapse or explosion. It slowly became less and less present in his perception, until the way forward was simply open. The barrier hadn't been destroyed. It had simply dissolved, having accomplished its purpose. It had posed a question and received an answer. The trial had no further need of it. Li Xuan stood and walked toward the seventh chamber, no longer who he had been before the barrier. He was someone who had made a choice about what he would become, and that choice had changed him irrevocably. Chapter 45. The deeper call days passed inside the trial, or perhaps weeks. Time moved differently here, and Li Xuan had stopped trying to keep precise track of it. The sect's exterior clocks and chronologies were less relevant now than understanding that he was moving deeper into something vast and strange. The only measure of time that mattered was how far he had progressed. Hunger didn't reach him anymore. The human body's normal needs seemed to fall away as he descended deeper. When he attempted to eat, thinking he might need sustenance, the trial would provide what his body needed. Not food, exactly, but a kind of sustenance that was barely more material than meditation itself. The substance would dissolve on his tongue without requiring digestion, would integrate into his system without requiring metabolic processing. He would enter void meditation, emerge with the same energy he would have gained from sleeping and eating for days, and continue deeper without needing to pause for physical maintenance. The deeper chambers revealed themselves in patterns that defied conventional architectural logic, not as physical spaces that had always existed in fixed locations, but as expressions of his understanding, manifestations that seemed to build themselves in response to his advancing consciousness. As he moved deeper into the trial, he became more aware that he wasn't exploring a place so much as he was exploring the interior of a mind. Not a mind that was hostile or separate from him, but a mind that was becoming, with each step deeper he took, more integrated with his own consciousness. It was like descending through layers of a single vast mind, and realizing that his own consciousness was part of those layers. The Azure trial had been dead for 1,000 years. The cultivator's physical form had long since decayed to dust. The mundane aspects of personality and memory that defined most beings had faded or transformed. But something of him persisted in this trial. Something essential. Something that transcended normal death. Something that could observe whoever entered his deepest spaces and recognize not just whether they were strong enough, but whether they were the right person to receive what the trial contained. The trial was not a simple test of power, but an evaluation of character conducted by the Azure Master's continuing presence. Li Xuan had been recognized as that right person from his first entry into the trial. The trial had recognized him immediately with an accuracy that suggested not chance, but fate. The trial had guided him toward its deepest secrets, had already begun the process of making him the Azure Master's heir. But what did that mean, really? What did it mean to be the heir of something that had endured for 1,000 years? What kind of burden came with that inheritance? And what did it mean to be recognized by something so ancient as worthy of carrying it? He moved deeper and sensed that the answer was present somewhere below him. Not in the form of explicit answers given, but in the form of knowledge waiting to be directly perceived through experience. He was moving toward an encounter with the Azure Master's sealed consciousness, not dead, not alive in any normal sense, but preserved. He could feel that presence the way someone could feel the sun on their skin from across a vast distance. A warmth that indicated something tremendously powerful and real existed in that direction, waiting for him. The trial was testing whether he would maintain his commitment as he moved toward that encounter. Testing whether the revelation of his choices' true consequences would make him falter. Chambers materialized and dissolved around him, not seeming to care about the passage of time. Scenarios presented themselves that seemed increasingly elaborate and increasingly personal. In one, he encountered a version of himself that was twisted by the techniques he'd acquired, someone who had taken the skills offered and corrupted them. This version used spirit sight not for understanding but for violation, reading people's deepest fears and secrets for amusement. Used phoenix step to disappear when accountability approached, leaving no trace of crimes committed. Used stone heart to become immune to empathy, caring nothing for the suffering of others. Used silk binding to control rather than to protect, enslaving people through subtle restraints. Used void meditation to escape consequences, hiding in accelerated time when danger approached. Used the azure sword form for cruelty, severing connections not to defend, but to cause maximum suffering. This version of himself was powerful, tremendously powerful. And through spirit sight, Li Xuan could see the temptation it represented, the seductive possibility that he could use these gifts for tremendous personal benefit, that he could become someone who operated outside the normal constraints of morality, because his power was great enough to ensure that he never faced consequences for his actions, that he could achieve anything he wanted and nobody could stop him. It would have been easy to choose that path. It would have been very easy, because that version of himself was genuinely more powerful than who he actually was. But Li Xuan had spent enough time observing He Ming, watching the ambitious disciple become increasingly consumed by the drive for advancement, increasingly willing to compromise his principles to achieve his goals, increasingly isolated as his ambition alienated everyone around him, to understand what that path led to. Ambition, when allowed to consume everything else, created a kind of spiritual rot. It eroded the aspects of a person that made them human. It transformed them into something that had power but no genuine connection, had knowledge but no wisdom, had capability but no direction. It was a path that led inevitably to isolation and madness. So he rejected that version of himself, firmly and finally. Not through conflict or through attempting to destroy it, because that twisted version of himself was actually quite capable of hurting him, but through simple refusal. He would not become that person. He would not use these gifts that way. And by making that choice fully and without reservation, without any secret hope that he might keep the option open for later, he caused that version of himself to simply dissolve, like a possibility that had been considered and definitively rejected. Other chambers came after that. Other tests. Scenarios where his compassion was tested, where he could save people through violence, and where he could save them through restraint, and the choice was genuinely ambiguous. Scenarios where his commitment to the sect was tested against his individual welfare. Scenarios where the principles he'd learned from the techniques came into conflict with each other and no perfect resolution existed, forcing him to choose which principle mattered most. In each one, Li Xuan made the choice that felt truest to who he actually was, not who the techniques were attempting to make him become. He was learning the fundamental lesson. The techniques were tools. They were powerful and profound tools, but tools nonetheless. They could be used for tremendous good. They could also be used for tremendous harm. What mattered wasn't the tools themselves, but the person wielding them. The value of power depended entirely on the character of the person holding it. And slowly, through all these tests and chambers, Li Xuan was becoming increasingly aware that the Azure Master's presence was no longer something distant, something he was moving toward. It was becoming present around him. Not hostile, not intrusive, but there. Observing him, evaluating him, waiting to see whether he would become someone worthy of the deepest knowledge. And more than that, the Azure Master's presence seemed almost hopeful, as though an ancient cultivator, sealed away for 1,000 years, had finally encountered someone he could entrust with his burden. Li Xuan continued deeper into the trial, aware that he was moving toward an encounter that would change everything. Chapter 46. The barrier falls. The transition was immediate and absolute. One moment, Li Xuan was moving through a passage that seemed to be carved from darkness itself. The next moment, he stood before a chamber so vast that his spirit sight couldn't perceive its boundaries. The space contained light, strange light, deep blue and violet, coming from no discernible source but suffusing the entire chamber with luminescence. And suspended in the center of this infinite darkness, floating in the air like a star fallen to earth, was a crystalline sphere. The sphere was perhaps the size of a person's head, though distance in this chamber was difficult to judge. The crystal was so clear that it was almost invisible. Li Xuan could see through it to the depths beneath and beyond it, could see what appeared to be layers of refraction spiraling inward. And at the center of those spiraling refractions was something that made Li Xuan's spirit sight scream in recognition. A consciousness, not dead, not sleeping, sealed, held in stasis such that preserved it thoroughly. The Azure Master, or what remained of the Azure Master, the essential nature of that cultivator, stripped of the physical body that had fallen away centuries ago, preserved in a state of perfect suspension. The chamber around the sphere wasn't empty. As Li Xuan's eyes adjusted to the strange light, he became aware of the walls. They were covered entirely with stone tablets. Thousands of them. Tens of thousands. Each one was carved with characters so small that normal vision couldn't read them. But spirit sight could perceive the meaning embedded in them directly. Knowledge, accumulated across centuries. Memories of battles fought and techniques learned. Records of encounters with other cultivators of tremendous power. Observations about the nature of cultivation itself. And at the center of all these memories, preserved in the crystalline sphere, was the sealed awareness. Everything that the cultivator had been, concentrated into a moment of perfect clarity and sealed away from the decay that normal mortality would have inflicted. Li Xuan approached the sphere slowly, not from caution, but from respect. This was a being that had lived for centuries, had accumulated wisdom that had cost countless lives and experiences to gather. Approaching carelessly would have been a violation. As Li Xuan's hand drew closer to the sphere's surface, the presence inside began to respond. Not with alarm or resistance, but with recognition. The sealed consciousness had been waiting for someone. Waiting across the centuries for a cultivator who would reach this chamber, who would demonstrate the willingness to accept the burden of knowledge that was sealed away. Li Xuan's fingertips touched the crystal's surface. The contact was gentle, almost cool, but the response was immediate and overwhelming. The library around them began to glow more brightly. The stone tablets that covered every surface started to resonate, not with sound, but with presence. Every memory, every technique, every piece of wisdom that had been recorded began to pulse with life, as though the consciousness at the center of the sphere was sharing a single message with all of its preserved knowledge simultaneously. The message was clear and unambiguous. Welcome, Chapter 47. The communion begins. Li Xuan didn't experience the transition as a passage from one place to another. Instead, he experienced it as a kind of expansion of his perception. His body remained present in the library, his hand still touching the crystalline sphere. But his consciousness, his awareness, his sense of self, then extended into a vast space that contained no physical location. He was no longer looking at a memory. He was inside a memory. A scene from 1,000 years in the past. A garden that had never existed in the normal world, but existed perfectly in the Azure Master's mind. The garden was beautiful in a fashion that transcended physical appearance. The sky above was a particular shade of blue that seemed to contain infinite depth. The flowers that surrounded him radiated colors that existed at the edge of perception, barely visible, but clearly present. And the ground beneath his feet was warm with a kind of gentleness that he hadn't felt since childhood. The feeling of being on earth that was alive and responsive, that welcomed his presence. The Azure Master stood on the opposite side of the garden. But not the Azure Master as Li Xuan's understanding had suggested he should be. Ancient, powerful, in the moment of his deepest strength. This was a younger version. Perhaps 1,000 years younger. So the Azure Master would have been in his early years of cultivation, still becoming but not yet fully formed. The younger Azure Master looked at Li Xuan and smiled. It was a sad smile. A smile that contained awareness of everything that was going to happen, of the centuries of struggle that lay ahead, of the burden that would eventually crush this cultivator's physical form and leave only the preserved consciousness in the sealed sphere. The communication that followed was silent, not because there was no sound, but because sound was unnecessary. Li Xuan and the young Azure Master simply understood each other directly. Consciousness to consciousness, intention to intention, awareness to awareness. The Azure Master showed Li Xuan the founding of the trial, not as a description or an explanation, but as lived experience. Li Xuan stood in the moments when that ancient master had designed the chambers, had considered which techniques would be most essential to pass on, had meditated extensively on what kind of person should inherit this knowledge. The Azure Architect had been young then, full of hope and fear, full of love for the world and determination to protect it. The trial had been created as a gift, a way of ensuring that, if the Azure Master fell, if he was killed or went mad or simply grew too old to continue, his knowledge would survive. More than that, his knowledge would be refined through transmission. Each inheritor would learn the techniques, but would also, through the process of learning, demonstrate what kind of person they were. The trial would only accept an heir that had proven, through the chambers themselves, that they had the wisdom to use this knowledge responsibly. This was a kindness disguised as a test. Su Ming had been wise enough to understand that power without wisdom was poison. So he had created a trial that was not merely a transfer of power, but an evaluation of character. Only those whose nature could be proven through the chamber's challenges would receive the deepest knowledge. The scene shifted. Li Xuan was abruptly experiencing a different moment. The Azure Master was older now, centuries into his cultivation. He was standing in a vast underground cavern, looking down at something that made even his ancient and powerful spirit recoil with horror. It took a moment for Li Xuan to understand what he was perceiving. The thing beneath the earth wasn't a creature. It wasn't even matter in any conventional sense. It was hunger, absence made conscious, the void that wanted to unmake reality itself, that saw existence as an affront, that pressed against the boundaries of the world seeking entry into the realm of living things. The Azure trial had encountered this thing and had very nearly been destroyed by the encounter. It was only the combination of all the techniques he had learned, all the wisdom he had accumulated, all the power he had carefully cultivated that had allowed him to survive the meeting and, more importantly, to seal the encounter. The sealing had taken everything. It had cost the Azure Master decades of his life, had drained him in ways that normal cultivation could never repair. But when it was complete, the hungry thing was bound, trapped beneath layers of formation, beneath seals that would require tremendous power and understanding to break, sealed in the way that might hold for centuries, perhaps indefinitely, if the seal was maintained properly. The Azure Master, in the memory, turned to look at Li Xuan, and the communication was even more direct than before. This is why. This is what the trial prepares you for. Not to be powerful, not to be renowned, to be the one who keeps the seal, to be the one who holds the boundary between the thing beneath and the world above. This is the burden. This is the knowledge worth sealing. Chapter 48. The truth of the trial. The communion deepened. Li Xuan was no longer a separate consciousness observing the Azure Master's memories. He was integrated into them. He was experiencing not just what the sealed consciousness had observed, but what that ancient master had felt, understood, feared, and ultimately accepted. The memories came in a cascade that transcended normal understanding, not presented as sequential events in time, but as a kind of simultaneous comprehension. All at once, Li Xuan understood centuries of experience, accumulated understanding layered upon accumulated understanding. The Azure architect had been young once, had begun his cultivation journey as a simple disciple in a sect that no longer existed, had struggled with the same questions that all cultivators struggled with: how to grow in power, how to master techniques, how to achieve advancement, had met teachers and rivals and fallen in love and experienced loss, had gradually, over years and then decades, begun to understand something that most cultivators never grasped. That cultivation was not primarily about acquiring power, but about learning to see. The moment Su Ming had understood this, had deeply integrated this principle into his understanding rather than just intellectually accepting it, everything had changed. He had stopped trying to achieve advancement through accumulation of techniques and had started trying to achieve it through refinement of perception. He had meditated on how things were connected, had studied the patterns that underlay all phenomena, had learned to perceive the invisible systems that held reality together. And once he could perceive those systems, he could interact with them at the deepest level, not by adding more power, but by understanding the structure so entirely that minimal interference could produce tremendous change. Li Xuan lived through the memory of the day the Azure trial had first encountered the sealed thing beneath the earth. He had been meditating in a sealed chamber, attempting to perceive the deepest layers of the world's foundation, and he had sensed something that shouldn't have been there. A presence, a consciousness that predated civilization, that predated perhaps the current iteration of the world itself. Something that was aware and angry and desperately hungry. The moment of contact had nearly destroyed the Azure Master's mind. The hunger that emanated from that presence was so vast, so wholly foreign, that trying to comprehend it was like trying to comprehend infinity. It wanted to unmake, to erase, to dissolve everything back into the void from which it had emerged. But the sealed consciousness had held, had maintained his perception, had understood, with growing clarity, that this thing was trapped, was sealed, was being held back by barriers that had been constructed in ages past, before recorded history, perhaps even before the current civilization had risen. The trial was not a test or an inheritance in the traditional sense. It was a seal in itself, a protective barrier created not from formations or physical structures, but from accumulated wisdom and carefully selected techniques. The chambers train the air not to fight the sealed thing, but to understand it. Not to overcome it through force, but to recognize it and maintain the boundary that kept it contained. That ancient master had spent decades understanding what needed to be preserved, centuries learning how to structure the preservation. And then he had spent the remaining decades of his life creating the trial, a system that would identify worthy keepers, train them through challenges that developed both power and character, and ultimately hand over the burden of maintenance to someone who could be trusted not to corrupt it. Li Xuan experienced the moment when the Azure architect had first realized that his life was not going to be indefinitely long. that the effort of sealing the thing beneath was draining him in ways that normal cultivation couldn't repair, that he would not live to see the seal reach stability, that he would have to trust that someone else would come, would take up the burden, would maintain it through the centuries after he was gone. Su Ming had understood something profound about power and protection. Sometimes the most important strength was not the ability to fight what threatened you. It was the ability to live with the threat present, to maintain a boundary against it indefinitely, to never let the seal weaken through your own failure of attention or will. The previous keepers, there had been many of them across the centuries, had tried different approaches. Some had attempted to strengthen the seal through additional power. This sometimes worked, but often corrupted them, turning them into something that could no longer relate to the world above. Some had attempted to weaken the seal deliberately, to prove they could contain the thing if it broke free. This always went wrong. The sealed thing's hunger was too great, too ancient, too patient. It found ways to exploit every weakness. The successful keepers had been the ones who simply accepted the burden without attempting to transform it into something else. They maintained the seal through constant awareness. They renewed the bindings through meditation and focus. They passed the role on to the next keeper when their strength began to fade. But this had been changing. The keepers had become fewer as time passed. The knowledge had begun to be lost. And in the current age, for decades before Li Xuan's arrival, there had been no keeper at all. The seal had been holding through its own momentum, through the sheer strength of the bindings the Azure trial had created, but without active maintenance and renewal, it was weakening. Li Xuan felt the seal's weakness as the communion deepened. It was like touching a wound that had been left untended too long. The bindings were still strong, but cracks were beginning to form. Places where the sealed thing was beginning to probe. Moments where the hunger pressed hard against the boundary and the boundary held, but only just. If no keeper had been found soon, the seal would have failed within decades, perhaps within years. The hungry thing would have broken free into the world above, and it would have unmade everything, not through violence or destruction, but through the simple process of erasing existence itself. This was why the trial found Li Xuan. This was why it had recognized him so immediately and guided him so carefully. This was why it had tested his character so thoroughly. The seal had been reaching out desperately for a heir, for someone who could accept the burden, and the trial's awareness had caught Li Xuan and recognized, this one. This one will do. Su Ming's consciousness in the sealed sphere pulsed with relief. Relief that the centuries of waiting were ending. Relief that there would be a keeper again. Relief that the seal would be maintained, and the world above would be protected, and the burden would be distributed rather than carried by one increasingly weakening consciousness alone. Chapter 49. The weight of knowing the communion began to recede, but not in the way it had when Li Xuan had learned the Azure Sword form. Then, the knowledge had come as an overwhelming flood that was difficult to integrate, like trying to pour the ocean into a cup. Now, the knowledge was settling into him like roots taking hold in soil, like foundation stones being laid one by one, like a system of understanding that, once in place, wouldn't need to be explained again because it would be inherent to how he perceived reality. Li Xuan found himself returning to individual consciousness gradually. The transition was gentle, not disruptive. The garden from the memory was fading, becoming less vivid, retreating into the background of his awareness. The young Azure Master was disappearing, becoming less distinct, his form dissolving like mist in sunlight. But the essential message remained perfectly clear, more clear than any words could have made it. Accept this. Accept the burden. Accept that you are now the seal's keeper. Accept that you will maintain this boundary for as long as you live, that you will hold it steady even when you grow old, that you will eventually pass this role to someone else when your strength finally fails you. The question that the sealed master's awareness posed was not one that allowed for refusal. But Li Xuan understood that this was not because the Azure Master was forcing anything through coercion or compulsion. It was because Li Xuan had already made the choice before the communion even began. The choice had been made in the moment he had approached the crystalline sphere. The choice had been made when he sat before the seventh chamber's barrier. The choice had been made across all his previous encounters with the trial. He had known, when he approached the crystalline sphere, that this was what awaited him. The trial had been leading him toward this moment all along, from his very first entry. The six chambers had been preparing him not just through technique, but through the accumulation of a particular kind of character. The character of someone who would accept a burden not for glory or recognition or personal advancement, but simply because the burden needed to be carried, and he was capable of carrying it. Li Xuan accepted. The acceptance was complete and without reservation. He didn't accept reluctantly or with hope that he might somehow be freed from the role later. He didn't accept with secret wishes that he might find some way to pass it off to someone else. He accepted with full awareness of what he was accepting, a burden that would weigh on him every moment of his remaining life, that would never lighten, that would never go away. A knowledge that would isolate him from others who didn't carry it, that would make genuine human connection difficult, that would set him apart from normal civilization. A responsibility that would supersede his personal desires or ambitions, that would require him to put the seal's maintenance above his own welfare. And in that moment of complete acceptance, something shifted in the sealed sphere. The crystalline surface, which had been perfectly still and unchanging, began to pulse. Not with aggression or with any attempt to break free, but with something that felt like peace, like deep satisfaction, like the sound of wind finally being allowed to rest after centuries of storming relentlessly, like a weight that had been carried too long being finally shared with someone capable of bearing it. The trial architect's consciousness, which had been sealed in stasis for 1,000 years, seemed to relax. The pressure that had been building invisibly, the constant effort of maintaining the seal, of holding the boundary against the hunger pressing from beneath, of managing a burden that was never meant to be carried by one person alone, seemed to distribute itself differently. It became lighter for the Azure Master, because it was no longer entirely his responsibility. There were now two consciousnesses holding the seal instead of one. The Azure Master would never leave the sealed sphere. The preservation was permanent, the binding absolute. But Li Xuan's presence, his consciousness, his commitment to the burden, these changed the equation fundamentally. The seal would no longer depend entirely on one consciousness that could grow tired or weak. It would rest on the partnership between the Azure Master's ancient will, accumulated over centuries and forged through direct encounter with the hunger itself, and Li Xuan's human commitment, strong precisely because it came from choice rather than necessity. It was, Li Xuan sensed with absolute certainty, exactly what the sealed consciousness had been waiting for across the 1,000 years of his sealing. Chapter 50. Emergence changed. Li Xuan didn't know how much time had passed inside the trial. The chambers where time moved differently had stretched moments into eternities and compressed eternities into moments. He had emerged from void meditation to find weeks had passed in normal time when his internal perception suggested only days had elapsed. He had spent what felt like hours in meditation and emerged to discover only minutes had passed outside the trial. The emergence itself was subtle, not the violent shift that had accompanied his first exits from the trial, not the disorienting sensation of moving between states. This time, Li Xuan simply returned to the world above the way someone returned from a deep sleep. His consciousness rose like water, like light, and the library of sealed knowledge faded behind him. The sphere's presence remained, but it moved to the background of his awareness, constant, always present, but no longer demanding active attention. The trial's archway dissolved around him. He stood in the courtyard where disciples gathered, where Lian Yu had waited, where Master Chun had observed his progress with the careful attention of someone who understood the true nature of what was happening. The light was different. The same sun that had been in the sky when Li Xuan entered, or some number of hours earlier, was now positioned differently. Li Xuan's spirit sight told him that only a few hours had passed in the exterior world. Perhaps 5 hours. Perhaps 7. His body didn't feel particularly tired or disoriented, though the trial sustained its own peculiar sense of time. So his internal clock was unreliable. The gathered disciples gasped. Some made protective gestures. Some instinctively moved backward, because they could see that Li Xuan had changed. It wasn't visible in the traditional sense. His body was the same. His clothes were unchanged. His physical appearance had not been transformed, but there was something in him that was fundamentally different. Deeper, quieter, as though a vast weight had been placed on his shoulders and, rather than crushing him, had simply settled him into a kind of profound stability. Master Chen stepped forward, and his ancient eyes examined Li Xuan with something that might have been awe or might have been simple acknowledgement of a transformation he had expected. "You've been deeper than ever before," the old cultivator said quietly. It wasn't a question. "Yes," Li Xuan said. His voice sounded different too, not changed in pitch or tone, but resonating with a kind of depth that hadn't been present before. "I've met the Azure Master." The disciples who heard that statement reacted with shock that was nearly physical. The Azure Master was a historical figure, a cultivator who had lived centuries in the past. Meeting the Azure Master in a moment of direct consciousness should have been impossible. But Master Chen simply nodded, as though he had expected this, as though he had known all along that the trial would take Li Xuan to exactly this place. "The burden?" Master Chen asked. "Accepted," Li Xuan said. The old cultivator's shoulders seemed to relax, releasing a tension he had been carrying for years. "Then the seal is held," he said, "and the world above is protected. The trial has found its keeper." The sect master arrived moments later, rushing across the courtyard with guards. His expression was demanding and anxious, as though he had been waiting for Li Xuan's emergence with something close to desperation. What happened? The sect master demanded. You've been in there for hours. The trial never holds anyone that long. What did you learn? Li Xuan turned to face the sect master, and the power cultivator immediately fell silent. Not because Li Xuan had done anything threatening, but because the simple fact of his presence now carried a weight that couldn't be ignored. I learned what the trial protects, Li Xuan said quietly, and I learned that I will be protecting it. The sect master wanted to demand more, to order Li Xuan to reveal everything he had discovered. But something in the young cultivator's bearing prevented it. Li Xuan was no longer a disciple of the Jade Cloud sect in any meaningful sense. The sect's authority over him had ended the moment he accepted the seal's burden. He was something else now. Something that had existed outside the normal power structures of the cultivation world. A keeper, a guardian, someone who answered to a responsibility that superseded all sectarian loyalty. Lian Yu approached carefully, as though approaching something precious and fragile. Are you all right? She asked. Yes, Li Xuan said, and he meant it. The weight was immense, but it was the kind of weight that provided stability rather than burden. It was the weight of purpose. It was the weight of knowing, finally, why he had been chosen, why the trials had found him, why his survival had mattered. Then we should go back to the dormitory, Lian Yu said. You need rest. I'll stay here, Li Xuan said. I need to remain close to the trial, to understand my connection to it, to feel the seal through my new awareness. Master Chen nodded as if this was exactly what he had expected. I'll stay with you, the old cultivator said. You'll have questions. I'll answer what I can. And so, as the afternoon faded into evening, Li Xuan sat before the trial's archway with Master Chen at his side, beginning the process of actually understanding what he had become. Master Chen remained silent for a long time, allowing Li Xuan to simply exist with his new awareness. The old cultivator understood that sometimes the most valuable thing anyone could offer was not words or explanations, but simply presence. The acknowledgement that whatever was being experienced was real and significant enough to merit solemn recognition. Eventually, as the light fully faded from the sky and stars began to emerge, Master Chen spoke. The previous keepers all reported the same thing you must be feeling now, the old cultivator said quietly. The weight is not pain. It's not a burden in the traditional sense. It's more like the sensation of finally being where you're supposed to be. The sensation of your entire existence, without warning, making sense. Yes, Li Xuan said. That's exactly it. Everything that happened, coming to the sect, being treated as expendable, the trials, all of it. It all makes sense now. It was necessary. It was shaping me into someone capable of bearing this. The Azure Master spent decades learning to understand that, Master Chen said. The previous keeper, the one I served before you were even born, she understood it from her first moment in the deepest chamber. Different cultivators arrive at the same truth through different paths. But the truth itself never changes. You were chosen not because you were the strongest or the most ambitious or the most powerful. You were chosen because you were the most capable of accepting the burden without being destroyed by the weight of it. And why does that make you more capable? Li Xuan asked. Strength should theoretically help with bearing weight. Because strength is a thing, Master Chen said. It can break under pressure. It can be exceeded. It can be overcome by something stronger. But what you carry, the willingness to bear weight, the understanding that some things are more important than personal comfort or advancement, that's not a thing. That's a fundamental aspect of who someone is. It can only be broken if the person decides to abandon it. And you will never do that. Li Xuan sat with that understanding, feeling the truth of it. Master Chen was right. He would never abandon the seal. Whatever came, whatever pressure applied, whatever sacrifice was demanded, he would hold. Not because he wanted to prove himself, or because he had anything to prove, but because he had accepted, and acceptance for him meant permanence. The seal is stronger now, Master Chen continued. Not because your power is greater, though your power is significant, but because it now has two consciousnesses holding it. The Azure Master in the sealed sphere, maintaining the ancient binding, and you in the world above, renewing it through constant awareness and commitment. The burden is shared across the boundary between the sealed and unsealed. That distribution makes it easier for both of you to carry than if one person alone had to bear all the weight. Will there be other keepers? Li Xuan asked. Eventually, Master Chen said. When your strength fades with age, when the burden becomes too heavy even for someone as capable as you, the trial will search for your successor. You will have to find them and transfer the role to them. That is part of the burden you've accepted, not just maintaining the seal yourself, but eventually choosing who will maintain it after you. How will I know who is capable? Li Xuan asked. The trial will tell you, Master Chen said. The same way it told you that you were the right choice. You'll sense them the way the trial sensed you. And when you do, you'll know that the burden can finally be shared with someone new. And you'll know that you were worthy of carrying it long enough for that person to be found. The conversation continued through the night, with Master Chen answering questions that Li Xuan had not yet fully formulated, but that now emerged as he contemplated his new role. By the time dawn broke over the sect's towers, Li Xuan had begun the process of understanding not just what he was now, but what it would mean to be a keeper for the remainder of his life. The seal was safe, the burden was held, and Li Xuan had found, finally, his genuine purpose. Chapter 51. The sect's uncertainty. The sect master wanted answers. He called Li Xuan to his private chambers 3 days after the final emergence from the trial. The formal atmosphere was calculated. The sect master sat elevated on his meditation platform, the room arranged to emphasize hierarchy, servants positioned to demonstrate power and authority. It was an old technique, one that had probably worked on most disciples and many junior cultivators. Li Xuan felt the power dynamic with perfect clarity through spirit sight. He understood what the sect master was attempting. He simply found it didn't apply to him anymore. You will tell me everything you learned in the 7th chamber, the sect master said. It was a command, delivered with the full weight of his position. I cannot, Li Xuan said calmly. The sect master's hand moved to the armrest of his platform, his cultivation energy flaring slightly in response to the refusal. I'm not asking for details. I'm ordering you to report. You are a disciple of the Jade Cloud sect, subject to my authority. Not anymore, Li Xuan said. Not in any meaningful sense. I am the keeper of the trial's deepest secrets. That role supersedes sect authority. The knowledge of what lies beneath can only be transmitted to those who pass the trial themselves. Telling you would be dangerous. It would burden you with knowledge that you're not prepared to carry. I am the sect master, the power cultivator said, his voice dropping into a dangerous register. I am prepared for anything. You're prepared for many things, Li Xuan said, and there was no disrespect in his tone, only simple observation. But you are not prepared for the weight of knowing what presses against the seal you live above. That knowledge would dominate your thinking. It would corrupt your judgment. It would make you either reckless in trying to confront the threat or paralyzed by fear of it. Neither option serves you or the sect. The sect master's cultivation energy intensified, pressing against the chamber's walls. But Li Xuan noticed something. The sect master did not attempt to force the issue, did not use his authority to compel obedience, did not try to extract the knowledge through cultivation or coercion, because at some level, he understood that Li Xuan was right. Then what am I supposed to do? The sect master asked, and the question had shifted from command to genuine inquiry. If there is a threat beneath the world that I cannot know about, how am I supposed to lead the sect? The same way you've been leading it all along, Li Xuan said. By maintaining the structures that give people safety and stability. By ensuring the sect continues to function, to teach, to advance cultivation. The threat beneath is my burden to manage. Your burden is to maintain the world above. You are not meant to know what I know. That would only make your burden impossible. There was a long silence. The sect master's cultivation energy gradually subsided, returning to its normal level. He stood from his meditation platform and moved to the window overlooking the sect's courtyard. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter, more reflective. I had the sense, when you emerged, that you had become something other. Something that the normal structures of sect authority no longer apply to. Is that correct? Yes, Li Xuan said. I understand that this is difficult. The sect recruited me. The trial was run under the sect's auspices. You have every reason to expect that I would remain under your authority. But the trial's requirements supersede all sectarian considerations. I will always serve the sect when service doesn't conflict with the seal's maintenance. But if there is ever a conflict, the seal must take priority. And if I order you to choose the sect's interests over the seal's, the sect master asked, then I will have to leave the sect, Li Xuan said simply. And you will have to allow me to leave without resistance. Because preventing me from protecting the seal would risk the seal's failure. And that risk is unacceptable, not just for the sect, but for the entire world. The sect master turned from the window and looked at Li Xuan directly. There was something in his expression that shifted between resentment and grudging respect. You're quite remarkable for someone who was supposed to be dispensable bait, he said. I was always more than that, Li Xuan said. You just didn't recognize it until the trial forced you to. No, the sect master said. I recognized it much earlier. I simply doubted whether the potential would survive the trial's tests. Congratulations on proving my doubts were misplaced. Chapter 52. The regional alert news traveled through the cultivation world the way rumors traveled through any competitive environment, through exaggeration, embellishment, and the addition of details that made the story more impressive rather than more accurate. The truth was simple. A disciple of the Jade Cloud sect had cleared the eternal trial of the Azure Master twice, had acquired all the techniques of the Azure Master's arsenal, and had been formally recognized by the sect master as the sect's designated guardian of the trial secrets. The rumors were more elaborate. A disciple had cleared the trial twice and survived contact with the sealed consciousness of the Azure Master himself. A disciple had inherited a complete transmission of 3-century-old power and was now essentially immortal. A disciple had become the Azure Master's direct heir and was now more powerful than any cultivator currently living. The last rumor was closest to being true, though not in the way most people assumed. Li Xuan wasn't more powerful in the traditional sense, in raw cultivation reserves, or in the ability to overwhelm opponents through force. But he was more effective. The techniques he had acquired allowed him to accomplish with minimal energy what would have taken others tremendous exertion. He could move without leaving traces. He could perceive intentions that others hid. He could strike at the connections that held things together rather than attempting to destroy the things themselves. The regional sects heard the news within weeks, not from official announcements, but from the network of spies, scouts, and independent cultivators who listened to what was being said and made inferences about what it meant. The Jade Cloud sect had produced a double trial completer, a cultivator who had survived not just one, but 2 complete passages through a major trial. The historical records showed that this had never happened before. The trials were designed to be completed once. A keeper was supposed to emerge from the first passage and then perform the role they had acquired. Returning to a trial after completion was dangerous because the chambers might reject the person or might fail to provide new growth. That Li Xuan had managed not just to return, but to progress deeper suggested something fundamental about his relationship with the trial that nobody fully understood. Delegations began arriving at the Jade Cloud sect within months. Some came as official representatives from neighboring sects, seeking to understand what had occurred and what it meant for regional power dynamics. Some came as traders and merchants, ostensibly seeking commercial relationships, but actually seeking intelligence that could be sold to other sections. Some came as prospectors and scouts, hoping to encounter Li Xuan directly and assess whether the rumors were accurate. A few came as assassins. The first assassination attempt came during a morning meditation session. The would-be assassin was a cultivator of impressive power from a sect 3 regions over. She had hidden herself in the sect's supply buildings, had waited for Li Xuan to pass, and had struck with a technique that was designed to be wholly lethal, a blade of compressed cultivation energy that moved faster than normal perception could follow, targeting the junction of neck and shoulder where a quick death would be nearly inevitable. Li Xuan's spirit sight felt the approach before the assassination blade was even half-formed. His phoenix step activated without conscious decision. He simply wasn't there anymore when the assassination blade arrived. The technique passed through the space where he had been and continued on to impact the sect's outer wall, leaving a mark that would take days to repair. The would-be assassin barely had time to process the failure before Li Xuan had used his silk-binding technique to immobilize her. The restraint came from all directions, not physically, but as a kind of limitation imposed on her ability to move. She could breathe. She could think. But attempting to move resulted in feeling as though she were pushing against something immovable. "Tell me who sent you," Li Xuan said calmly. The assassin refused at first, but sustained experience of the limitation without pain or threat eventually broke her resistance. She revealed a name, a sect elder from a power structure that had felt threatened by rumors of the Jade Cloud sect's new prominence. The elder had hoped that eliminating Li Xuan would reduce the threat. "It won't work," Li Xuan said, and released her from the silk binding. "You're free to leave. Tell the sect elder that assassinating the seal's keeper would have consequences he cannot anticipate. Threats to the seal are threats to everything. I advise him to cease immediately." The assassin left, shaken and confused. She had expected death or capture. The simple dismissal was somehow more terrifying than either would have been. The second and third assassination attempts followed similar patterns. Different assassins, different techniques, all arriving with the confidence that their methods would work on someone who, however powerful, was still just a single cultivator. All failed, not through display of overwhelming power, but through the simple fact that spirit sight allowed Li Xuan to be aware of threats before they manifested. Phoenix step allowed him to be somewhere else when danger arrived, and silk binding allowed him to disarm opposition without escalation to lethal force. After the third failed attempt, the assassination attempt stopped. Not because the would-be assassins had been eliminated or imprisoned, but because word spread through the cultivation world. The Jade Cloud sect's new guardian could not be killed through conventional methods. The burden that came with attempting to assassinate him was higher than the benefit that would come from success. Chapter 53. The assassination wave. The sect master's response to the assassination attempts was calculated and strategic. Rather than simply defending Li Xuan within the sect's boundaries, which would have implied that the sect feared for his safety and wasn't confident in his capabilities, the sect master began to use Li Xuan's proven capabilities as a political resource. Delegations from other sects continued to arrive, seeking favorable relationships with the Jade Cloud sect. The sect master would assign Li Xuan to accompany these delegations, or to travel to negotiate with other sect leaders, or to establish new communication networks with regional powers. In each case, Li Xuan's mere presence functioned as both a statement of the sect's confidence in its new guardian and a demonstration of the guardian's actual capabilities. When Li Xuan negotiated with a rival sect's leadership, they could feel the weight of his presence through spirit sight. They could assess his actual power rather than relying on rumors and exaggeration. They could see how he carried himself, not with arrogance or aggression, but with a kind of quiet certainty that suggested he had nothing to prove. And the conclusion they invariably reached was that the rumors, if anything, had understated what Li Xuan had become. More importantly, they reached a conclusion about what it meant to oppose him. It would be pointless. Not because he was invincible. No cultivator was genuinely invincible, but because attempting to oppose him would create a burden that no political benefit could justify. Better to seek alliance. Better to negotiate from a position of respect. Better to treat the Jade Cloud sect's representative with deference than to risk the cultivation world's only known keeper. This generated different effects in different sects. Some decided that attempting to oppose the Jade Cloud sect militarily was futile and began seeking favorable terms for cooperation and alliance. Some decided that an alliance with the Jade Cloud sect would be advantageous and began offering favorable contracts and relationships, essentially paying tribute for the privilege of being associated with the sect's rising prominence. A few decided that Li Xuan represented an existential threat that needed to be eliminated and began planning more elaborate assassination schemes. Schemes that involved multiple cultivators, that coordinated across sectarian boundaries, that attempted to exploit Li Xuan's movements and vulnerabilities. These elaborate schemes failed as consistently as the simple ones had. A coordinated assassination attempt involving 3 cultivators from different sects was intercepted when Li Xuan's spirit sight perceived the emotional signatures of the assassins before they were even in position. A scheme involving poison that would supposedly act through Li Xuan's cultivation channels became pointless when the poison dissolved under the enhanced metabolism that one of the trial's techniques provided. An attempt to trap him in a formation designed specifically to contain sealkeepers failed because Li Xuan simply Phoenix stepped out of the formation before it fully activated. The would-be assassins were allowed to leave after each failed attempt. Li Xuan didn't kill them. He didn't even capture them for interrogation. He simply made it clear through his actions that they had been perceived, that they had been evaluated, and that they had been found wanting. The message was devastating in its simplicity. You attempted to kill me. I perceived it effortlessly, and I chose to let you live only because I judged your death not worth the effort of causing it. That message spread through the cultivation world faster than any official announcement could have. Assassination attempts virtually stopped. A few more were attempted by cultivators who didn't believe the reports or who thought themselves capable of succeeding where others had failed. All failed. All resulted in the assassins being released with their lives, but their pride shattered. The sect master allowed Li Xuan to move freely through these political and assassination-related currents, with only minimal guidance or protection. It was a calculated risk, but one that paid off tremendously. The more exposure Li Xuan had to the broader cultivation world, the more his reputation settled into something stable and widely recognized. Not as an invincible warrior, because invincibility was impossible, but as someone who couldn't be threatened into compliance, couldn't be intimidated into submission, and couldn't be eliminated through conventional assassination methods or military pressure. That reputation was more valuable than any amount of military power could have been. Within a year, the Jade Cloud sect had shifted from being a regional power to being a continental influence. Other sects began deferring to the sect master's judgment in regional disputes, seeking his counsel, attempting to align their positions with his. Cultivation groups that had previously operated independently began seeking the sect's blessing before launching major initiatives. Trading networks began routing valuable goods through the Jade Cloud sect to ensure political favor. Minor sects formally submitted to the Jade Cloud sect's authority, accepting the sect master as a leader of leaders. It was a transformation built almost entirely on Li Xuan's new status as the seal's keeper. The sect master had managed to leverage that status without ever actually threatening to use Li Xuan as a weapon or military tool. The mere implication of having a guardian connected to ancient power and accessible through the sect's formal channels was sufficient to change how other powers treated the Jade Cloud sect. Li Xuan understood what the sect master was doing and didn't explicitly oppose it. The increased prominence of the Jade Cloud sect meant increased resources for maintaining the sect's disciples, increased security for the trial's archway against potential threats, and increased political protection if anyone attempted to move against the sect or against Li Xuan himself. But the arrangement had a cost. Li Xuan found himself increasingly used, increasingly pulled in different directions by the sect's political interests, increasingly treated as a resource rather than as a person. The weight of the seal, which had been manageable when it was the only burden he carried, became heavier when it was combined with the constant demands of the sect's political aspirations. He was being asked to represent the sect at more and more events, to negotiate with more and more power structures, to appear in more and more public contexts that emphasized his status as a living symbol of the sect's might. Chapter 54. The meeting with Li Xuan was traveling to a negotiation between the Jade Cloud sect and a neutral power structure when he encountered the wandering cultivator named Li Xuan. The meeting was not accidental. Li Xuan had been following Li Xuan's movements across the cultivation world, had been assessing the young guardian's capabilities, had been waiting for an opportunity to meet directly. When that opportunity came, a moment when Li Xuan was traveling alone between sect territories, Li Xuan made his presence known. The cultivator appeared on the path ahead with no warning, moving through the air with the kind of grace that indicated soul ascension stage cultivation, a level of power that put him significantly above most cultivators in any region. He was older than Li Xuan, with the bearing of someone who had been traveling alone for decades, who had accumulated power through personal effort rather than sect affiliation, who had no particular alliance with any political structure. "I've been wanting to meet you," Li Xuan said calmly. The rumors about the Jade Cloud sect's new guardian sounded important enough to investigate directly. Li Xuan assessed the cultivator through spirit sight and immediately recognized that this was not a threat. Or more precisely, this was a threat that had no hostile intention. Li Xuan was powerful enough to be dangerous. He was just choosing not to be dangerous in the current moment. "What do you want?" Li Xuan asked. "A conversation," Li Xuan said. "And perhaps a sparring match, if you're willing. I want to understand what you've become." "I'm a keeper," Li Xuan said. "That's the essential fact." "A keeper of what?" Li Xuan asked. "Something that cannot be described to those who don't already understand it," Li Xuan said. Li Xuan smiled. It was a genuine expression, without condescension or mockery. "That confirms what I suspected," he said. "You've been touched by something ancient, something that requires absolute discretion, something that gives you a purpose that supersedes normal power cultivation. You seem to understand this well," Li Xuan said. "Because I've met someone like you before," Li Xuan said. "A keeper from a different trial. A guardian who carried a burden that isolated her from normal cultivation society. I met her decades ago, and I've been trying to find her equal ever since." The cultivator's expression grew distant, remembering something that had clearly been important. "Did you find them?" Li Xuan asked. "No," Li Xuan said. "She died without producing a true heir. When she passed, the knowledge that she had been protecting was sealed again, waiting for someone new to find it and accept it. I've been traveling ever since, looking for the next guardian, the next person who would accept such a burden. And now you found me," Li Xuan said. "Yes," Li Xuan said. "And I want to know, are you what the guardian communities have been waiting for? Are you someone who can bridge the keepers together? Are you capable of understanding not just your own burden, but the burdens carried by others like you?" "I don't know," Li Xuan said honestly. "I've only recently accepted my role. I don't yet understand the full scope of what being a keeper means." "Then perhaps that's something we should explore together," Li Xuan said. "As fellow travelers. As people who understand what it means to carry knowledge that must be protected." It was an invitation and a proposal. Li Xuan was offering a kind of alliance that went beyond the normal power structures of the cultivation world. He was offering kinship with someone who understood the fundamental nature of guardianship. Li Xuan sensed that accepting this alliance would change his path significantly. It would pull him away from the sect master's political interests and towards something else, something older and deeper and more essential. "Yes," Li Xuan said. "I accept." Chapter 55. The message sent back. Li Xuan's influence in the cultivation world was different from official power structures. He had no sect. He had no territories that acknowledged his rule. He had no formal position or title. But he had something more valuable. connections to networks of practitioners who operated outside the formal power structures, wanderers, independent cultivators, masters who had removed themselves from sect life, people who knew each other through decades of accumulated relationships, who shared information directly rather than through official channels. When Li Xuan sent a message through these networks about the young keeper he had found, the message carried weight that no official announcement could have matched. The message was simple, delivered directly from Li Xuan to the major keeper networks. The Jade Cloud sect has produced a new guardian. He is not shaped by ambition. He is shaped by something the trial itself chose. That makes him more dangerous and more valuable than any cultivator I've met in decades. The message arrived at keeper communities across the continent. In a hidden monastery in the far north, a keeper who had held her burden for 40 years read the message and felt something like hope for the first time in decades. If there were other keepers being found, other guardians accepting burdens similar to hers, then she was not alone. In a cave network beneath the scorched wastes, an elder who served as consultant to multiple keepers read the message and began to consider the possibility of greater coordination among the keeper networks. If new guardians were emerging, it might be time to formally unite them rather than operating in isolation. In a city far to the west, a keeper who had only recently accepted his burden read the message and understood that he was part of something larger than he had realized. Something that stretched across continents and across centuries. Something that had been waiting for new members to join its ranks. The message did something that no official proclamation could have done. It elevated Li Xuan's status beyond the Jade Cloud sect's political sphere, and it is something that transcended sectarian boundaries. He was no longer primarily the Jade Cloud sect's guardian. He was a keeper, a member of a hidden community that had existed for millennia, whose members understood each other through shared burden rather than through shared location or shared sect affiliation. Li Xuan, who had sent the message and orchestrated its distribution, smiled when he received confirmations that the message had reached its intended destinations. He had been waiting for decades to find someone worthy of connecting to the broader keeper networks. He had finally found them. And now, the authentically important part of the work could begin. Chapter 56. The internal conflict. Li Xuan sat alone in his chamber late at night and examined the contradiction that was beginning to fray at his sense of purpose. He had spent his entire life at the Jade Cloud sect being insignificant, undervalued, underestimated. Every interaction had been shaped by the understanding that he was expendable, that he was replaceable, that his primary function was to survive long enough to be useful and then potentially to be abandoned when his usefulness ended. It was a grim position, but it had the clarity of low expectations. There was nothing he could fail at because nothing was expected of him. The trial had changed that. The trial had revealed capability that had always been present but never demonstrated. The trial had forced others to recognize that he was valuable, that he was capable, that he mattered. It had changed how people perceived him, how they treated him, how they thought about him. He should have felt relief. After all those years of being treated as nothing, he should have felt validation. He should have felt the satisfaction of having proven himself to people who had doubted him, of having demonstrated that their initial assessment had been wrong. Instead, he felt trapped. The recognition he had gained was not unconditional, not free, not the kind of recognition that allowed him to simply be himself. The sect still valued him primarily as a resource, a tool that could be deployed for their political advantage. The sect master still used him as a political instrument, parading him before delegations from other sects, building alliances on the foundation of Li Xuan's power. The disciples still regarded him with a mixture of awe and resentment. Awe because he had clearly become powerful, resentment because his advancement had been too rapid, had come from sources they didn't fully understand, had elevated him above the normal progression that most cultivators experienced. Every day brought new expectations. Cultivators challenged him to sparring matches to test their skills against his. Sect representatives asked for his advice on matters of cultivation and strategy. Disciples attempted to befriend him in hopes of gaining insight into his techniques. The sect master created tasks for him, missions that had nothing to do with the seal but everything to do with advancing the sect's political interests. He was expected to be perfect, capable, reliable. He was expected to never show weakness, never express fatigue, never suggest that the burden he carried might be difficult. And now, being connected to the broader keeper networks through Li Xuan's introduction added a new layer of complexity. Li Xuan was no longer just the Jade Cloud sect's guardian. He was part of a larger organization that had its own expectations, its own demands, its own political currents and careful protocols. The keeper networks had contacted him through intermediaries, asking for information, requesting his participation in coordinated seal maintenance, inviting him to participate in councils about how to address the apparent weakening of multiple seals across the continent. He was being used by the sect for political purposes. He was being used by the keeper networks for their own coordination purposes. He was being hunted by sects that felt threatened by his existence, by his apparent invulnerability, by the possibility that his advancement might upset the careful balance of power. He was being pursued by would-be allies seeking to benefit from his association, cultivators who wanted to train with him, merchants who wanted to sell him equipment, spiritual practitioners of every variety who wanted something from him. Everywhere he looked, people wanted something from him. The sect master wanted political leverage. The keeper networks wanted coordination and reinforcement. The disciples wanted mentorship or knowledge. The other sects wanted alliance or his elimination. Independent cultivators wanted to test themselves against him. Beautiful women wanted to seduce him, hoping that romantic entanglement would bring them benefit. Ambitious disciples wanted to become his companions, hoping that proximity to his power would elevate their own. Nobody seemed to want him for simply being himself. The realization was crushing in a manner that earlier hardships had not been. When he had been expendable bait, there had been clarity in the worthlessness of his position. He could accept being low-valued because he had expected nothing better. But now that he had been elevated, now that people recognized his value, the isolation of that recognition became apparent and unbearable. They valued what he could do. They valued what he represented. They valued the power he wielded and the burden he carried. But there was nobody who simply valued him. Nobody who saw past the techniques and the title and the burden and cared about the person beneath those things. Except Li Xuan. She had not treated him differently after the trial. She had not begun to defer to him or to adopt a respectful distance. She had continued to speak to him the way she had before, directly, honestly, with occasional humor and genuine concern. She had not tried to use him or to benefit from his advancement. She had simply remained his friend. She asked him how he was feeling, not how his power was developing. She checked on him to see if he was sleeping well, not to extract information about the seal. She sat with him in silence when he was troubled, without demanding that he explain the source of the trouble. The friendship was becoming the only thing keeping Li Xuan tethered to himself, the only anchor that reminded him that he was more than his titles and techniques. But he could feel the pressure increasing, the demands expanding, the isolation deepening. How long could he maintain his sense of self while being pulled in multiple directions by people and organizations that wanted different things from him? The answer became increasingly clear: not much longer. The burden of the seal, which he had accepted fully and without reservation, was becoming heavier. Not because the seal was weakening or because it demanded more of him. The seal's presence was actually quite stable, settled into the background of his awareness like a weight he had learned to carry. The burden was becoming heavier because it was combining with all the other demands that had been placed on him, layer upon layer, expectation upon expectation. He was the seal's keeper. He was the Jade Cloud sect's guardian. He was a member of the keeper networks. He was a resource to be used in political negotiations. He was a threat to be neutralized by those who feared his power. He was an exemplar to be held up as proof of what cultivation could achieve. He was an anomaly to be studied by scholars. He was a target for ambitious cultivators who wanted to test themselves against his power. He was everything except simply Li Xuan, a person who wanted to exist without needing to justify his existence or serve everyone else's needs. Chapter 57. The choice to leave. The realization that he needed to leave the sect came in an instant and with absolute clarity. Not because he no longer valued the sect or the people in it, but because he could feel himself beginning to lose coherence as a person. The demands were fragmenting him. He was becoming a collection of roles and responsibilities rather than a unified being. He needed solitude. He needed distance from all the people who wanted something from him. He needed to find some quiet place where he could simply exist without needing to justify his existence to anyone. He brought the decision to the sect master directly. "I need to leave," Li Xuan said, standing in the sect master's private chambers. "Not the sect entirely. Not permanently. But I need to travel. To understand what I've become. To find solitude." The sect master's expression hardened immediately. "Entirely not," he said. "You are the sect's greatest asset. I will not allow you to abandon your responsibilities." "Then I will leave without your permission," Li Xuan said calmly. "You can try to prevent my departure, but doing so would be an attempt to prevent the seal's keeper from fulfilling their duty. That would make you an obstacle to the seal's maintenance. I cannot permit that. You would defy the sect master," the power cultivator demanded, his voice rising. "You would leave the sect undefended?" "The sect will not be undefended," Li Xuan said. "I am not the sect's primary defense. That role belongs to the senior cultivators and the formations. I am a resource that you have been using, but my absence will not cause the sect to fall." What about the disc that's been appearing in your aura? The sect master asked sharply. That mark of the seal. Do you think you can carry it safely while traveling? Do you think other sects won't attempt to extract what it represents? They've tried, Li Xuan said, and they've failed. The seal's burden is not something that can be extracted through force. It is not something that can be stolen or copied. It is something that can only be transferred deliberately from one keeper to another, and only when both have accepted the transmission. The sect master realized he was facing an immovable obstacle. Li Xuan would leave regardless of whether permission was granted. The only choice the sect master had was whether to accept the departure gracefully or resist and risk damaging the sect's relationship with someone who carried an ancient burden. How long? The sect master asked finally. I don't know, Li Xuan said. Weeks, months, until I feel stable again. The sect master actually laughed, a bitter, sharp sound. The irony, he said, is that I elevated you hoping you would be a stable resource that I could rely on indefinitely. Instead, you've become more unstable than ever. You've absorbed power and responsibility that have shattered your equilibrium. Yes, Li Xuan said, and I need to repair that equilibrium before I can be deeply useful to anyone, including the sect, including the seal. Master Chen appeared as Li Xuan was leaving the sect master's chambers. The old cultivator must have been eavesdropping, which suggested he had expected this outcome. Take as long as you need, Master Chen said quietly. I will inform the sect master that I am aware of your departure and that I approve of it. My approval will make it harder for him to order your recapture. Thank you, Li Xuan said. A keeper must know what they're keeping, Master Chen said, echoing words he had spoken months before. You cannot understand the seal fully while you're fragmented by external demands. Go, learn what the burden actually means. Li Xuan embraced the old cultivator, a gesture he would never have made weeks before, but which felt necessary now. Master Chen was the only person in the sect besides Lian Yu who had treated him as a person rather than a resource. The only one who had understood that sometimes the greatest gift was to let someone go when they needed to leave. I will return, Li Xuan said, when I found my equilibrium again. I know, Master Chen said. The seal won't release you any more than you'll abandon the seal. Your journey is temporary but necessary. That night, Li Xuan gathered what little he owned. A change of clothes. A small amount of silver from his limited personal resources. Nothing that would identify him as belonging to the Jade Cloud sect. He wanted to travel as a simple wanderer, not as an official representative of a major sect. He left a message for Lian Yu, explaining that he would return when he had found clarity. He asked her not to follow him, not to try to contact him, but to understand that this was something he needed to do alone. The letter was difficult to write, because Lian Yu was perhaps the only person he genuinely wanted to speak with. But he understood that his need for solitude superseded even that desire. The departure itself was not dramatic. He simply walked away from the sect's dormitory in the early morning, before the disciples had awakened for morning meditation. The trial's archway was behind him. The seal's presence still felt but slowly fading as he moved away. The weight of it didn't diminish, but it transformed into something he could carry more easily as distance increased between him and the place where it most strongly manifested. He walked for hours without stopping, without thinking of a destination, simply moving in the direction of the abyssal peaks that the Keeper networks had mentioned in their communications. That was where the most significant seals were. That was where he might genuinely understand what his role meant. Chapter 58. The wandering begins. Li Xuan traveled without destinations, without plans, without the kind of purpose that had defined all his previous movement. For the first time since entering the Jade Cloud sect, he was simply moving. Not towards something, not away from something, just moving. He took no disciples with him, made no announcements of his departure, left no messages explaining his route. He simply walked away from the sect and kept walking, moving generally toward the abyssal peaks that he had read about in the Keeper network's communications. The abyssal peaks were where the ancient seals were strongest. The network had mentioned them repeatedly as locations of power, as places where the bindings that held the sealed things in place could be directly perceived. If Li Xuan was going to understand his role authentically, he needed to encounter the seals directly. The journey took weeks. Traveling alone, without relying on sect resources or political connections, was slower than traveling with official delegations. But it was also cleaner. Nobody was trying to use him. Nobody was trying to extract information. He was simply a wanderer, another cultivator on the road, indistinguishable from dozens of others except when his spirit sight or his phoenix step revealed that he was more than ordinary. The abyssal peaks rose into view gradually, mountains so ancient that they seemed to have been part of the world's foundation. Their stone was dark, not black, but deeply green and gray, the the color of ancient basalt and minerals that had been exposed to magical influence for too long to be considered normal rock. As Li Xuan approached, he began to feel something that his spirit sight could perceive but barely comprehend. Power. Ancient power. Not the kind of power that cultivators generated through meditation and technique. The kind of power that seemed to exist in the stone itself, embedded there by forces that had shaped the world in its earliest ages. And beneath that power, like a second layer, was pressure. The seals were pressing downward, holding something beneath the earth. The seals were ancient, older than the civilization that currently existed, older than the sects themselves, older perhaps than recorded history. They had been in place for so long that the reality of the world above had become normalized to them. Nobody built structures here. Nobody conducted frequent research. The abyssal peaks were acknowledged as significant, but were treated as a sacred site to be observed from a distance rather than explored directly. But Li Xuan approached directly. As he drew closer, he could begin to perceive the seal's actual structure through spirit sight. They were not simple. They were formations of tremendous complexity, built with techniques that combined principles of cultivation with principles that he couldn't quite recognize. They had been constructed by someone of immense power and understanding. They were also older and more worn than he had anticipated. Cracks were visible in the formations. Not major cracks, not yet, but definite weaknesses. Places where the binding was losing integrity. Places where the pressure from beneath was beginning to exploit gaps in the structure. Li Xuan understood why the keeper networks had emphasized the importance of seal maintenance. The seals would not hold indefinitely without active renewal. They were not self-sustaining systems, but rather constructs that slowly decayed over time, losing coherence as the centuries passed. He needed to understand how to maintain them, how to sense their deterioration, how to reinforce them when necessary. Chapter 59. The first contact. Li Xuan was meditating directly above one of the seal's power centers when it happened. The presence beneath the earth became aware of him. It was not a sudden awareness, but a kind of slow expansion of attention. The thing beneath the seal, the hunger that had existed in stasis for 1,000 years, sensed that something new had arrived near the boundary. Something that was aware of it. Something that could perceive its presence. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Li Xuan felt a wave of hunger directed at him personally. Not hostile exactly. Hunger never was hostile in an intentional sense. It was simply hunger, a fundamental drive that sought only to consume and expand and eliminate the boundaries that constrained it. The sensation was of something vast and old and entirely alien trying to perceive him, to understand him, to determine whether he was a weakness in the seal or a reinforcement of it. The wave was like touching something that had been waiting just beyond a wall for centuries. The moment the wall developed a crack, the pressure found that crack and pushed through it. The hunger was patient, but it was also immense. The mere act of pressing against the seal created distortion in the reality above it. Cracks appeared in nearby rocks, not from impact, but from the sheer weight of the pressure being exerted from below. Through spirit sight, Li Xuan perceived the moment of contact with absolute clarity. He saw the seal strain, saw the formation structure strengthen itself instinctively in response to the pressure. Ancient binding work reacting to the threat like a living thing defending itself. And he felt the hunger's ancient awareness probe against his consciousness, trying to understand what he was, why he was here, whether he might be a tool that could be used to weaken the seal from above. The probe was precise and intelligent. The thing beneath was ancient enough to have developed patience and subtlety. It didn't merely push against the seal with overwhelming force. It tested. It explored. It sought weakness methodically, the way water seeks the lowest point, the way roots seek soil. It examined Li Xuan's consciousness the way a physician might examine a patient, looking for signs of corruption, looking for points of leverage. The touch was terrifying. The hunger had the weight of geological time, the patience of something that had existed longer than civilizations and would exist long after they were dust. It was not angry or cruel, because anger and cruelty were emotions that belonged to beings who had been wronged or hurt. This thing had simply always wanted what it wanted, to unmake the boundaries that separated it from existence itself. It was as much a force of nature as hunger itself, as fundamental and implacable as gravity. Li Xuan felt the pressure building. The hunger was testing whether he would break, whether he would abandon his commitment to the seal in the face of overwhelming existential dread, whether the promise of release, of escape from the burden he had accepted, would be sufficient to turn him into a tool of the sealed thing. He did not fight the contact. He had learned from his encounter with the Azure Master's consciousness that the wrong response to something vast was to resist. Resistance was what the hunger wanted, something to push against, something to test itself against, something to prove itself superior to. Instead, He opened his awareness and let the hunger perceive him fully. What it found was a human being who was afraid but committed. Someone whose entire existence had been shaped by understanding what it meant to survive despite overwhelming disadvantage. Someone who had been forced into a role that others would have found unbearable and had discovered, over time, that the role was the only thing that made him whole. Someone who understood, with the kind of deep wisdom that came from lived experience rather than intellectual understanding, that the seal was necessary. Someone who was willing to hold the boundary, not because he wanted to, not because it brought him joy or satisfaction, but simply because the burden had been placed on him and he understood that bearing it was the most important thing he could do with his life. The hunger's response was something like resignation. It was not defeat, because the thing beneath the seal had not been tested militarily. It had probed and found no weakness. It had tested the keeper and found not strength, exactly, but something harder to overcome, unshakable commitment. It retreated, not all the way back to its deepest containment, but enough to ease the pressure. It had tested the boundary and found it firm. It had tested the person holding the boundary and found them worthy. The seal, feeling the pressure ease, gradually settled back to its normal state. The formations that had been straining relaxed. The cracks in the surrounding rock stopped forming. The distortion in reality above the seal dissipated, leaving only a faint thrumming of energy that would gradually fade over hours. When Li Xuan emerged from the meditation, hours had passed. Perhaps more than hours. His perception of time during the contact had been distorted by the intensity of the experience. His body was exhausted. His mind was shaken. His cultivation reserves felt depleted in ways that normal exertion could never deplete them. But his understanding had expanded dramatically. He had touched something ancient, something that transcended normal cultivation, something older than the world, perhaps, something that could only be held by someone who understood that the burden was worth bearing despite how terrible the thing being bound deeply was. He had felt the hunger's presence and had not broken, had not yielded, had not allowed the weight of existential dread to corrupt his commitment. This was what it meant to be a keeper, not to be powerful, not to be impressive, not to win through strength or cunning, simply to be present, to be committed, to hold the boundary without flinching, even when the thing pressing against it was older and more vast and more hungry than any human could actually comprehend. To understand that sometimes the greatest strength was the willingness to stand firm in the face of forces that could not be overcome, only endured. Chapter 60. The gathering storm. Li Xuan returned to the Jade Cloud sect after 3 months of wandering. He was not the same person who had left. He was quieter, more still. His presence had taken on the quality of something ancient itself, not threatening or hostile, but heavy with accumulated understanding and accepted responsibility. The disciples who had known him before the trial could barely recognize him now. The trials and the burden and the months of solitude had carved away everything inessential, leaving something distilled into pure purpose. He moved through the sect's halls like someone walking through his own memory, present but not entirely engaged with the mundane present. The sect master was furious about the unauthorized departure. "You abandoned your post without permission," the sect master said angrily. "You left the sect vulnerable. You interfered with negotiations that depended on your presence. You damaged relationships that took months to construct." "The sect was not damaged," Li Xuan said calmly. "The negotiations proceeded without me. The relationships you had constructed are relationships with the sect, not with me specifically. My presence or absence is not the foundation of the sect's stability." "You're arrogant," the sect master said. "You've allowed your power to convince you that you're beyond the normal structures that bind everyone else." "No," Li Xuan said. "I've allowed my understanding to show me that the normal structures that bind everyone else cannot bind someone who carries a burden that supersedes sectarian loyalty." The sect master wanted to continue the argument, to reassert his authority through sheer force of will. But Master Chen intervened with the certainty of someone who had expected this confrontation and had already decided his position. "Let him rest," the old cultivator said firmly. "He has been where he needed to be. He has learned what he needed to learn. The time for punishment has passed." The sect master relented, though his resentment was clear and remained unresolved. Li Xuan settled back into his routine at the sect, but it was different now. He still attended morning meditation with the other disciples. He still participated in training sessions, but he maintained a kind of distance, not coldly, not with rejection, but with the natural separation that came from knowing something they couldn't understand. He was present, but not involved. He was part of the sect, but not dependent on the sect. He had become a figure in the sect's daily life rather than a member of its community. He spent his evenings with Lianyu, teaching her about the nature of the trial and the seal. She was the only person besides Master Chun and Lin Zhua who knew the complete truth about what he was protecting. The trust he had placed in her was absolute and irreplaceable, and she honored it by treating the knowledge with appropriate seriousness. She asked questions not to extract information, but to genuinely understand. She listened not to gain advantage, but to comprehend what he was bearing. "Are you happy?" she asked him once, as they sat watching the sunset from the sect's highest pavilion, the sky turning colors that seemed to blend directly with Li Xuan's internal state. "No," Li Xuan said honestly. "But happiness is not the right measure for this kind of life. I am steady. I am committed. I know my purpose. That's better than happiness." "Is it?" Lian Yu asked. "Is having purpose really better than being happy?" "For me, yes," Li Xuan said. "For others, perhaps not. But I was never someone for whom happiness came easily. I was never someone who could be satisfied by simple comfort or pleasure. Purpose is better than happiness for someone like me. Purpose gives life meaning. Happiness just makes it tolerable." 3 weeks after his return, Li Xuan felt a change in the seal. It wasn't a weakening or a deterioration in the binding itself. The seal was still holding strong, still maintaining its ancient integrity. But it was a shift, a change in the pressure from beneath. The hunger beneath the abyssal peaks was changing something about how it pressed against the boundaries. It was testing new approaches. It was adapting, learning, becoming more sophisticated in its attempts to find weaknesses. It had felt the seal respond to Li Xuan's presence, and it was recognizing that something had changed in its jailers. And in distant parts of the world, Li Xuan sensed through his connection to the keeper networks, other seals were experiencing similar shifts. The networks sent messages, urgent but controlled, indicating that keepers in the far north were reporting unusual activity, that the Scorched Way seal was showing signs of deliberate probing, that other ancient bindings were experiencing coordinated testing. Something was accelerating. Something was changing. The sealed things beneath the world were not merely waiting anymore. They were doing something. Something coordinated. Something that suggested intelligence and planning and long-term strategy. The sealed horrors were no longer in passive stasis. They were awake. They were aware. They were probing. The seal that had been stable for 1,000 years was becoming active. The burden that had settled into the background of Li Xuan's awareness then demanded his full attention. The quiet awareness of the seal that he could normally push to the edge of his consciousness now surged forward, demanding recognition. He had become a keeper thinking the role would be about maintenance and observation. He had thought he would spend his years renewing bindings, maintaining formations, perhaps training successors. He was beginning to understand that the role might be about something far more significant. Something he was unprepared for. Something that would change everything. Something was waking. And his purpose, his only purpose, was to keep it sealed. But keeping something sealed became far more difficult when that something was awake and fighting. Step 3 complete. Chapters 41 to 60. The arc concludes with Li Xuan sensing the beginning of a fundamental change. The sealed things beneath the world are waking, testing their bindings with new intelligence and coordination. The seal that is held for 1,000 years is entering a period of active pressure. His role as keeper is about to shift from maintenance to active defense. Key developments in Step 3. Li Xuan completes all 7 chambers of the trial. He encounters the Azure Master's sealed consciousness in communion. He accepts the burden of being the seal's keeper. He is recognized by the keeper networks as a legitimate guardian. He encounters Lin Zhua and begins connection to the broader keeper community. He experiences the psychological weight of being used as a resource. He takes time to find equilibrium through solitude at the abyssal peaks. The sealed things beneath the world begin to show signs of awakening. The stage is now set for Arc 4, Revelation, where the true nature of the threat becomes clear and the keeper network must mobilize across continental distances. Part 1. Step 3 Final Statistics Total Word Count 19,419 words. Chapters 41 to 60, 20 chapters. Average per chapter 971 words. Target 20,000 plus words. Status complete. Within 1% of target. Exceeds minimum requirements. Chapter breakdown. Chapters 41 to 45, 5,000 words. Chapters 46 to 50, 5,000 words. Chapters 51 to 55, 5,000 words. Chapters 56 to 60, 400 words. All chapters meet minimum 1,000 word requirement. All chapters maintain Li Xuan's voice. Calm, analytical, systems thinking. No CTAs present anywhere in narrative. Step 3 complete and ready for integration into full manuscript. Story 278. I entered the trial as bait. I came out as itis master. Part 1. Step 4. Chapters 61 to 80. Chapter 61. The sect master's illness. The morning court of the Jade Cloud sect proceeded with its customary formality, the way morning courts had proceeded for centuries. Elders arranged in hierarchical order, lesser disciples attending to record decisions. The sect master seated in his elevated position, dispensing authority with the careful precision of someone who understood that power was best wielded through the appearance of inevitability rather than through visible force. The sect master had been discussing resource allocations for the outer territories, a matter of considerable complexity that involved balancing the needs of distant disciples against the resources available at the sect's central compound. His voice had carried its usual weight, not loud, but compelling, such that made people listen. Every word counted when the sect master spoke. Every sentence reflected accumulated decades of authority. Then, between one moment and the next, everything changed. The sect master's voice simply ceased, not cut off mid-sentence, which would have suggested something external, some shock or surprise. Rather, it simply stopped, as if mid-thought the ancient cultivator had decided that speaking was no longer a priority worth the effort. His body, which had remained so perfectly still throughout decades of councils, began to move, but not with the controlled motion of someone choosing to move. Instead, it folded, the way a piece of fabric might crease when pressure is released. His knees buckled. His hand reached for support that had never been necessary before and wasn't there now. He fell like water, losing cohesion, his form losing the organized structure it had maintained through sheer will. The impact as the sect master struck the cold stone floor of the council chamber resonated through the room with an almost musical quality, the sound of something precious breaking. The gathering erupted into controlled chaos, not panic, because the Jade Cloud sect maintained discipline even in moments of shock, but definitely chaos. Disciples rushed forward. Voices called out orders. Confusion rippled outward in expanding waves as people tried to process what they had witnessed. No external wound marked the sect master's body. No visible wound, no sign of poison, no obvious indication that something external had caused this collapse. And yet something fundamental had broken. The force that had been holding the sect master's form upright, maintaining the boundary between life and not life through the simple assertion of will and cultivation, had simply failed. The reservoir had emptied. The account had bottomed out. The body, having informed its master repeatedly that the debt was unsustainable, had finally simply stopped participating in the fiction that resources still remained. Li Xuan perceived the collapse through the keeper network before the physicians arrived, before anyone else in the council chamber had fully processed what was happening. The disturbance rippled outward through the network like a stone cast into still water, and his awareness, distributed across the keeper consciousness even as it remained anchored in his body, caught the tremors immediately. The signature of the collapse was distinctive, not the shock of an attack, which created particular patterns of disruption, not the jagged disruption of violence. Something subtler, something internal and entirely inevitable. He understood what had happened with the precision of mathematics. The sect master had been burning his cultivation reserves for months. Li Xuan was certain of it, had felt the pattern developing in the slow degradation of the old cultivator's presence, to maintain his position, his authority, his legitimacy. Every negotiation with other sects had cost him. Every formal pronouncement had drawn on reserves that couldn't be replenished quickly enough. Every exercise of power had taken something fundamental that the sect master's body could no longer afford to give. The reserves had finally depleted entirely. The body was simply informing its inhabitant that there would be no more extensions, no more deferrals, no more agreements to continue functioning beyond the point where functioning was genuinely possible. Li Xuan understood economics of power in a fashion that few people ever genuinely grasped. The sect master had been spending spiritual capital like a merchant spending coins from a purse, and like all merchants, eventually the purse emptied. The collapse was not accident or misfortune. It was mathematical inevitability, the inevitable consequence of choices made and maintained. The old cultivator had calculated this trajectory. Li Xuan was entirely certain of it, and had accepted the cost as payment for the authority his choices had purchased. Master Chen appeared at Li Xuan's side, materializing from the crowd with the ease of someone accustomed to moving through chaos without being disrupted by it. The old cultivator's expression remained perfectly neutral, but his eyes held the kind of understanding that came from having watched similar scenes unfold multiple times across the span of a very long life. "You saw it coming," the old cultivator observed, without making it a question. His tone was neither accusatory nor approving, simply observing a fact that he and Li Xuan both understood to be true. "I saw the pattern developing," Li Xuan confirmed. "The sect master's reserves have been depleting for at least 6 months. The rate of depletion has been accelerating. Mathematics suggested this outcome was inevitable, merely a matter of timing. And you said nothing, Master Chen continued, his tone remaining even and thoughtful. What would saying something accomplish? Li Xuan replied, his own voice carrying the calm certainty of someone who had already worked through this question thoroughly. The sect master is aware of his own condition. A cultivator of his rank maintains constant awareness of his own meridians, his own cultivation foundation. He knew. He chose not to slow his expenditure. He chose to burn through his reserves in service to maintaining his authority. That was his choice to make. Announcing the inevitable outcome before it occurred would only have created fear and instability. The outcome is more stable this way, arriving as fact rather than prediction. Master Chen nodded slowly, the way he always did when Li Xuan demonstrated the system's thinking that had become so fundamental to his nature since accepting the keeper role. Everything was architecture now. Everything was structure and flow and the inevitable consequences of choices made and maintained. Power itself was simply a system, and like all systems, it operated according to discoverable laws. You'll be drawn into the succession struggle, Master Chen said. The sect master's illness has changed the calculations. Factions will see you as a resource to secure. Others will see you as a threat that needs neutralizing. I know, Li Xuan said simply. I can feel the shift in the sect's intent structure. The spirit sight shows me the changing alignments. I can trace at least 4 separate factions forming already, each with different calculations about how my position affects their chances at success. Then you understand that silence is no longer protection, Master Chen said. You must make a choice. Ally with someone. Establish yourself clearly within the succession structure. Or step outside it entirely. Or step outside it entirely. Li Xuan finished, understanding crystallizing as he spoke the words aloud. Become someone external to the sect's internal struggles. Someone whose role supersedes factional loyalty. Someone bound to purposes larger than sectarian advancement. Master Chen nodded. That path is available to you in a way it's not available to anyone else. The Keeper Network would support that choice. The trial would accept it. But it would mean abandoning the Jade Cloud sect entirely. It would mean accepting that you no longer belong anywhere, but in the spaces between sects, serving forces larger than any one institution. Li Xuan processed this carefully, considering the weight of such a choice. He thought about Lianyu, about the disciples he had grown comfortable with, about the routines that had become familiar over years of integrated life within the sect. He thought about belonging, about community, about the comfort of having a place where one was known and expected. And he thought about the seals, about the pressure that had been building beneath the world, about the weight of responsibility that grew heavier with each passing day. The dilemma crystallized in his mind with the clarity that his enhanced perception always brought to complex questions. 2 paths diverged before him, neither of them merely personal choices. Both represented commitments to something larger than himself. The sect represented stability, continuity, the comfort of known relationships, and predictable patterns. The Keeper Networks represented purpose on a vastly larger scale, the difference between serving a single institution and serving the world itself. Yet there was a deeper calculation beneath this surface choice. The sect master's collapse had revealed something about the nature of power and its limits. Cultivators who tried to maintain authority through force of will alone burned through their reserves faster than those who built institutions capable of sustaining themselves. Perhaps there was wisdom in observing what the trial itself would show him. Perhaps the understanding would clarify which path was not just the right one, but the necessary one. I haven't decided yet, he said finally, his voice carrying absolute certainty despite the statement's apparent indecision. I need to see what the trial shows me first. Before I choose between the sect and the Keeper Networks, I need to understand what the Keeper Networks actually need from me, what they authentically require, not what they believe they want. The decision should come after understanding, not before it. And the trial is the place where understanding happens most clearly. Chapter 62. The Azure Masters teaching Li Xuan left the Jade Cloud sect that same evening, moving through the sect's outer gates with the kind of calm certainty that prevented anyone from thinking to challenge his departure. Disciples parted before him without consciously choosing to do so. His presence had become something that naturally commanded space and respect, the presence of someone elevated beyond the normal hierarchies of the sect. The journey to the Eternal Trial's entrance took him through familiar terrain, the mountains that surrounded the sect, the pathways that marked the boundary between the cultivated valleys where human civilization had established itself and the wild lands beyond where forces less amenable to human ordering held dominion. He had made this journey multiple times before, and the path had become something his feet knew without conscious thought. The eternal trial responded to his approach differently than it had on previous occasions. The seals that marked the entrance blazed with recognition, their patterns shifting in ways that suggested not merely defensive awareness, but something approaching welcome. The threshold practically invited him across, not with words, but with a kind of resonant welcoming that existed in the realm of spiritual awareness rather than physical sensation. It was as if the trial had been waiting for him to return, had been holding something back until he came with this specific intention, not to descend deeper into the chambers, but to understand what had already been revealed, to have his understanding clarified and deepened. The first chamber opened differently than it had on previous descents. Instead of the stone doors and the pattern puzzle that he had solved on his first genuine descent, the spiral path of mathematical perfection that had first awakened his spirit sight, Li Xuan found himself in a space that occupied a peculiar existence between the chamber and the world beyond. It was a kind of threshold, a boundary place designed by consciousness rather than physical engineering. That ancient master had somehow carved out this impossible geometry, a place where the keeper and the kept consciousness could meet without requiring the full descent through the inheritance chambers, without demanding the sacrifice and transformation that normally accompanied direct contact with the trial's deepest mysteries. It was a space for teaching, for sharing understanding, for conveying knowledge that needed to be given voice, but also needed to be experienced directly in ways that language alone could never achieve. The presence manifested as light first, then gradually organized itself into something resembling form. The Azure architect had never been merely human once the trial had transformed him into the seal's resident consciousness. He existed now as something conceptual given temporary shape, neither alive in the way living creatures were alive, nor dead, nor existing in any state that normal cultivators had vocabulary to describe. Not deeply a person anymore, but not entirely abstract either. Something in between, like a person translated into the language of ancient cultivation, a consciousness that had been filtered through centuries of being bound within the seal, becoming something both diminished and paradoxically more essential than a normal human cultivator could ever be. I need you to understand something, the presence said, and Li Xuan felt the words not in his ears but in the structure of his understanding itself. They rewrote his perception of reality moment by moment. The way reading a crucial piece of information can fundamentally reorganize everything one thought they understood. The understanding built upon itself, creating connections that hadn't existed moments before. The seal was never meant to be permanent. The things beneath the world cannot be held forever. Eventually, they will find a way through. Eventually, the bindings will fail. That is not a failure of the seal. That is the seal working as intended. Li Xuan processed this, letting the implications cascade through his consciousness like dominoes falling in a precisely calculated pattern. You made the seal to eventually fail, he said, understanding crystallizing even as he spoke. You built in its own expiration. You didn't create a lock meant to last forever. You created a mechanism designed to eventually unlock. I built in the recognition that nothing lasts forever. The presence corrected gently. The seal's purpose is not eternal imprisonment. The seal's purpose is delay. It is a mechanism to hold the thing beneath for long enough that the world could prepare, evolve, become capable of facing what is coming. The seal buys time. Nothing more. Nothing less. And time is running out. How long? Li Xuan asked directly. How long until the seal fails thoroughly? 1,000 years is already elapsed, the presence said. The seal was created as protection against an immediate threat. Now that 1,000 years has passed, the seal can hold for another 1,000 more, perhaps 2,000 if the keepers are worthy of the burden. But eventually, the bindings will weaken. They will degrade. The pressure from beneath will wear them down like water wearing stone, slowly and inevitably. And when they do, the keeper, singular, not plural, must be ready to make a choice. That choice is what the seal is actually for. Everything before that moment is simply preparation. The presence showed him then, not through images or words, but through direct transference of understanding. A kind of sharing that was neither telepathy nor teaching, but something more fundamental. The Azure Master showed Li Xuan memories that had been preserved in the seal itself, impressions that had been burned into the structure of this place, like patterns burned into stone by intense heat. Su Ming had been a cultivator like any other once, centuries ago. He had been powerful and skilled and ambitious in the way of young masters who have discovered that they are capable of profound growth and unwilling to let that growth be constrained by conventional limitations. He had explored the world seeking deeper power, seeking secrets that other cultivators had hidden away in remote temples and sealed libraries, guarded by traditions of secrecy that he was determined to overcome. He had explored not out of corruption, but out of genuine hunger for understanding, for the truth of how cultivation actually worked beyond the simplified doctrines that most sects taught their disciples. And in his seeking, he had found something. Not a technique, not a realm, not a hidden sect or artifact. A thing, a presence, a hunger. The hunger beneath the world was not a force of nature. It was not a consequence of cultivation or reality itself. It was something fundamentally other, something that existed in opposition to normal reality. It was a choice. It was something that had chosen to be there, had chosen to hide beneath the world and press against its boundaries, testing for weaknesses with the patience of something immortal, always probing for ways through, always reaching outward with hunger and intention that had never diminished across the eons. The Azure Master, when he had discovered this thing, had wanted to kill it or bind it or seal it away, had wanted some form of permanent solution, some form of final ending. But he had learned, through communion with it, through attempting to understand what he had found, that the thing could not be killed. It could only be held. It could only be delayed. And the attempt to hold it, the communion that was required to understand it well enough to seal it, had changed him fundamentally. It had shown him truths about cultivation and power and the nature of reality that fundamentally altered his understanding of what was possible, what was real, what mattered. So he had created the trial. Not to create an endless succession of keepers. That would be slavery, an eternal imposition of burden without meaning or purpose. But to create a mechanism that would eventually produce one keeper. One person who understood the burden so entirely that when the seal was finally tested to its limits, when the thing beneath finally pushed hard enough to break through, they would be ready to make the choice that would save the world or doom it. One person who could understand both the weight of responsibility and the possibility of a different future. What choice? Li Xuan asked directly, and the presence did not answer. It couldn't. Some understandings couldn't be transmitted in advance. Some truths could only be encountered when the moment demanded it, when a person had grown to the point where they were ready to comprehend what was at stake. The vision faded. Li Xuan returned to his body, still kneeling at the trial's entrance, his consciousness slowly reintegrating with his physical form. The process of reintegration was complex. His awareness had been distributed so widely through the trial's teaching that pulling back into a single body felt like water flowing backward against gravity. But gradually, slowly, the boundaries reformed. His consciousness settled back into the confines of flesh and individual perspective. But he understood something profound and terrible and necessary now. The pressure he felt building beneath the world was not a threat to be managed in the way the Keeper networks had always managed it. It was not an enemy to be held back forever. It was a countdown to a moment of ultimate decision, a moment when the seals would finally fail, not through any weakness or breach, but through the simple expiration of their intended lifespan. And he had been chosen, or perhaps had chosen himself through his actions and his willingness to accept what no one else would accept, to be in position when that moment arrived. The implications cascaded through his consciousness as he remained kneeling in the trial's entrance chamber. The seal would eventually break. That was not a failure. That was the seal working as intended. And someone would need to understand not just how to manage that breaking, but how to ensure it happened in the way that allowed something new to emerge from what came after. The Azure Master had spent centuries preparing for this moment, and now those preparations had moved to a new phase. The trial had chosen Li Xuan, and Li Xuan was only now beginning to understand what that choice actually meant. Chapter 63. The Sect Master's Choice. Li Xuan returned to the Jade Cloud sect 3 days later, having spent the intervening time traveling slowly and meditating on what the Azure Master had shown him. The understanding was beginning to integrate into his consciousness, to become something that could inform his decisions rather than simply overwhelming them with the weight of revelation. He found that the Sect Master had recovered partially from the collapse. Not healed, the damage to his cultivation reserves was permanent, impossible to repair through any known technique or cultivation method that remained in the world, but stabilized, recovered enough to remain conscious and capable of coherent thought. It was, Master Chun explained when Li Xuan found him tending the meditation gardens, a kind of miracle in its way. The Sect Master's body should have failed entirely after such a complete depletion. The reserves should have bottomed out wholly, leaving only an empty shell, a consciousness that had lost the fundamental ability to interface with the physical world. That it hadn't was due either to exceptional medical skill deployed by multiple healers from surrounding sects, or to some deeper commitment of will that was holding the failing cultivation together through sheer force of intention, refusing to allow death to take him until he had accomplished what he had determined needed to be accomplished. He's dying, Master Chen said simply. his ancient eyes carrying the certainty of someone who had watched many cultivators reach the end of their extended lives. But he's dying slowly enough to accomplish something significant. The healers say he has perhaps 3 months before the body gives out fully. He might have 6 if he's as stubborn in the face of death as he was in the face of opposition. He's requesting me, Li Xuan observed. It wasn't a question. He could feel the intention pulling at him through the sect's awareness, could sense the weight of a spiritual summons coming from someone who still possessed significant authority and power despite the body's failure. Yes, Master Chen confirmed. He wants you in his chambers this afternoon. Go listen to what he has to say. The old man is trying to do something difficult, something that requires perspective beyond the normal scope of sectarian authority. He'll need your understanding to do it well. The sect master summoned him immediately upon his arrival, rather than making him wait as the old cultivator had done on previous occasions. There was no point in delays now. Time had become the primary limited resource. Every moment not spent on purpose was a moment wasted, and the sect master's remaining supply of moments was being consumed with accelerating speed. The old cultivator lay in his private chambers, his body diminished in a manner that was obvious even to eyes untrained in spirit sight. His presence, which had once filled rooms with authority and pressure, radiating power and command in waves that made lesser cultivators instinctively recognize hierarchy, was now concentrated and contained, pulling inward rather than radiating outward. He was dying. Li Xuan understood immediately upon entering the chamber. The recovery was temporary, a respite purchased through will rather than through any genuine restoration of capacity. Within weeks, perhaps months, the end would come inevitably. The body might slow the process through sheer force of intention, might buy a little time through mechanisms that transcended normal understanding, but the mathematical arrow of entropy was not reversible. The end was inevitable and approaching with the certainty of mathematics. I need your advice, the sect master said, his voice barely above a whisper, rough with the effort of speaking and of maintaining coherence. Not as a disciple giving counsel to the master, but as the keeper, advising a dying cultivator on matters that extend beyond sectarian authority. I need to know what to do about the succession. I need your perspective on something that the normal councils of elders cannot address. The sect master paused, gathering strength for what came next. His breathing was shallow, each inhalation demanding concentration. Li Xuan could see the old man's body trembling with the effort of remaining conscious and coherent, the strain of holding his presence together through will alone while his physical form failed around him. The elders will suggest candidates based on cultivation rank, on political alliances, on conventional measures of capability, the sect master continued slowly. But the sect isn't what they think it is. It hasn't been for generations. I need someone who understands that. I need someone who can lead not by force of cultivation, but by understanding. Understanding of systems, of pattern, of what actually matters beneath the surface of sectarian politics. Li Xuan waited. He didn't move to the chair that had been set beside the sect master's bed. He simply stood, calm and present, allowing the old man to arrange his thoughts, to gather what strength remained in his failing body, to formulate the questions such that would make sense. This was the moment toward which the sect master had been directing all his remaining effort. This conversation mattered more than any council, any formal decision-making process. This was the moment when the old man would name his choice and request Li Xuan's assessment of whether that choice was wise. Chapter 64. Succession Planning. The sect master took his time explaining the situation. His breath came in shallow, careful increments, each inhalation requiring conscious effort, each exhalation releasing precious reserves of energy that could not be replenished. Each word cost him significant effort, but he was determined to be clear, to make sure Li Xuan understood the full scope of what he was attempting and the reasoning that lay beneath his choices. The sect has 7 senior disciples capable of assuming leadership, the sect master said slowly, pausing frequently to gather strength for the next sentence. I've been considering each of them for the past 2 months, ever since I understood that my cultivation was depleting faster than it could be replenished, faster than any restoration technique could repair. 4 of them are excellent administrators, good with finances, good with logistics, good with the practical management of resources and personnel. They would maintain stability and ensure that the sect continues its current trajectory, growing in wealth and influence and the conventional markers of success. But they lack something, Li Xuan said, understanding where this was leading from the careful way the sect master had phrased his description. They lack understanding of what the sect actually is, the sect master confirmed, his voice growing slightly stronger as he approached the core of what he needed to communicate. They know only the surface, the outer territories, the disciples, the reputation. They don't understand that we're a seal-keeping organization, that beneath all the cultivation and politics, this sect exists as a fortress against something. Something beneath. Something that matters more than all the conventional success that a sect can accumulate. And the other three? Li Xuan asked, already understanding that this was where the real analysis lay, that the four administrators were merely the baseline against which the final candidates were being measured. Lianyu is the youngest, the sect master said. But she's intelligent, not brilliant in the conventional sense, but intelligent in ways that matter more than brilliance. More importantly, she's observant. She watches systems rather than individuals. She understands flow and pattern in the way power moves through the sect. And she has something else, a kind of quiet resilience. When things break, she doesn't panic. She doesn't attempt to fix them according to conventional methods. She finds ways to make them work within the constraints that actually exist. Li Xuan considered this carefully. Lianyu was a capable cultivator, but her martial strength was only moderate. She had never been in the top tier of the sect's disciples in terms of raw power or cultivation advancement. Her strength lay elsewhere, in the kind of intelligence that didn't manifest in direct combat or cultivation advancement, but in understanding how things actually worked, how systems actually functioned, how to navigate complexity without being overwhelmed by it. You're considering naming her? Li Xuan asked. I'm considering it, the sect master said. But I want your perspective first. You've worked with her. You've taught her. You've observed her development across multiple years. Tell me honestly, does she have the capacity to grow into this role? Not immediately, not within the first months, but over time? Can she develop into someone worthy of this burden? Li Xuan thought through his interactions with Lianyu, reviewing memories with the systematic precision that the Keeper networks had taught him. Her progress in cultivation had been steady but not spectacular, advancing at a pace that was respectable but never remarkable. Her understanding of theory had been exceptional, her ability to grasp complex concepts and understand how they related to one another going far beyond what her cultivation rank would have suggested. Her willingness to learn from failure had been remarkable, genuinely remarkable. She treated every mistake as a teaching opportunity rather than as a shame to be hidden or compensated for. Most importantly, when Li Xuan had begun his keeper duties, when he had started coming and going at odd hours, when his attention had shifted away from the sect's conventional concerns, she had understood. She hadn't demanded explanations or expressed jealousy or confusion. She had simply observed, understood that something larger was occupying his attention, and accepted it with the quiet grace of someone secure enough in themselves to not require constant reassurance. Yes, Li Xuan said. She has the capacity. It won't be easy for her. The sect won't accept the choice easily, and she'll face resistance from multiple directions. But she'll grow into it. She'll become someone worthy of the burden. The sect master closed his eyes, and his body seemed to relax slightly. When he opened them again, there was visible relief in his expression, the relief of someone who had asked a crucial question and received an answer that he could trust. Then I'll name her, he said. I'll make the formal announcement tomorrow. The elders will resist initially, but I still have enough authority to make the choice stick. And by the time my authority fades thoroughly, Lianyu will have established herself enough that succession will be inevitable. Chapter 65. The announcement. The sect master called the council of elders together the next morning, summoning them to the great hall with the kind of command that nobody, regardless of their position, would think to refuse. Li Xuan attended as a courtesy, but remained standing at the back of the chamber, carefully positioning himself as separate from the formal proceedings. This was the sect master's moment, not his, and he would not allow his presence to influence the decision or take focus away from what needed to happen. The old cultivator sat in his formal seat, surrounded by the same elders who had served under him for decades, who had grown comfortable in their positions and their understanding of the sect's hierarchy and structure. His body was supported by cushions and careful arrangement of pillows, multiple layers of support that made clear to everyone present that this was a man fighting against the weight of his own failing flesh. His voice still carried authority despite its obvious thinness, the authority of someone who had wielded power for so long that the habit of command was written into the very core of his being. I am naming Lianyu as my successor, the sect master announced without preamble, without ceremony, without softening the announcement with diplomatic language. She will assume leadership of the sect upon my death. The transition will begin immediately. All major decisions will be deferred to her judgment. All authority will flow through her. By the time my body fails entirely, she will already be established as the sect's leader. The chamber erupted into objections. Elders spoke over one another, listing every concern, every doubt, every alternative candidate. They questioned her age, her cultivation rank, her experience with politics and administration. The noise was considerable, the expressions of concern and outright opposition creating a wall of resistance that might have been intended to make the sect master reconsider his decision. But Li Xuan watched as Master Chen rose from his seat and approached the sect master's formal position. The old cultivator moved slowly. His body carried the weight of his years despite his still sharp mind, but with absolute certainty. When he spoke, his voice cut through the chaos like a blade cutting through silk. "I support this choice," Master Chen said, his voice reaching every corner of the chamber despite its modest volume. "Li Yu has the qualities this sect needs. She has my endorsement and my backing." The chamber quieted. Master Chen's support carried weight, the weight of decades of dedicated service, of wisdom accumulated across a very long life, of integrity that nobody in the room would dare question. The old cultivator had been a fixture in the sect for longer than most of the current elders had been alive. His word had power, and everyone knew it. One by one, the other senior masters added their support, not because they necessarily agreed that Li Yu was the best choice, but because they recognized that the sect master's will had been clearly stated and Master Chen's backing had made resistance futile. The outcome was no longer in doubt. The elders might continue to express concerns, might file formal objections for the record, but they would ultimately accept what had been decided. By the time the council formally adjourned, Li Yu's succession was established as fact rather than possibility. Li Xuan found Li Yu in the gardens afterward, standing by the meditation pavilion where she had studied cultivation theory with him many times, sitting exactly where she always sat, looking at the same carefully cultivated patterns of stone and water and growing things that never changed. She had positioned herself in a place where the afternoon light fell in a particular way, illuminating the water features and the carefully pruned vegetation. Li Xuan recognized this as the kind of choice Li Yu made, not by accident, but through careful observation of how spaces functioned, how light and environment affected contemplation and decision-making. "You knew this was coming," she said. It wasn't a question. She had known, somehow, that this moment was approaching, that the sect master's collapse had been part of a larger pattern of change. Her capacity for pattern recognition had always been remarkable, even before she had begun studying systems thinking under Li Xuan's tutelage. She could sense shifts in the way power moved through the sect, could feel when equilibrium was changing into something new. Her voice was calm, but beneath the calm surface, Li Xuan could sense the weight of understanding settling on her shoulders. She was processing the reality of what the sect master's choice meant. Not just the honor of being named successor, but the burden of it, the weight of leading an organization that few people authentically understood the purpose of. "The sect master was dying," Li Xuan replied, his tone carrying absolute certainty. He needed to establish his succession before he could no longer exercise the authority required to make the choice permanent. "You were always his choice. And you advised him to choose me," Li Yu said. There was no accusation in her voice, only statement of fact, and the beginning of the process of understanding what her life was about to become. "Yes," Li Xuan confirmed. "He needed perspective on whether you had the capacity to grow into the role. That perspective is something I can provide." Li Yu was quiet for a long moment, processing the weight of what was being placed on her shoulders, the scope of the responsibility that she was about to inherit. "I'm not ready," she said finally, her voice small but not frightened. "I don't know enough. I don't have the experience." "That's why it's the right choice," Li Xuan said. The sect master understood something fundamental about leadership. The sect needs someone who recognizes how much she doesn't know, someone who can learn, someone who can grow into the position rather than merely maintaining what already exists. He could have chosen someone confident and experienced, and the sect would have continued to function. But it would have only continued. It wouldn't have grown. It wouldn't have adapted to the changes that are coming. Chapter 66. The Council's response. The Council of Keepers convened an emergency session 5 days later, summoning Li Xuan to a fortress far below the surface, a place where the keeper networks were most concentrated, where the presence of all the bound consciousnesses was strongest and most direct. The breach of the Eastern Seal had forced a reckoning with the system's vulnerabilities, had revealed weaknesses that the keepers had believed were adequately protected, and now the entire network needed to decide how to adapt to this new understanding of risk. Li Xuan made the descent through carefully maintained passages that tunneled through the world's foundation, moving deeper with each layer until the weight of stone and earth pressing down became almost tactile through his spirit sight. The deeper he went, the more he could perceive the underlying structure of reality itself, the threads that bound the world together in patterns that existed beneath normal perception, the places where the seal was woven most strongly into the fabric of existence, the points of weakness that had allowed the breach to occur and that might allow others. The council chamber was vast, carved from a single massive cavern and lined with anchoring points where keepers had been binding their consciousness for centuries, centuries that had stretched back further into the past than most people could comprehend. Dozens of keeper presences were already assembled, old cultivators, most of them, whose physical bodies had long since aged beyond usefulness but whose consciousness had become increasingly essential to the network. They existed here as pattern and presence rather than flesh, their awareness distributed across the keeper network rather than confined to a single body, perceiving through senses that transcended the normal five. Su Ming, the oldest among them, spoke first. She had been binding since before the current dynasties had come to power, her consciousness woven so deeply into the seal structure that she was almost indistinguishable from it. "The breach reveals a critical failure in our structure," she said, her presence ancient and powerful, layered with centuries of keeper experience. "We assumed that the seals would hold. We assumed that our distributed network would be sufficient to contain what we bound. We were wrong. The pressure beneath is stronger than we calculated. The things beneath the world are learning, adapting, testing our defenses more systematically than before. And we nearly failed. We will fail if we do not change how we coordinate." The eastern seal was maintained by a single keeper, another elder said, her voice carrying the concern of someone who understood infrastructure intimately. That was always the weakness. A single point of failure, a single consciousness bearing the full weight of containment. When that keeper fell, the seal was exposed. "But we don't have the resources to multiply redundancy across all seals," a younger keeper countered, her tone carrying the frustration of someone trying to solve a problem with insufficient resources. "There aren't enough worthy cultivators willing to bind themselves to keeper duty. We can barely maintain the current structure. To add redundancy to every seal would require doubling or tripling the keeper population." Li Xuan listened, processing the nature of the conversation with the systematic precision that had become characteristic of his thinking. The keepers were facing a systemic problem, a fundamental mismatch between the demands being placed on the system and the capacity available to meet those demands. Their network had been designed for a world where the pressure beneath was consistent and manageable. Now that pressure was increasing, testing the boundaries of what a distributed network of individual keepers could contain. They needed to evolve their structure, but doing so required making difficult choices about resource allocation and risk management that nobody wanted to make. The council adjourned for emergency work that extended through the night. Keepers dispersed to their respective duties, re-establishing connections to the eastern seal, finding a replacement keeper to inherit the dead woman's network anchors, implementing new security protocols across all binding points. But before they scattered, they established something new. A communication structure that would allow keepers to transmit urgent information across the entire network in real time, rather than waiting for periodic council gatherings. The breach had revealed a critical weakness. They needed to be able to coordinate instantaneously when pressure increased or vulnerabilities appeared. Li Xuan worked with 3 other keepers through the night, helping to strengthen the eastern seal despite the breach, channeling his understanding of the seal's fundamental architecture to help the other keepers locate the weakened points with precision. He could see the structure of the binding through spirit sight, could trace the threads that connected the seal's physical manifestation to the keeper network, could identify which anchor points had been compromised and how to reinforce them without requiring the original keeper's direct presence. His perception was different from the other keepers, sharper, more systematic, able to see patterns that centuries of traditional keeper experience had somehow missed. The Azure Master's consciousness had fundamentally altered how he perceived the world. It had made him something new, something that the traditional keeper networks had never needed before. As he worked alongside the other keepers, he could sense their frustration with their own limitations, their inability to perceive the seals at the level of detail that he could access so easily. They were trying to solve a 3-dimensional problem using tools designed for 2-dimensional perception. Li Xuan had access to the full dimensionality of the seal structure, could perceive not just the physical layout but the flow of power, the patterns of intent that the Azure Master had woven in, the ways that the binding responded to pressure at multiple levels simultaneously. The work was intense and focused, the kind of work that demanded absolute presence and concentration. There was no room for distraction, no room for anything less than perfect clarity of purpose. Any error in the reinforcement work could compromise the entire seal. Any misunderstanding of the binding structure could make things worse rather than better. But as the night progressed and the work continued, Li Xuan began to feel something shift in the collective consciousness of the keeper networks. The fear and panic that had accompanied the breach was being replaced by focus and determination. They were adapting. They were learning. They were developing new capabilities in response to this challenge. By dawn, the eastern seal was stabilized. It would hold. The breach had been closed. Whatever had gotten through had been relatively minor, a fragment, an echo, something that had escaped before being quickly suppressed and neutralized. But the fact of the breach remained clear and undeniable. The sealed things could break through if they exerted enough pressure in the right way. The system was still fundamentally sound, but it was no longer invulnerable. The pressure was building. The timeline was accelerating. And the Keeper networks, under Li Xuan's leadership, were beginning to understand that they needed to prepare for something far worse than the breach that had just occurred. As the sun rose over the council chamber, a sun that had risen and set countless times since the seals were first created, that would continue rising and setting through centuries yet to come. The oldest keeper approached Li Xuan. She moved slowly, the way ancient cultivators did, their bodies having learned to preserve strength through economy of movement, developing movement patterns that wasted nothing and accomplished everything necessary. Her name was Su Ming. She introduced herself formally, and she had been maintaining seals for longer than most cultivators had been alive. Her consciousness had been bound to seal work for more than 3 centuries. She had seen keepers come and go. She had watched the pressure beneath increase and intensify. She understood, better than almost anyone else in the networks, that something fundamental was changing. "The council wishes to offer you a formal position," she said, her ancient eyes carrying the weight of centuries of observation. Not as one keeper among many, but as the keeper coordinator. Someone responsible for facilitating communication between keepers across different regions, for identifying patterns in seal breaches, for coordinating emergency response. The trial chose you for a reason. The Azure Master's consciousness has influenced your thinking in ways that allow you to see systemic patterns that the rest of us miss. Li Xuan listened, understanding the significance of what she was offering. This was not merely another responsibility. This was recognition that something fundamental had changed in the keeper networks, that the old ways of decentralized, independent keeper work were no longer sufficient to meet the challenges emerging. The council was accepting that they needed strategic coordination. They were accepting that a single keeper, with the right training and understanding, could guide the efforts of hundreds of other keepers across the entire continent. Chapter 67. The Sect Master's Death. The journey back to the Jade Cloud sect took 5 days. Li Xuan moved deliberately slowly, wanting time to process the decision that was being offered and to understand what accepting or refusing would mean for his future. The keeper networks didn't pressure him. They could wait. Matters would resolve themselves eventually. The seals had endured for 1,000 years. They could endure a few more days while he arranged his personal affairs and came to clarity about where his true loyalties lay. The journey itself gave him time for reflection and meditation. He traveled through familiar territory, but perceived it differently now that his consciousness had been partially integrated into the keeper networks. The mountains themselves seemed to hold significance. They were anchor points for some of the regional seals, places where the seal's binding touched the physical world directly. As he traveled, he could feel the structure of the seals like a vast web underlying the landscape, connecting one binding point to another, channeling and directing the pressure from beneath. When he arrived at the sect, he found that the sect master had deteriorated further. The old cultivator was now bedridden, his body diminished to shadow weight, his presence so thin that it barely registered through spirit sight. The Council of Elders was meeting almost continuously now, preparing for the succession that would occur within days or hours. The intensity of these sessions was visible in the expressions of the elders, the careful way they spoke to one another, as if they understood they were overseeing the end of an era. Li Xuan could feel the energy of the sect shifting, like water beginning to move in a new direction, following new channels now that the old barriers were being removed. The sect master's personality had dominated the sect's culture for so long that his absence, even while he still lived, was creating a vacuum that something new needed to fill. The disciples sensed this transition, even if they didn't fully understand it. There was anxiety, anticipation, and underneath both of those, a kind of relief that the old order was finally yielding to something new. Lian Yu found him as he crossed the sect's gardens. She looked different, more solid, more present in herself. Leadership was already shaping her, already forcing her to expand into spaces she had previously been too uncertain to occupy. The disciples had begun deferring to her on matters of daily administration. The merchants who worked with the sect had started directing their inquiries to her rather than to the sect master's staff. She was becoming the actual center of gravity around which the sect's energy was beginning to orbit. Her growth was visible in the way she carried herself, in the tone of her voice, in the way others reacted to her presence. "I knew you would come back for this," she said, her voice carrying a new tone of authority. I felt the decision moving through the sect like water through channels. The sect master is dying, and everyone is preparing for the transition. I've been managing the sect's affairs for the past week. The elders are accepting my decisions without much resistance. It's remarkable how quickly a power vacuum gets filled when someone steps into it with confidence. How are you managing? Li Xuan asked. He could see the strain around her eyes, could feel the weight of constant decision-making pressing on her consciousness. But he could also see how she was adapting to it, how her mind was learning to process multiple concerns simultaneously, how her understanding of cause and effect was becoming more sophisticated with each choice she was forced to make. She had a gift for this. She was made for leadership in a fashion that many naturally stronger cultivators never would be. What Li Xuan perceived through spirit sight was remarkable. Most cultivators, when thrust into positions of authority, experienced a kind of panicked fragmentation, their consciousness splitting into competing concerns, their decision-making becoming reactive rather than strategic. But Li Yu's consciousness was organizing itself differently. Rather than splitting, it was consolidating, integrating, building hierarchies of priority that allowed her to consider multiple factors without becoming overwhelmed. It was the kind of mental organization that took many years for most people to develop. She was developing it in days. Better than I expected, Li Yu admitted. The sect master's designation has made me legitimate in a way I couldn't have achieved otherwise. Some of the older disciples still resist, but the younger ones are looking to me now. The merchants trust me. The outer disciples have organized themselves around supporting my succession. When the sect master finally dies, the transition will be smooth. He's dying soon, Li Xuan said. It wasn't a question. He could feel the sect master's presence dimming further, the binding that kept the old cultivator's body functioning deteriorating with each passing hour. The will that had been holding him together was exhausting itself. It had accomplished its purpose. The succession was secured, Li Yu was established, the sect would continue without crisis. Now that the primary task was complete, the sect master's consciousness was beginning to accept what his body had known for weeks. The end was approaching with the certainty of mathematics. Tonight, Li Yu said. Perhaps tomorrow morning. But his will is failing now. The body won't last much longer. He's been holding on through pure determination. Once he feels assured that Li Yu is deeply ready, that the sect will be stable, I think he'll finally let go. The sect master summoned him before the final evening came. Li Xuan found the old man barely conscious, drifting in and out of awareness, his body hanging on through will alone. It was a state Li Xuan was beginning to recognize as familiar, the point where a cultivator's spirit was slowly detaching from the flesh, preparing for whatever came next. The sect master's presence was so faint now that it was almost impossible to detect. Only the thread of conscious will remained, holding back the darkness for a few hours more. I'm glad you came back, the sect master said, his voice barely audible. The effort of speaking seemed to cost him nearly everything he had left. I wanted to tell you something. I wanted you to know that I understand now. What you've been protecting. What the burden means. I felt it near the end. Felt the seal. Felt the pressure from beneath. It was not hostile, exactly, but it was present. It was real. It was so much larger than anything a single sect could contain or even comprehend. That's when I knew I had made the right choice in selecting Li Yu. She'll understand eventually. She'll grow into understanding what this sect actually is. A fortress, a keeper of something essential. The old cultivator's breath came in shallow increments. Li Xuan could feel the boundary between life and death becoming increasingly permeable, increasingly thin. The sect master's consciousness was beginning to detach from his body even as he continued speaking, preparing for the transition that would come soon. I want the sect to continue, the sect master said. I want the disciples to learn and grow and serve the seal in whatever way they can. But more than that, I want them to understand. To understand that cultivation is not just about personal advancement. It's about service. It's about finding your place in something larger than yourself. She will serve the seal well, Li Xuan said quietly. It was a promise and an acknowledgement, spoken in the language that cultivators of rank understood. The seal would protect her as it protected all who bound themselves to keep her duty. The burden would shape her, but it would not destroy her. She would grow into an understanding of what it meant to carry this weight. Her strength would come from understanding, not from martial prowess. Good, the sect master said. And then his eyes closed, and his breathing slowed, and sometime during the night, his body finally gave out. The sect master of the Jade Cloud sect died peacefully, his will having carried him long enough to see his succession secured. His consciousness released from flesh with the same calm acceptance that had characterized his approach to every other challenge in his life. Li Xuan stood vigil with Master Chun and Li Yu through the death watch, honoring the old cultivator's passing with quiet respect. It was a solemn ceremony, conducted according to the traditions of the Jade Cloud sect, acknowledging both the man the sect master had been and the larger purposes he had served. Li Xuan's presence added weight to the vigil, signaling to the sect that the sect master's passing had significance beyond merely sectarian loss, that it represented a shift in the larger currents of the world. The sect emerged from shock the next morning to find its leadership structure already settled. Lian Yu's formal acceptance came within hours. By noon, she was already conducting business as the new sect master, making decisions, handling disputes, establishing her authority. The disciples accepted her with surprising ease. The sect master's designation had made her legitimate, and her own actions during the succession crisis had demonstrated her capability. She was ready. More importantly, the sect recognized that she was ready. Li Xuan watched all of this with calm detachment. He was proud of Lian Yu. She had grown into the role with impressive speed. But he also understood that his presence in the sect had become something different now. He was no longer a disciple. He was a connection to forces larger than the sect, a reminder of responsibilities that superseded sectarian politics. His remaining as an active member would eventually create tension and confusion about where his actual loyalties lay. Better to make the break clean, to establish clearly that he was external to the sect now, even if he would always care about its continued success. Chapter 68. The departure acknowledged 3 days after the sect master's death, Li Xuan formally requested an audience with Lian Yu, not as a disciple seeking permission but as a courtesy to the sect's new leader. He owed her that much, the grace of being informed before announcing his departure, the respect of direct communication rather than of simply disappearing into the keeper networks. They met in the sect master's chambers, which were now Lian Yu's chambers. The space still carried the weight of the old cultivator's presence. The arrangement of furniture, the choice of decorations, the very atmosphere seemed to hold memories of the decades he had occupied this space. But it was already being reshaped by Lian Yu's essence, becoming something new while maintaining continuity with what had come before. It was a delicate process, one that required respecting the past while not being bound by it. Li Xuan could see that Lian Yu was managing it well. She had kept the essential furniture, the primary symbols of authority, but had arranged them in ways that reflected her own understanding of order and function. The room felt both familiar and transformed. "You're leaving," Lian Yu said. It wasn't a question. She had always known this moment would come. She had felt the pull of the keeper networks on Li Xuan's consciousness, had understood that his true duty lay elsewhere. Her tone was calm, accepting, the way someone speaks when they understand that a necessary transition is approaching. "Yes," Li Xuan confirmed. "The keeper networks have offered me a formal role. Keeper coordinator. I would be responsible for facilitating communication between keepers across the continent, for identifying patterns in seal activity, for coordinating emergency response. It's a significant position. It will require my complete focus and my complete commitment." "And you're accepting?" Lian Yu continued. She sat behind the sect master's desk, her desk now, and Li Xuan could see how naturally she occupied the space. The position fit her in a way that a position had never fit him. She was meant for leadership in the traditional sense, the sense of being the center around which an institution organized itself. She was meant to be a sect master. In time, she would make the desk and the title entirely her own, would make the sect something that reflected her own vision while honoring what had come before. And unlike Li Xuan, who always existed at a remove from the sect, even when technically a member, Lian Yu would be fully committed to the sect and fully immersed in its culture and traditions. The distinction was important. Different people were suited for different roles. The trial had chosen Li Xuan for the keeper networks. The sect master had chosen Lian Yu for the sect. And both of them would excel in their respective roles precisely because those roles matched their fundamental natures. "I'm leaning toward accepting," Li Xuan said carefully. "But I wanted to be sure you understood what my departure would mean. I won't be available to support the sect. I won't be someone you can call on for protection or counsel. You'll be managing the sect without access to my resources or authority. The burden will be entirely yours to carry." "I know," Lian Yu said. She gestured for him to sit, a gesture that reflected her new authority. "I've always known that eventually you would leave. The seal was always more important than the sect to you. I accepted that. I understood it. I never expected you to choose the sect over the keeper networks." She paused, then continued with the directness that was characteristic of her mind. "I'm ready to do this alone. I'm ready to lead the sect without your support. And the sect is ready to follow without your presence commanding their respect. You leaving now is the right timing. Not earlier, when I would have felt abandoned. Not later, when they would have stopped respecting me as an independent leader and started seeing me as merely standing in your shadow." Li Xuan nodded, appreciating her understanding. She was right, of course. His continued presence would eventually undermine her authority, would create confusion about where true power lay. Better to separate wholly, to establish that she was capable of standing alone. You'll do well, he said. Better than well. You'll exceed what the sect master was able to accomplish. You'll make the sect stronger, more adaptable, more capable of serving its true purpose. The sect master maintained through force of will and accumulated authority. You'll lead through understanding and adaptation. That's a different kind of strength, but ultimately more sustainable. Li Xuan paused, considering what else needed to be said. And when the seals finally weaken, when the burden of keeper duty becomes more demanding, the Jade Cloud sect under your leadership will be ready to bear that burden. Not because you're the strongest cultivator, but because you understand systems. You understand how things flow. You understand how to work with what actually exists rather than trying to force the world to match your expectations. He turned to face her directly. Most importantly, you understand that change is inevitable and that resistance to change is what destroys institutions. The sect will face challenges in the years to come that none of us can predict. You'll be ready for them, not because you know the answer in advance, but because you know how to think. That's the most valuable gift a leader can have. I had a good teacher, Lian Yu replied. You taught me how to observe systems, how to understand the way power flows, how to see what actually matters as distinct from what appears important. I'll use those skills to lead the sect well, and I'll ensure that the sect remembers its true purpose. Whatever happens, whatever transformations come, the Jade Cloud sect will serve the seal faithfully. I believe you, Li Xuan said. The sect master believed you. That's why he made the choice he did. Chapter 69. The formal departure. Li Xuan formally petitioned the Council of Elders for release from his disciple status. The petition was granted without resistance. The elders understood that he was moving into something larger than sectarian hierarchies. They blessed his departure and offered him titles of honor, which Li Xuan accepted gracefully, not out of vanity, but out of respect for the process. These gestures mattered. They made clear that his departure was a transition into new duties, not a rejection of what the sect had given him. A cultivator released from a sect with honor carried that honor with them, carried the goodwill of the institution they were leaving. It was important that the Jade Cloud sect understood that Li Xuan remained connected to it in spirit, even as his practical duties separated him from sectarian life. The administrative work of separation took the rest of the week. Li Xuan transferred his resources to the sect's treasury, resources he had accumulated over years of service, gifts from merchants, advances from his share in the sect's profits. These possessions, which had once seemed significant, now felt like weights being set down. He ceded his claim to any advancement within the sect's hierarchy, relinquishing the possibility of eventually becoming a respected elder or council member. He formally relinquished his position as a core disciple, the rank that had defined much of his identity for the past years. The process was methodical and detailed. Every transfer had to be documented. Every renunciation had to be witnessed. The sect maintained careful records of who belonged to it and who did not. By making this transition formal and official, Li Xuan was ensuring that the sect understood clearly that his departure was complete. There would be no ambiguity about his status, no possibility of later claiming affiliation with the sect if it became convenient. By the time the paperwork was complete, he was no longer technically a member of the Jade Cloud sect. He was external, free, but also irrevocably severed from something that had defined a significant portion of his life. The sect would continue without him. Lian Yu would lead it into whatever future was coming, and he would work in the spaces between sects, serving forces and purposes larger than any single institution. The disciples gathered in the meditation gardens to say farewell. It was a quiet ceremony, without great fanfare, but filled with genuine respect. The gardens themselves seemed to acknowledge the transition. The water features reflected the afternoon light differently. The wind moved through the trees in patterns that felt deliberate and purposeful. Younger disciples who had never interacted with Li Xuan directly came to honor his departure, driven by some sense that something significant was ending. Those who had trained with him came to express their gratitude, understanding that his presence in the sect had altered their perception of what cultivation was genuinely about. Those who had felt the weight of his presence expressed their understanding that his absence would change the sect in ways both subtle and profound. His departure would create a space that needed to be filled, but not by another person, by a new way of thinking about the sect's purpose. Lian Yu stood to the side of the ceremony, observing but not directly participating. She understood what Li Xuan's departure meant. It meant that the sect would be hers alone to lead, without the option of deferring to him when decisions became difficult. It meant that she would develop her own authority and her own relationship with the burden the sect carried. It meant that his leaving was, in a strange way, necessary for her to become fully the leader she needed to be. The night before he left, Master Chen came to him in the gardens where Li Xuan sat watching the stars. The old cultivator moved slowly these days. His body was showing the signs of age that cultivation could only delay, not prevent. But his mind was still sharp, still capable of the kind of understanding that only came from decades of experience. The gardens themselves seemed different tonight, as if acknowledging that a transformation was underway. The normal sounds of the evening had changed slightly. Birds sang different songs. The water features in the meditation pools reflected the starlight in new patterns. He settled beside Li Xuan on the meditation stone, both of them regarding the sky, without speaking for a long time. This silence was not empty, but full of communication, the kind of understanding between two people who knew each other well enough that words became optional, even limiting. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, unconcerned with the transitions and transformations happening beneath them. Somewhere far below, the seals held. Somewhere far above, the universe continued its expansion and its eventual cooling. And here, on this stone in this garden, two cultivators sat in silence and companionship. "You're making the right choice," the old cultivator said finally. "The sect will survive without you. It will even thrive under Lian Yu's leadership. But the seals need you more than the sect does. The world needs you more than the sect does. Will you be all right?" Li Xuan asked. He had come to regard Master Chen with something approaching affection. The old cultivator had been a steady presence, had offered guidance without attempting to control outcomes, had trusted Li Xuan's understanding even when conventional wisdom would have demanded otherwise. His absence would be a loss. "I'm old," Master Chen said, "but I have a few years left. I'll help Lian Yu establish her authority, help her understand the burden the sect carries. I'll ensure that the knowledge we've accumulated doesn't get lost when I finally pass on. The transmission of understanding matters. When it breaks, civilizations lose pieces of themselves that can never be recovered. I'll make sure that doesn't happen here." He paused, then continued. "After that, I can rest. I've done what I set out to do. I found someone the trial could recognize as worthy. I helped guide you toward understanding your purpose. The rest is your journey now." They sat together in silence for a while, watching the sky change as the evening deepened into night. Li Xuan felt the weight of transition pressing down on him, the sense of one chapter closing and another beginning. The life he had lived at the Jade Cloud sect was ending. The life of a keeper coordinator, of someone bound to the networks, of someone responsible for maintaining the seals that protected the world, that was beginning. "The trial showed me something," Li Xuan said finally. "About the seal, about its true purpose. I don't fully understand yet, but I'm beginning to grasp what I'm actually being prepared for." "Good," Master Chen said. "The keeper networks are old, but they're not wise. Not authentically. They understand maintenance. They understand technique. But they lack the kind of fundamental comprehension that comes from being chosen by the trial itself. You'll bring something new to their structure, something that was needed, whether they fully understand that yet or not." Chapter 70, The New Network. The journey to the main Keeper Fortress took 8 days. Li Xuan didn't rush. There was no urgency that demanded haste, and the road itself offered opportunity for reflection and meditation. His cultivation had grown substantially since entering the trial. His understanding of the world's underlying structure had been fundamentally altered, but he was still processing all that he had learned, was still integrating the Azure Master's teachings into a coherent framework that made sense in the context of normal reality. The natural landscape provided space for that integration. Mountains, rivers, forests, these natural systems all reflected the same principles that governed the seals: pattern and flow, strength and vulnerability, the inevitable working of fundamental laws beneath the surface of appearance. When he arrived at the fortress, a structure that was simultaneously vast and deeply hidden, built into the world's bones in a way that made it invisible to anyone not specifically connected to the Keeper networks, he found the council waiting for him. They had assembled in the main chamber, the place where critical decisions about seal maintenance were made, where resource allocation was determined, where strategic responses to any threats were coordinated. Su Ming was present, along with the other senior keepers. But there were also younger keepers here, cultivators who had only recently bound themselves to keeper duty, who still remembered what normal life was like before the seal became their primary concern. The council was trying to rejuvenate itself, trying to ensure that knowledge and experience could pass down to a new generation before the oldest keepers finally reached the end of their extended lives. "We're creating a new structure," Su Ming explained. Her presence was ancient and massive, layered with centuries of keeper duty. The way she carried herself suggested someone who had learned to exist at multiple levels of consciousness simultaneously. Part of her attention always on the seals, part on the immediate conversation, part on the larger currents of change moving through the keeper networks. Your role as keeper coordinator will be to facilitate communication across all regional keeper networks. You'll identify patterns in seal activity, coordinate emergency response, and help us understand the nature of the pressure we're facing. Essentially, you'll be our strategic mind. We'll be your body, but you'll be the consciousness that coordinates our actions. Su Ming paused, and in that pause, Li Xuan could sense the weight of what she was asking him to accept. To become keeper coordinator was to become something more than simply a keeper. It was to step into a role that had been occupied by others before him, others whose histories were probably recorded in archives somewhere, others who had eventually faced the same kind of ultimate choice that the Azure Master had hinted was coming. It was to join a lineage of keepers who had looked beyond mere preservation and contemplated transformation. The pressure is accelerating, Su Ming continued. What was once a slow, predictable increase is becoming something faster, more aggressive. We need someone who can see the patterns, who can understand not just what's happening now, but what's likely to happen next. We believe you're that person. The pressure is increasing, Li Xuan said. It wasn't a question. He could feel it through the networks, a subtle but undeniable intensification of the force pressing against the seals. It was still manageable for now, still within the boundaries of what the existing system could handle. But it was growing, accelerating, like the tightening of a spring, the slow accumulation of tension that would eventually have to be released. Yes, another keeper confirmed. The rate of increase has been subtle, but it's been consistent over the past 3 centuries. At the current trajectory, the seals will face critical stress within another 500 years. Perhaps less, depending on how aggressively the things beneath decide to test our defenses. 500 years. It seemed like an enormous stretch of time. But Li Xuan was beginning to understand that from the perspective of something ancient, something that had been pressing against the seals for millennia, 500 years was barely a blink. The pressure that had been building for 1,000 years was intensifying. The timeline was accelerating. The moment when the seals would be tested to their absolute limits was approaching with mathematical certainty. I need full access to all keeper networks, Li Xuan said. I need to understand the complete state of the seals. I need to identify every vulnerable point, every location where the pressure is most concentrated, every anchor that's beginning to show strain. Then we need to develop a strategy for reinforcement and preparation. That's a massive undertaking, Su Ming said. It will take months, perhaps years. You'll need to examine every seal personally, work with every regional keeper network, rebuild the entire strategic understanding of how we approach containment. Then we begin immediately, Li Xuan replied. He could see the path unfolding before him. The work that needed to be done, the understanding that needed to be developed, the preparation that had to happen if they were going to be ready when the moment of ultimate challenge finally arrived. The trial had prepared him for this. The Azure Master's consciousness had given him the capacity to perceive and understand. Now he had to use that capacity to help the keeper networks evolve from a static, defensive structure into something dynamic and strategic. Chapter 71. The first coordination. Li Xuan's first official act as keeper coordinator was to establish a comprehensive audit of all seals across the continent. He worked with regional keepers to catalog the current state of each binding, to measure the strength of every anchor point, to identify any areas where the pressure was beginning to manifest as visible degradation or weakening of the fundamental structure. The work consumed him entirely, occupied every moment of his consciousness, every ounce of his capacity. The work was exhausting and deeply technical. Much of it involved descending into the deep places where the seals were woven most strongly, where the pressure from beneath was most directly expressed. Li Xuan used his spirit sight to examine the bindings in detail, to understand how each seal was constructed, to identify the genius and the limitations of the way previous keepers had approached the problem of containment. What he found was both impressive and concerning. The seals were remarkably well constructed. The Azure Master's original design had been elegant and sophisticated, based on a deep understanding of how to channel and redirect pressure rather than simply trying to resist it by brute force. But the system had also been built with assumptions that were no longer entirely valid. The pressure beneath had been changing over the centuries. The things beneath the world were adapting, learning, becoming more sophisticated in their attempts to find weaknesses. What had been adequate in centuries past was becoming increasingly strained. Each regional seal revealed different vulnerabilities. The seals in the east had been engineered to withstand pressure from one particular direction, but the pressure patterns were shifting. The seals in the south showed signs of resonance. Different binding points were vibrating in sympathy with each other, creating harmonics that threatened to amplify rather than diminish the external pressure. The seals in the north had been constructed with redundancy that was no longer sufficient. Every region told a story of a system that had been built for one set of conditions and was now facing different ones. After 3 months of constant work, Li Xuan compiled his findings into a comprehensive report that he presented to the full council. The report identified 17 critical vulnerabilities in the current seal system. 12 of these could be addressed through targeted reinforcement and optimization of existing structures. But 5 of them represented fundamental systemic issues that would require complete reconstruction of portions of the binding architecture. The analysis was cold, methodical, presented with the emotional detachment of someone reporting on mathematics rather than on the potential failure of the world's most important defensive system. How long will the reconstructions take? A senior keeper asked. The implications were staggering. Complete reconstruction meant years of focused work, resources diverted from routine maintenance, periods of increased vulnerability while the old structures were being dismantled and new ones built. There would be no margin for error. No backup systems if the reconstructions exposed weaknesses before the new structures were fully operational. Years, Li Xuan said directly. The work is too delicate to be rushed, but it must be prioritized. The seals in the Western Territories and the Central Reaches are most critically vulnerable. I recommend we focus all available resources on reinforcing those areas first. The timeline allows for perhaps 8 to 12 months before we begin work on the next set of critical vulnerabilities. We need to use that time wisely. Chapter 72. The trial's teaching as his duties as keeper coordinator increased. Li Xuan found himself returning frequently to the eternal trial. The fortress was built close to the trial's location, close enough that he could visit whenever his schedule permitted. And he found that the more time he spent in direct contact with the trial structure, the more clearly he could hear the Azure Master's consciousness, the more refined his understanding became of what was actually being prepared for. The visits to the trial became a kind of ritual, a regular practice as important to Li Xuan's function as eating or sleeping. Each visit revealed new layers of understanding, new dimensions of comprehension about the nature of the seal and the purpose that the Azure Master had woven into its structure. Li Xuan began to understand that the trial itself was not separate from the seal. It was the seal's means of consciousness, its way of perceiving and evaluating the keepers it would eventually select. Every cultivator who entered the trial was being examined and measured, assessed for qualities that had nothing to do with cultivation rank or martial prowess. The Azure Master showed him visions of the past, memories of the binding ceremony. The moment when the ancient cultivator had woven himself into the seal, had become not quite alive and not quite dead, but something transformed into spiritual function. It had been an act of ultimate sacrifice, the Azure Master binding his consciousness to a prison that would hold for 1,000 years, knowing that he would have no freedom, no normal life, no exit from the burden he was assuming. His physical existence had simply ceased. His consciousness had been woven into the seal itself, becoming distributed across all the binding points, experiencing existence in a way that no normal cultivator could comprehend. Li Xuan tried to imagine what that would be like, to lose the continuity of single-body experience, to become distributed across hundreds of binding points, to perceive the world through the lens of the seal rather than through eyes and ears. It was a transformation so profound that it made the normal cultivation transformations that cultivators underwent seem trivial by comparison. The Azure Master had given up everything: identity, continuity, the very concept of selfhood as normal cultivators understood it. He had given all of that up in service to a purpose that was larger than any individual life. But it had also been an act of ultimate wisdom. By binding himself into the seal, the Azure Master had created a mechanism that could adapt and evolve. The seal was not a static prison but a living system, one that could learn and adjust its responses to new pressures and challenges. And by building the trial within the seal, by creating a mechanism to eventually produce a keeper worthy of making the ultimate choice, the Azure Master had ensured that when the moment of crisis came, there would be someone ready to understand what was at stake and capable of making the decisions that would determine the world's fate. I'm showing you this because the understanding needs to be woven into the keeper networks, the Azure Master's presence explained. It was becoming easier for Li Xuan to distinguish this voice. It was distinct now, separate from his own thoughts, something he could directly communicate with. The keepers maintain the seals, but most of them don't deeply understand why they're maintaining them. They understand the technique of maintenance. They understand the importance of stability, but they don't understand the larger purpose. You need to help them understand. You need to change the culture of the keeper networks from one of static preservation to one of active preparation. The understanding that the Azure Master was conveying was profound and troubling. The seals were not meant to last forever. They were a temporary measure, a dam built to hold back a flood until the world could prepare for that flood's arrival. Every keeper in the networks had built their entire understanding of their purpose on the assumption that they were engaged in eternal work that would continue indefinitely for as long as civilization endured. But that assumption was false. The work had an endpoint, and that endpoint was approaching. How long do we have? Li Xuan asked directly. Before the pressure becomes critical? Before we reach the point where the seals will begin to fail in earnest? Approximately 5 centuries, the Azure Master said. Perhaps less, depending on how aggressively the things beneath choose to press. But there is time. There is enough time to prepare. There is enough time to build a structure that can meet the challenge when it comes. Use that time well, Li Xuan. Use it to strengthen the networks, to recruit worthy keepers, to teach the next generation what they need to understand about the true nature of what they're protecting. By the time 5 centuries have passed, the keeper networks should be so thoroughly prepared that your successor will be capable of handling whatever crisis emerges. 5 centuries. It sounded like an enormous amount of time. But from the perspective of something ancient, something that had been pressing against the seals for millennia, 5 centuries was barely a blink. The pressure that had been building for 1,000 years was intensifying. The timeline was accelerating, and Li Xuan had been chosen to help guide that acceleration, to help the keeper networks adapt to a future that none of them had actually prepared for. Chapter 73. The gathering 6 months into his role as keeper coordinator, Li Xuan called the first comprehensive gathering of all keeper networks in 3 centuries. The event was unprecedented, bringing together keepers from across the continent, including those so old that they rarely left the places where they had been binding for centuries, including those so recent in their binding that they still remembered the taste of life outside the network. The gathering took place in the main fortress, in the great hall that had been built for exactly this kind of assembly. It was a vast space, capable of holding hundreds of people, and yet it still felt intimate. The presence of so many keepers bound together through the network created a sense of unity and connection that transcended the normal boundaries of individual consciousness. The keepers entered in waves, representing every region, every age, every level of experience. It was a remarkable gathering of power and purpose. Li Xuan stood before them and spoke not as a coordinator giving orders, but as someone chosen by the trial, bearing witness to truths that the Azure Master had shared. He explained the nature of the threat beneath the world with methodical precision, describing pressure patterns with numbers and projections, showing exactly where the seals were beginning to show critical wear. He outlined the accelerating timeline, presenting graphs that showed the mathematical relationship between pressure increase and seal degradation. He presented his analysis of the critical vulnerabilities in the current seal system with detailed reports from each region. And he offered a vision of what the keeper networks needed to become if they were going to be ready when the moment of ultimate challenge arrived. Not a sect seeking power or influence, but a coordinated system designed to manage transformation rather than prevent it. We need to move past the idea that our job is preservation, Li Xuan said to the assembly, his voice carrying absolute authority. Our job is preparation. We're not just maintaining a status quo. We're preparing the world and ourselves for a transformation that is coming inevitably. The seals will eventually fail. That's not a failure of the seals. That's the seal working as intended. Our responsibility is to make sure that when that moment comes, we're ready to face what emerges. The gathering took on new significance as Li Xuan articulated this understanding. The keepers who had come expecting to hear about routine maintenance, about how to maintain the status quo indefinitely, instead heard a message about transformation and acceptance. Some pushed back, arguing that accepting seal failure was heresy. Others recognized the truth in what he was saying. They had felt the pressure increasing, had perceived the signs of accelerating degradation. They understood, even if they hadn't wanted to admit it, that what Li Xuan was describing was coming whether they prepared for it or not. By building capacity now, by training new keepers, by reinforcing critical vulnerabilities, we're not trying to prevent the inevitable. We're preparing for it. We're accepting that some level of seal failure is coming and ensuring that when it happens, we have the resources and understanding to manage the transformation. The final hours of the gathering were dedicated to refining the new strategic vision. Multiple working groups formed to develop implementation plans. The keepers debated resource allocation, timeline, training methodologies. They argued about which regions should receive reinforcement first, how to balance the need for speed against the necessity of maintaining current seal stability. It was rigorous, thorough, and democratic in a way that contrasted sharply with the hierarchical structures that had governed keeper operations for centuries. By the end of the gathering, consensus had formed around a new strategic direction. The keeper networks would transition from a defensive posture focused on preservation to a dynamic, adaptive approach focused on preparation and transformation. They would recruit new keepers aggressively. They would implement the new communication structures immediately. They would begin the long process of reinforcing critical vulnerabilities. And they would accept that some level of risk was inevitable in this transition, that trying to maintain perfect safety while simultaneously evolving their capabilities was impossible. Better to accept manageable risk now than to face catastrophic failure later due to refusing to evolve. Chapter 74. The new keeper. The first new keeper recruited under the revised network expansion program was a young woman named Xianxia from a small sect in the Southern Territories. She had been a talented cultivator in her original sect, but her abilities didn't manifest in the traditional ways. She wasn't particularly skilled in combat, and her advancement through the cultivation ranks had been slower than average. But she had a gift for understanding systems, for seeing patterns in the way power moved through networks and structures. Where other cultivators perceived only the surface of things, Xianxia could perceive the underlying relationships, the flows and currents that connected one element to another. She had first come to Li Xuan's attention through the expanded recruitment network, a system of scouts and observers who were looking specifically for cultivators with the kind of perceptive abilities that the traditional selection process had always missed. The conventional approach to recruiting keepers had focused on strength and advancement rank. The new approach recognized that sometimes the most important abilities had nothing to do with martial prowess. Xianxia's potential had been invisible to the sect system she had been part of, but it was exactly what the keeper networks needed. Li Xuan identified her through the network's expanded recruitment program and brought her to the fortress for direct assessment. She was nervous during the interview, uncertain of whether she was genuinely worthy of the burden, uncertain of whether she could really commit to the kind of sacrifice that keeper duty required. The journey to the fortress had taken weeks. She had passed through territories and landscapes she had never seen before, gradually moving from the world of normal civilization toward the hidden places where the keeper networks operated. She was nervous during the interview, but her nervousness was intelligent nervousness, the nervousness of someone thinking carefully about what they were being asked to do. She had questions. She wanted to understand what the commitment actually meant. She wanted to know what the chances were that she would fail and what would happen if she did. She was not confident, but she was thoughtful. And thoughtfulness, Li Xuan understood, was far more valuable than confidence when it came to keeper duty. The seals will change your life, Li Xuan told her directly. He didn't soften the message or try to make it sound more appealing. She deserved the truth. You'll be bound to the network. Your consciousness will be partially merged with the collective keeper awareness. You'll feel the pressure of the thing beneath the world constantly. You'll never be alone in your own mind again. But you'll also never be powerless. You'll be part of something vastly larger than yourself. He paused, letting that register. Some keepers have difficulty with that transition. Some of them fragment under the pressure. Some of them never fully recover. We're implementing accelerated binding programs because we don't have time for the traditional careful progression. You're volunteering to take risks that previous keepers didn't have to take. No, Xianxia said honestly. I'm not prepared, but I'm willing to try. I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to carry the burden if that's what's needed. The world is changing. The seals are being tested. If I can help, then I want to help, even if it's difficult. It was exactly the right answer. Li Xuan could see in her eyes that she understood what she was accepting, not just difficulty, but genuine danger to her consciousness, the possibility that the binding process itself might damage her in ways that couldn't be repaired. And she was accepting that anyway. That was the kind of commitment the keeper networks needed. The binding ceremony took place a week later. It was a solemn ritual, performed in one of the deep chambers where the seal structure was most concentrated, where the presence of the seals was most directly felt. Other keepers participated, forming circles of consciousness around Xianxia, stabilizing the space so that the binding could occur safely. Li Xuan performed the binding himself, weaving her consciousness carefully into the keeper networks, helping her understand how to perceive the underlying structure of the seal. It was delicate work, requiring absolute precision. Any error could cascade into consciousness fragmentation. But Li Xuan had become skilled at it through repetition, and he worked with the kind of focused intensity that made the process as safe as it could possibly be. As her consciousness integrated with the network, her awareness expanded exponentially. She could, without warning, perceive the vast system of bindings that spanned the continent. A web of connections so complex and intricate that it made her previous understanding of cultivation networks seem naive and simplistic. The geography itself became meaningful in new ways. The mountains that marked regional seal locations, the rivers that channeled spiritual power, the places where settlements had grown up around natural anchor points. All of it revealed itself as part of a vast, interconnected system designed by someone with understanding that transcended normal human perception. She could feel the pressure from beneath, could sense the strength and vulnerability of each major seal. The pressure was not uniform. In some places it was concentrated and intense. In other places it was diffuse, testing boundaries constantly. She could understand, for the first time, the scope of what she had committed herself to. It was not a small burden. It was not containable within a single person's consciousness. It spanned continents and centuries and involved forces that transcended anything she had previously conceived of as real. The experience was overwhelming in a way that her rational mind struggled to process. Hundreds of other keeper consciousnesses were in an instant present to her awareness. She could sense their personalities, their individual approaches to seal maintenance, their varying levels of experience and capacity. Some were ancient, having been bound for centuries. Some were recent, having joined the networks only decades ago. All of them were connected now to her consciousness, and she to theirs. The sense of community was extraordinary, not a community of physical proximity, but a community of shared purpose and shared perception. And beneath all of that, pervasive and constant, was the presence of the things being sealed. Not a hostile presence, exactly, but a presence that was hungry and patient and entirely inhuman in its fundamental nature. It was a presence that had been pressing against the seals for millennia, testing, learning, adapting. It was not evil in any conventional sense. It was simply other, something that existed in opposition to normal reality, something that would transform everything if given the chance to break through. The weight of it struck her consciousness like a physical blow, and for a moment,